Well, hello there. Happy Saturday. I hope you guys are having a good morning so far. It's early AF. Thanks for joining me this morning. Welcome in, welcome in. I hit that button too early. I was I didn't realize that when you hit the live button it's automatically started playing your intro. So that's what happened. Good morning. Good morning, Carrie. Hey, Flobo. Flobo is like the general sponsor of J is for Justice. Everybody give Flobo a lot of love. She's been so supportive of me. I want to thank you for that, Flo. Brandon, hello, hello. No, I'm not after seeing he's put out another video. No, you're not what? It is early AF. Hi, Lucia. Hope you're doing good, hon. Hey, moi. Hey, Lovey. Hey, Bayou. Good morning, sunny. Oh, honey. Oh, sunny. Good morning, Cordy G. You're new to the channel. Well, welcome in. Keto Kim, good to see you. Thank you for the email. I should just have a running thing on my stream that says this channel supported by One-Eyed Flo. She really is. She's amazing. She's an amazing woman through and through. Good morning, Cheech. True crime. Hello, criminology. Good morning, love. Nicole, what's up? Sleepy today, but at least it's sunny, not raining. What's up, Froggy? Where's Sarah? Hey, Serena. Where is Sarah? She was here bright and early, waiting for the live. Dad says, yay, it's Jay. What's up, Stacy? Hope y'all are doing well. Give Steve our love. What's shaking, Quins? Hey, wait, what? Poetic Justice, what's up? So I know Sarah. Hey, Alley Cat. Sarah was here at the ass crack. I was up too late watching the Ernie dumpster fire. See, that's one I'm not following because I hate Ernie. I hated Ernie back in Summer Wells. Like I left him behind years ago. I can't believe he's even still being spoken about. Put a 1 in chat if Ernie's new to you. Put a 2 in chat if you've watched Ernie be a fake meth head for years. Just curious because I thought that was old news. Ernie Shell. Oh, it's awful? Awful than it was before? Oh, he's new to a lot of you. Fuck. Mm. See, if you weren't around and saw him during Summer Wells, he was creepy. He used to come up before I really knew who he was or knew he was like a total weirdo. He would come up on my stream looking like Freddie Mercury, and he'd just sit there and stare. It was weird. His name's Ernie Shell. Cricket. It's just some weirdo on YouTube. Good morning, Trixie. I'm sure he is. There's something wrong with him. I'm pretty sure he's got a drug problem. Good morning, Renee Marie. I think he was arrested back in the Summer Wells days for like walking in the middle of a highway or something. Yeah, I don't know. You get people with addictions on YouTube and it can get really dangerous. I mean, look at cracking cases. Look at cracking asses. Look what they did. They had their children taken away because they were drug addicts. You get these addicts up here, you got cocaine, Betty. You get these addicts up in here and they start making some coin and it gets wild because they'll do whatever it takes to make that money. Do you know what I'm saying? That was long ago. He was walking on highway. Yeah, that was a long time ago. That's why I can't believe it's still a thing. Damn. I mean, that's a long ass time to be up in these streets with your addiction. Mental health issues. Yep. Self-medicating. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. That's what people with untreated mental health issues do. They self-medicate with substances, whether it be alcohol, meth, pills, whatever it is. I've seen it. I've seen it myself. Good morning, Miss Kendo and Angie B. Good morning, guys. Hi, Zach. So you guys have seen this Silver on the Scene? Because I wasn't really all that mad until I saw his latest video. Now I'm like, what is wrong with him? What's up, Days? Out here calling everyone criminals. Well, if the shoe fits, he's going to cause someone to get hurt or worse with all the BS. See, I don't even know what he's doing. I can't follow him. I can't. Hi, Mrs. Information. Everything is wrong with him. Oh, Don B. Yeah, my fave. Don B, who doesn't do drama, right? But tells his people he's going to call Eric Craddock and ask if he's friends with the Bower Sox. Hello, Mr. Craddock. I know you've just taken on the job as sheriff of Sumner County unexpectedly. But this is Don B from YouTube. And I've got a question for you. Are you by chance friends with Mama and Terry Bower Sox? Because my people on YouTube want to know. So I need to go back to them and be able to report to them, Mr. Craddock. And I need you to tell me if you are personal friends with the Bower Sox. Who the fuck even, I mean, I would hear that and I'd be in a chat and I'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? How could it even get that far? Good evening from Australia, down under. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. And, you know, by God, if I educate one person or help one person from being gullible to this crap, then I've done my job. I'm not here to change the world, but I'm here to educate at least people that watch me. Because you know what? I'm tired of it because I have been here a long time. Not as long as some of these people on YouTube, but 6 years is a long time. And I've seen these people come and go. And I've seen these people who don't go. And I've sat on my hands just like I did every other time I was dragged by other creators. I always sat on my hands. I'm rising above. I'm rising above. You can only rise above so long. Nicole, where has Terry Lynn been? I haven't seen her in a while. I don't know. I don't know. But we've seen these people that come into these cases, whether it's with addictions, just straight up wanting to grift, but they don't care. They don't care about these kids. As a matter of fact, they'd probably rather them stay missing so they can keep making money. There are creators that really like and trust this guy. They don't see him as an opportunist. It's maddening. I agree. And I'm not here. Oh, I heard Terry Lynn's sick. I heard Terry Lynn went on a vacation. See, but these people, the views are down. They step away. I mean, I don't know. You're getting leads from fucking tarot card readers that have like 2,000 subs that just came on the scene. You might just be taking a break. I don't know. Good morning, Shell. He bought a shovel to dig the dirt piles. Then the Walmart sighting. Now he's digging by the creek. Yeah. She was at the airport the other day. Oh, for fuck's sake. Who cares? Who cares? Maybe she's boiling Kit Kats. I don't know. Good morning, Ms. Granny. Good morning. Good morning. Hi, Tess. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, dude. And you know what? That's why I'm saying thank you, Debbie from Detroitish. She went to Vegas to see a Shaggy concert. Is that a joke? Wasn't me. Wasn't me. She go with Seth. Wasn't me. Prepper 101. Hello, buddy. Oh my God, Prepper. The Prepster. I only see you on this channel. Prepper. Even in death, OJ is still searching for Ron and Nicole's killer. What a guy he is. Prepper, you're a fucking nut. Good morning. Yep, there's your granny. There's your granny. The girl that I deserved. Granny. They deserve each other. That granny and Jay. By the way, I'm going to do something I don't normally do. Check this out because I'm on this stupid thing. There's a link if anyone wants to come up and talk about this ish. Shit wasn't me. All right. So I wasn't that pissed off. I mean, I was irritated, but like now it's just gross, right? Check this one out. We're going to watch a couple of his shorts first. This is Sebastian.
Fantastic this Tuesday, August 6th. I'm currently in East Tennessee with a beautiful, beautiful creek behind me. And I'll be making my way over to Central Tennessee tomorrow with some good things coming on Thursday, August 8th. But later, tonight, I'll have another video for you with more information. Stay tuned.
Y'all, why is he pointing at us? Cricket, I can't help but think he lives in a campground. This guy is saying he's out searching for Sebastian. Good morning, Sirius. All right, cool, Gran. If anybody wants to come up, they can. At any point. Here, I'll actually pin it. Yeah, creepy, right?
More to come.
This is him looking for a 15-year-old. Hi, Sherry. Someone said he looked like the skipper from Gilligan's Island, and I agree. Good morning, Snazzy Trinkets and Heartland Honey. Paisley Park, hello. Like he should be driving a van with no windows. Show. It's creepy and it's weird. And why? This is my question. Why kids' cases? Why? Why? Of all the things this dude could do. I get, is it just money? Is it attention? What makes people like him do this? That's not even the worst of it. Here's another one.
Silver's on the scene. I hope everyone's doing great this Wednesday, August 7th. Did you feel that? Did you feel that shake, that boom? Silver's on the scene just arrived in Nashville, Tennessee. You know what that means. That's right. It's time to dig. Digging up the truth. Stay tuned. More to come.
I don't even know what to say. I really don't know what to say. It's time to dig. What? You're talking about a body, idiot. How can people watch this and support it? I mean, these are just two shorts. We haven't even watched 1 minute, and y'all are like, this is fucked up. I don't like this guy. You think it's both internet fame and money? And at the expense of a missing child? Betty has mentioned him in her streams before. Maybe Betty has a new apprentice since she's training to be one with stalking. Maybe. Yeah, he took his live stream. I think I already told you guys this, that he took his live stream or his video rather, and recorded himself buying the shovel. They say he has a good heart. Yeah. Vivian, it's sick. This guy reminds me of that guy you avoid talking to when you see out and about. Seems to have self-fame in his own mind. I agree, Simply Solo. Totally agree. Creep meters going through the roof. Downfester. Does he know Timu Tony? I don't know. I don't know. He's never mentioned anyone except Terry Lynn. He's like, Terry Lynn and I are going to search together. Good morning, Mystic Butterfly. Oh, God. Imagine him being your uncle. Here's another one.
It's time for boots on the ground here in Hendersonville, Tennessee, as we search for Sebastian Rogers missing over 5 months. Never stop searching.
Look at this shit. What a fucking actor.
Once you lace them up, some people call them the poop kickers.
Oh my God.
Bring him home. That is the goal.
He literally set up his camera just to video himself. I know. Are they like baseball pants? What are those pants? Why not search in Georgia for other kids, grifter? I can't. Wait, there's another one. It gets worse. Look at this. Crotch shot. What? Hey, Kathy. Kathy B. Thank you, Carrie. I love you too, girl. I mean, is this for real? A, no one wants to see your fucking crotch. And B, why are you digging with your camera? What is wrong with you? Well, he's recording. In his defense, he's not live streaming. He records. So he can't say that, you know, if he finds a body, that it would be shown. Andy says he went out to his backyard to test the shovel, acting like he's searching. What the hell? This is a short. And you know what YouTube makes shorts for, right? Shorts are supposed to be little snippets, you know, to kind of intrigue the viewer to want to watch your video. Oh, I know. Do your balls hang low? We don't want to see your balls and crotch while you're shoveling. Oh, looky who's here. It's my partner in crime, Granny.
I'm here to stare at crotches with you.
Can you believe this?
No, this is the strangest thing I've ever seen. The guy's an actor. I mean, even when he did like the silver on the scenes, like it's an act. It's an act. And I hate that subs fall for this type of stuff. It drives me nuts. Like, this guy knows what he's doing.
100% knows what he's doing.
Oh, it's infuriating. It's almost as infuriating as this layout. How do I get my avatar back? Like, what is this?
I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to go on there when you're off. You're just gonna be G today. You're G money.
All right.
But it does say Granny's watching by your.
How about G for gold instead of silver?
Gold on the scene.
Gold on the scene. How do I see the chat? Oh, I see it. Never mind. Oh, look, we're doing it.
Do you see it?
I see it.
Yay. Okay.
Right.
Shell says, "Oh Lord, who left these two unsupervised?"
Oh my goodness. Well, and I have to correct something. It wasn't stated that we deserve each other. We belong together. It was that we've been making a really good team as of late with like a.
Okay. Yeah. So it was a little snark.
It was a little snark. It was, you know, essentially saying we deserve each other, but that wasn't the actual words.
Well, people say they like us together, so fuck them.
I don't care. I don't care if people like us together or not. I like you, so.
You know what? I don't either. Fuck 'em.
Right. Fuck him is right. Hell, if this guy's getting support as we're staring at his fucking weird crotch and who
Right?
dresses like that to dig in the woods, I mean, come on.
I feel like I could never do anything wrong on this platform if this is accepted.
I 324 thumbs up, right?
I mean, this gives no fucking standard whatsoever to the true crime missing person YouTube community.
Well, and here's what I want to know what people like. So let's say Silver on the scene actually finds something, right? Let's say he is digging about and he actually, gosh forbid, comes across some bones or something. What then?
I agree.
You know what I mean? Like now you contaminate the scene. But the fact is, this dude knows he's not. He knows he's not going to come across anything.
Yeah,
The
he
least
knows.
he could do, plant a freaking tree in the hole you left or something. You know what I mean? Like do something constructive with your time.
Mm-hmm. I just don't even understand. Like, I got mad at Don B back in the day of summer because he did something similar. It wasn't a video, but he made a video and his thumbnail had a shovel like this with a hole and like a little children's shoe. And remember in Summer's case, how we always saw that little shoe that was like on the side of the road in the Wells yard? It wasn't that shoe, but it kind of symbolized that one shoe of Summer's, that little sandal shoe thing. And it was something about Summer with a hole and a little shoe and a shovel. And I was like, this is so wrong because people really respect him, you know?
Right.
And he kind of portrayed himself. I think people think he's ex-law enforcement. At least that was the idea I got back then, was that he somehow worked in law enforcement at some capacity. So we got a lot of respect. And then I saw that and I'm like, people who really care would never even think to make a thumbnail like that. I mean, it's that simple.
Your mind just doesn't go to those sorts of places. Just like
Yeah.
when Betty, when the body was found in the water and Betty put Sebastian near a life float. Like why would you
Oh
even
my
go? Why does
God,
your place go
yes.
to that mind? Your mind
Yes.
goes to that place. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Like a little life preserver. Like, and how
Right.
about that other post we saw the other day where the dog, the creator said their dog was dead and it said the end.
What?
I mean,
I can't-
just these grass.
When I see it, like who? All right, so those who don't know, when you upload to YouTube, if you go and you have a community post and you go to upload a photo, it offers these stickers that we can place, right? So this woman who came about, she puts this whole thing about her dog was sick, and as she was driving the dog to the vet, you know, whatever, whatever. She uploads a photo of the dog on the way in the car to the vet. And I mean, the dog is sickly. So it's already like, you don't post those type of photos to begin with. You know, you love your pets, you respect them, you honor them. You don't disrespect them. But then to top it off, she put one of those stickers that's like game over. Like, I was baffled.
No,
I'm like,
no, game over was on a true crime on another case.
Oh no,
The
game
end.
over was on Madeline Soto's.
Yeah, Madeline Soto's
Game over. Memorial site is where she put the
Oh.
game over.
When it was taken down, she put game over. Yep. And the dog was the end.
The dog was the end, and it's literally next to this sickly, poor, sad, last
it looks
moments
so
of life
pitiful.
dog.
I know, it's pitiful.
But and the game over on Madeline Soto's memorial, like game over, like just know would it be? Well, I don't know, whatever. Hey,
Well,
what?
Just like the big creator we were talking about that compared Madeline being in the car deceased to Weekend at Bernie's.
Right, Weekend
and
at
thinks
Bernie's.
it's funny.
I don't understand these people.
I
But you
don't
know what's
either.
scary is that, you know, I haven't always made every right move and I've said dumb things, but I've never been like that, like crass and heartless when it comes to
Yeah.
victims of crime or, you know, dying puppies and, you know, whatever. But the saddest part is that these people get away with it because their supporters were me. It's kind of, I'm looking at this photo right now with the game over and the deceased looking puppy. And I'm like, who does that?
I know. It's fucked up.
Or I'm sorry, not game over, the end. The end.
This is the end.
This is the end of time.
But-
Now cash at me because
But, you
my
know, you can
dog, he's dead.
You can fuck up, you know, and say something out of turn. I mean,
You ain't telling me nothing.
I mean, you're live. You know what's funny though, Granny? We were doing these live streams that were like, you know, so candid, and you could say anything and be like, "Oh fuck," you know.
Right.
I didn't mean to say that, but then it was funny during COVID, like all these like professionals who had to go to Zoom and they didn't know how to do it, and like
Yeah.
then now they're coming to YouTube. It was funny. I love Vinnie Politan, but when he first started his YouTube channel, he was completely lost using StreamYard. Like, it's just funny to see them fuck up. Like, they'll be muted and not know. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. They're going to do the same things we do. They just don't have the producers sitting there. But when
Right.
you're live, I mean, things get, you know, you get into a conversation, you don't know. I mean, things come out and you make
Right.
mistakes and you say things you wouldn't, but you wish you wouldn't. But this stuff is deliberate. It's
Thought out.
crass. And I
Mhm.
don't think you can like talk someone into not being this way if they are this way.
Right. Right. Like I get exactly what you're saying. Like when I'm live streaming, you know, and I've done this quite a few times, I'll get an email of somebody saying something, you know, that gets me to a place where I don't like to be. And I say something nasty in response, right? But that's like heat of the moment gets to you. No, this guy sat there, he bought this shovel, these hideous pants that you wouldn't even wear to dig in the woods. He set up this title, he set up this scene of us looking at his crotch as he digs a shovel for a 15-year-old missing boy.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't like an accidental or, you know, I get exactly what you're saying. Like, this is who that guy is.
Yeah, like I don't feel like I could sit down with Silvers on the Scene and say, hey, dude, you know, I think that what you're doing is like, I don't even know how to tell him to tone down what he's doing because what he's doing is just so wrong. Like, there's, let me
It's
just
who
say
he
this.
is.
When I first, yes, and when I first saw his first videos, I watched them because I was interested in seeing the area. He wasn't talking this shit in the beginning. He
Right,
was
'cause he didn't
driving
need to.
around. Right. He got that first payment on the 21st and he was like, fuck yeah. And then went further. But it was cool because he had a great camera. His footage was clear and I wanted to see the area. And I liked that. But now it's turned to this. And
Right, and
see, the
that's
problem
just
is
cruel.
he hooked him in the beginning, like he did me. But see, a lot of people don't turn away when it continues. You get what I'm saying?
Well,
They'll
yeah,
stick
because
around.
at that point, you either A, build now I don't does he do live streams? I don't pay him any
He
attention.
does not. He's never. No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. So I was gonna say sometimes people stay because they've come to enjoy the community within the, you know, the creators chat or, you know, whatever. But yeah, I think he got people to the point where they don't even realize unless you sit down and really think about it, just how cruel this guy, like how cruel these things are. These are cruel things.
Yeah, he's never gone live. So in his defense, that's going to be him. I don't live stream. Oops, shit.
I hate when these things happen.
He says, I don't live stream, blah, blah, blah.
Well, that's nice. Then you're intentionally making mistakes. Most of my mistakes come because I live stream and I'm hot-headed. He's deliberately making these mistakes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Digging at Drake's Creek and Mary's Magical Place. Who cleared the mounds? So, all right. So now it's time for me to be honest. When I called that tip line told me that there were three mounds of dirt that they were looking into.
Right, but that was probably because they're going off psychic tips, remember? So who's communicating with his ass to give him tips?
Right. And does this guy really think there's big dirt mounds?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
How
to do
dare
that.
you, Jay?
Sorry.
But seriously, does this guy really think there's big dirt mounds and the police are like, oh, okay, let's go grab some coffee? Like, of course they looked at all this stuff or they're looking at it.
Snazzy Trinket says these grifters want their spot in a Netflix series or documentary that high-profile cases almost always get. Good or bad, coverage is great for fame. They are sad, discussing individuals, in my opinion.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of agree, and I'm not sure, but I know of a few creators, and Jay, you do as well, that think by taking, you know, the opposition or, you know, attention is attention, good or bad, that's the way some people feel. Not me. I don't like that type of negative attention. Because that sticks out more than anything good. You know, you can present one bad thing I did and forget the 10, 11 good things I did do. Right. So, I mean, there are people, and Molly Golightly, that was her stance on things. Attention was attention.
Yep. And so is Betty. You know what I noticed on her TikTok when I looked at it the other day? Her like little description they have. It says, I am Bullhorn Betty, featured on Paramount's hashtag web whatever it's called, web sleuth or cyber sleuth or whatever it was. And she's proud of that. That documentary was horrible.
Well, and you know what? It wasn't as bad as I expected it to be, but it was pretty bad. But unfortunately, she did see an influx of subscribers because, of course, it's going to bring an influx.
Right. Well,
Mm.
and this probably will too, because people want to find out what happens. So
And
she doesn't care.
And unfortunately, Jay, believe it or not, but a lot of subscribers they don't see things, the way others do. Like some people are quite okay with what he's doing. They think he's just in what he's doing. They don't see any harm or foul to it. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Hey, we have a back chat too. Did you see that?
Oh, private. Oh, let me start. Let's see how it works.
Oh my God, your keyboard.
I know, I got to get rid of that. I'm sorry. So, people are like commenting me like, "What's that underwater sound?" I never went back to listen. I should. I don't know what it sounds like to any of you, but my son's a little gamer, and as a mother, we put our kids first. You know what I mean? So this is his setup, and he likes the loud clicky things. He likes the loud click. I mean, he thinks he's like professional, and he's pretty good at Fortnite. Kicks my butt, but this is his computer that I'm using, because I spoiled the brat and gave him so in order for me to have a different keyboard or a different mouse, I have to like swap everything every day, and it'd be a little much. So instead I'll start muting better.
I don't think it's your keyboard per se. I think it might be when you type your mic moves.
I'm shaking the whole table. Yeah, yes. Probably. Because I put the desk together, and I'll tell you what, the thing's a little shaky.
That's the sound. Maybe you can set your mic on something, because that's all it is. It's not you typing. It's just your movement.
Sometimes I do have the mic sitting on a box, so it is the movement. Okay, yeah, because this desk is falling apart.
That's all it is. It's
not very good at building.
You're fine. I just want, it's just like your mic moving. That's all.
Did you see what Andy C said? That this guy also has his own tip line?
No.
Yeah, apparently he was at Walmart one day and mentioned having a tip line.
Oh, in the Walmart video, Andy? I didn't watch that whole thing. I can't watch his whole videos. He makes me so ill.
Well, where did this guy come from? Is this his first? Like, did he make his channel off of Sebastian?
Let's look.
He comes from a huge community. Cricket answered me before I even spoke.
This guy does? Okay, no. His first video is visiting the scene. R.I.P. Kaylee Anthony.
Oh, that's right.
Here's what we're going to show you this time. Here's what we're going to show.
Why was he in Florida?
We're on the street. There's Anthony home right there. Casey Anthony, George Anthony, Cindy Anthony.
Hey,
you come out of that driveway, and you start driving down this road that they live on, Hope Spring. They're at 4937 Hope Spring Drive. So you drive down this road.
Yeah, do we really need to know their house address?
I know, it's kind of...
It's been a long time, dude. We really don't need to do that.
Even to 4/10 of a mile yet. Where do you think? Directly there?
No, into the fence.
In the fence.
It's somewhere, probably before the light bulb.
So somewhere right in here, her body was found. Here it is. Wow.
Like this is a roadside attraction?
That's it. Rest in peace, Kaylee. Oh my goodness. I followed this case so long.
Bring a cross or flowers
right
with
there.
you, bro. What are you doing?
Right.
Ew.
Right at 4/10 of a mile. As soon as that property ends and the wood starts.
It looked like there were things there, didn't it?
There's some things like right in there, but they used to have something outside, and I think they had to take it down, like the Madeline Soto one.
The drop was right here. Immediately as these woods started. You see this? Neighborhoods.
I thought she was in a little further than that.
Wow. Wow. Back that way, just 4/10, less than a half of a mile, is the Anthony home. That road right there, you can see the sign. That road right there. I'll zoom in.
No good.
This is where Kaylee Anthony's body was dropped.
Wow. Dropped. Yeah, there's some little dolls there.
At the end, it's a dead end, but you have woods on either side for just a stretch.
He could have left something there.
And they ended.
He's gross.
He could have left something there. There's little teddy bears and stuff there, and this is where Kaylee Anthony was dropped.
Dropped. Wow. That was his very first video, and that was 9 months ago.
358 views. But then look, we jump on Sebastian. 17K.
Look at that. And here it is, drive by on the scene. I think I watched, I watched this one. See the red?
Yeah.
And I watched this one, and I watched the drive-by of the park, and then this I saw, and I was like, oh my God.
That's invasive as hell.
KP seen leaving home to go to lunch. Look.
How dare she eat?
I just saw Katie. Holy smokes, and shakes alive.
Really?
Seriously.
Can you believe this shit?
No. It's so gross.
It's like paparazzi on the stars.
Right. And he's like, holy shit, there she is.
Yeah.
Like
Holy
he
shit
loves-
balls. It's the mom of the missing child. Look at this over and over. This isn't me. I'm just playing the video.
KP SUV parked outside.
With Mickey
Allegedly, in my
Mouse?
opinion.
Why does he have Mickey Mouse on his day? What kind of fucking weirdo is this guy? Come on now.
Where's oh, I see it.
Come on now. I mean,
Mickey winking.
I like Mickey too, but what are you doing, dude?
I got Michael Myers on the back of my car.
I wouldn't put Mickey on my car, but weird.
Weird.
Michael Myers. It's so invasive. And everybody wants to know, why did Katie go with Chris?
She left her home.
They went on vacation. Fuck. Are you kidding?
I mean, not for nothing. How would you all feel if you saw this guy, you know, and he wasn't the only one. JLR was doing it. Dolly was doing it. A lot of people that didn't even have channels were doing it. You know, it's very invasive to have all these people creeping by.
Very creepy. It's just weird.
Is he filming at the back of his car?
Yeah, he has a camera in the front and a camera in the back.
Oh.
And the other thing I watched about him was the area where the lights could be seen. This right here. Because I wanted to see his footage.
And I'm currently in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Work has led me up to this area, but I'm about 4.1 miles from the Sebastian Rogers home. There's a sign right there. Wasn't able to get the video and show it time, but there is a sign. I like to see that. So 4 miles from his home, there's a sign. What I wanted to show people that aren't from the area or who will never be to this area, there's another sign. Great, another sign. Is just look around you. There's woods everywhere. Okay, let me get the camera turned a little bit more.
Is he from this area?
Woods everywhere. I mean, this place is
he's
like,
from
there's homes,
Georgia.
of course. You see those, but
Georgia.
opportunity to.
But he says, he says that work brings him to this area.
Oh.
So he does his regular job and then he searches for Sebastian.
Searches for Sebastian.
That's what he
please.
says.
He searches for views and opportunity.
Uh-huh. And I watched this in the very beginning because he put this one out.
Well, I mean, it's like, all right, you want insight into what we're seeing and, but when you're like going past Katie and Chris's house, you're pointing out like, there's Katie, there's an SUV, there's this. I mean, that's a little bit different. I understand people wanting to know the area and, all that. But now at this point, because all of this has died down and we all get the idea of the layout, now we're buying shovels and we're digging up mounds.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Because it's no longer, exciting to just see the area.
Look what Andy said. BHB mentions silver and streams. Don B mentions BHB wanted him calling Sumner County. I think all three weirdos are working together.
Wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Now, Don B did tell me that, well, he didn't tell me. He said in the chat that it was satire.
What is?
That whatever he put up that day was satire, that everybody was taking it wrong. I didn't look at what he put up, so I don't know. About
calling Sumner or?
Yeah.
Satire?
He tried saying like he was actually clowning on Betty, not,
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't even look.
I mean, I didn't take it that way, but who knows? Who knows? He's endorsed this guy, which tells me a lot, but yeah, this was from June 21st. So we're already June 21st, he's driving by doing this. Then August 8th, he's digging.
Listen, I had an experience where, put the news people and all were outside of my house. I was young. I was a teenager. I was young. And it is very scary for the family that's going through it. It's very scary to have all your curtains, all the way closed. I don't even think blackouts were a thing at that point, or not as, readily available as they are now. It's scary knowing everywhere you go, people are watching you, people are taking pictures, people are trying to ask you questions. Like, I don't think people understand. And a lot of times, no matter what you say, they'll twist it. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So like It's intimidating. It's very intimidating. And in this case, I wasn't being accused of anything. Somebody I loved was, but we got people accusing her of unaliving a child, right?
Mm-hmm.
We got
Mm-hmm.
this family, that house, or they're being labeled people that took a child's life. Do you know how dangerous and intimidating that is?
People kill over that shit.
They do. They
Mm-hmm.
do.
They
It's
kill over
scary.
less. I
And now
mean,
you got people saying Chris is the P word, and that does lead people to get hurt. It takes one person that believes it, has nothing to lose, and just goes full
yep.
blown,
Vigilante justice, they'll feel like it is.
right. And you got other people that are hyping them up to believe that would be true, like Betty and Silvers and a few others. They don't think twice about what they're saying and they're doing and the harm that is causing.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody's ever drove past Seth's house. Where's Seth's layout? I want to see his
I
neighborhood. What's his apartment
know.
look like? You know what I
I
mean?
do too. Good point. Good point. I mean, he did go missing from their house, but still, he could be anywhere
Right, which is why I
at this
understand if
point.
you drive the area, and show us a layout of the area so we can see, like, okay, it is heavily dense woods and blah, blah, blah. But this is
Right.
like people are actually showing us just their house. We don't need to see their house in 50 different ways. We don't need to.
See what Linda Smith said? Yeah, Don B had people waiting at, quote, you all are going to like this for 2 days and then had nothing.
Mm.
And then Thor says Don B dodged all the questions that was being asked yesterday in Grant's chat. I don't know who Grant is. Then instead
Me.
of going up on panel and clearing things up, he ran like a coward.
He said, I don't do drama. And
Right.
left. I will say, because I felt a little bit, because he has been around. Like, he comments on all my polls. If I ask, like, oh, do you like ice cream or pudding? Like, he comments and stuff. I didn't know there was such controversy with him. I'm not that familiar
Well,
with
there
him.
really isn't because I've never really spoke on it, and I've gotten a little more outspoken because I've had it. I used to sit on my hands and just be like, you know what? Just ignore it. I don't want to see it. Hit the 3 little dots. Not interested.
Right.
But you know what? This has gone really too far, with Betty. Now this dude, who, when does it stop if you don't talk about the things that are not acceptable? It's just
That's
not
true.
acceptable.
It's
Not
true.
a joke. It's not funny. There's nothing funny about kids that go poof and are never seen again. Summer
Right.
Wells has been missing for 3 years. Just gone. Not a trace. It's just not funny.
Well, with Summer, there was the scent that went to the end of her driveway. My opinion always has been with Summer, it was Candace's re-up day. She was getting her medication, or her mom's medication, whatever. But I'm sure she was trading or selling or dealing. She probably went, to do her little trade-offs. Summer probably went looking for her mom, and somebody else came across her. That has always been my sentiments. I just don't always believe the parents. I don't think Donnie Candace would be able to outsmart all the police agencies for this long. I don't think they would.
No. I don't know. There's, I was thinking about this last night. I was just sitting there thinking about, all the kids that, not just recently, even the ones that we see that have been missing for 20, 30, 40 years that just have never been found. Like that little Johnny. Have you ever seen him? I can't remember his last name, but he went missing on his paper route, like in the 70s and never found. And it's like, it just boggles my brain, You think about that, like never found. Then you think about these parents that go on with the rest of their lives not knowing, right? And then
Yeah.
now you have YouTube. Like back then you didn't have all this crap.
Right.
But
Well,
this doesn't go away. If
there was
YouTube doesn't take it down, this will be there.
There was 2 amazing stories. One I actually covered. A very young adult, so around Sebastian's age, was kidnapped. And here, 20 years later, he was found because his neighbor kidnapped him. And he said he used to see his family like going past, and he just couldn't scream out to them. He's now an adult. His mother passed away, and his mother always kept faith. She said, I always felt him. And what was sad and scary about it is his dog, the boy's dog, kept going to this neighbor's house. And then one day the dog was unalived because the neighbor knew why the dog kept going to his house, but nobody else picked up on that sign. So this poor boy was not even 10 feet from his family the entire time. Then you have this woman who just came forward, who's like, I believe she's in her late 70s, early 80s, and she disappeared over 40 years ago.
It's crazy.
It is insane.
And she was just out there living for 40 years, you know?
Right, right. So you have to wonder, do some of these people, or how about that young girl that disappeared and then she reappeared when she was 18 and she said, I left on my own. I didn't want to. There's something going on right now in a little drama sector. I was asked not to touch it, but of a girl who's 17 and disappeared. And some people are speculating she's with a particular YouTuber because she dated their child. And some are saying that the father did something. But I mean, so like there are cases where young adults do decide to leave willingly. Now, I think because the title of autism was placed on Sebastian and people, automatically relate that to being incapable, I think people aren't looking at the possibility that Sebastian willingly left.
Yeah. I didn't consider that in the beginning at all.
Mm-hmm.
I really didn't. The longer that time goes on, the more that I'm kind of convinced of that he did take off because something upset him or something like that. Do you remember also Jessica Lunsford? That happened in the 90s. You're kind of young. You may not even know about it, but there was a little girl named Jessica Lunsford who lived here in Florida, and she lived in like a little small trailer park in Homosassa, Florida. So it's kind of like a rural area, like north of Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
And her dad left to go to work. He lived with her grandparents, his parents. Jessica was in bed, and when her grandma got up, she was gone. And they didn't know where she was. And everybody looked at Mark Lunsford because he was a biker. He looked a little rough, and he took a beating. And I'm telling you, he did not fucking act like Seth. If you ever want to look at a real father of a missing child, look at Mark Lunsford because he took the heat. He had long hair. He was like a burnout, so everybody thought he did something, and it was people were judging him based on how he looked. And it turns out, long story short, she was a couple trailers down. A pedophile was living there with his sister, not registered. And he took her and he buried her in the ground. Wow. In their shed. He had her in the trailer. The cops went door to door. So that's what I'm saying. Remember when they went door to door in Sebastian's case? Yeah. They did that in that trailer park, door to door. And she was in there.
Missed it. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, because they didn't go in. They're like, no, we haven't seen her. And they just walked away. So I mean, that's what they did that morning.
That's true. That's true.
She was inside alive at that point. They could have saved her.
That's heartbreaking.
Oh, it was awful. So he actually went to DC and he had a bill passed in her name. That man is like someone I really admire. Like, it gives me chills. He's really a good dad.
They said it was on Unsolved Mysteries. She was alive when he buried her alive.
He buried her alive. Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Horrible. And it was just, she was right there. It's absolutely that's so scary.
They do say most children that kind of disappear, they're very close to home. I think that's why SF feels the way he feels.
Me too. Yep. If he was upset about something and he ran into those woods in the dark and didn't know where he was exactly running to, and like he said, cocooned in somewhere.
Wow.
And
yeah.
And I'm going to show you in one of Silver's videos, to credit to him that we actually can see the terrain in some of these videos, because if you look at these woods, you can see where there's like under the trees, there's almost like canopies of like branches that have fallen down.
Yeah.
Where you could slide up underneath one of those and kind of just hunker down, and what if he couldn't find his way out after he calmed down or he got turned around in there? I mean, pitch black in the woods. I don't know. I think the SF is probably right.
Well, that's what that escaped convict did. He was hiding right under like big logs, like fallen trees and stuff. I mean, yeah, it's easy to hide in something like that. It's easy to hide and hide brush and all that.
And I think
And
it makes sense that they wanna wait until fall when those leaves come down and they can, see through those trees.
yeah, because unfortunately, it could be something as simple as he ran and then got lost in the woods and just kind of sat down and succumbed to the elements
Mhm.
and the lack of. It could be something, non nefarious. It could be nobody, no parents did anything.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be a
It really
sad
could.
outcome. But I mean, look at what happened with Caleb Harris,
I know, and that's weird because
that close to his own apartment.
his autopsy was inconclusive.
Yeah, look what Arweb said. Cavalcante, they were walking right over. Police were walking right over him. He
That's what I
said,
was that's what I was gonna say. You were
"Yeah,
there, you saw that.
oh yeah, I would." It was amazing. It was amazing to witness. But being there and seeing the terrain and seeing how many, I mean, again, military, FBI, all different agencies, all types of
I
dogs, all
bet it
types of
was wild.
helicopters, everything. And this guy was still able to not only, evade them for a week, but to travel a significant distance to get to his next location where he was able to hide
Even
and very
getting a
well.
vehicle. Yeah, even getting a vehicle.
Yes, get in a vehicle, and then we were there when the dispatch came through and said a coworker said Danilo was at the house, and the police are swearing up and down he couldn't be because they think they have Longwood Gardens locked down. There's no way. I mean, they had a cop every 2 feet. There's no way he could have gotten out of there to even get the truck. So they ignored that heads up for
Mhm.
too long until they
Yep.
finally realized and spoke with the people and they saw the footage and was like, oh my gosh, it is him. And at that point, he was already gone out of their sights again. So it
That
was kind of,
search was so exciting. It had
it
to be
was,
exciting being there.
it was like, it
Were
really
you,
was
like, pumped
exciting.
up? Like,
Oh yeah.
every time you guys like, "Oh, we have to move here."
The scariest thing, Jay, is this one cop comes up to me, and at this point, I'm like, I know something's going on right in this house, like right here, because they just called over more police. They called over dogs. It's like an empty, creepy, huge, abandoned farmhouse type of house. And the cop came up to me and he said to me, like, you're risking your life being out here, right? And I
Yeah.
was, I was like, oh, like that's when like the seriousness set in. Like
It
this
kind of
is,
hit you like,
yeah.
"Wow, this is
And
real," like,
and then he said
dangerous.
his next plan was just to steal a car, hijack a car, and leave or whatever. Well, I happened to many times be sitting in a running car that was parked right next to the woods, and I'm like, yeah, I could have been freaking kidnapped.
Yeah,
Like you
it's
just,
crazy.
yeah,
Do you
yeah, it
remember
was,
when Nick the Hat pulled into the church and that van was pulling out like they just missed him?
yeah, that was
That was
crazy.
wild. I was like, "Oh my god, Nick the Hat was just sitting there. He just got there at the right time." That was just nuts.
That was
So if you
crazy.
like when we watched overhead of like the heat imaging when they were looking for him
Hmm.
and just seeing, looking down on the woods, you couldn't see in between those trees. Like,
No, you can't see nothing.
so when the leaves fall off the trees, they can at least get those drones up
And
and
be able to see
stuff
better.
and be able to see better.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if like I said, I actually just deleted some of it from my Canva uploads to make thumbnails, but in the actual spot where they eventually caught Danilo, and I also had like a tunnel. This guy was saying how like there's this tunnel connects to all these things. So there's a lot of underground railroad tunnels up there too that he could have been in. There were so many places, but the fact that he came out and said, like, you guys were next to me so many times. Like I thought I was going to be caught. You walked over me, you walked beside me, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah. So it reminds you that although these places are heavy, like you can walk right past somebody in these woods and not even realize they're there.
Yeah, so my question is, what do you think if Sebastian kind of wandered out there? Let's just take that scenario. If he wandered out into the woods, right, and he's scared, do you think that he would hunker down somewhere, like, to feel protected because that's that
Yeah.
cocooning, right? Like, "Oh
Hmm.
my god, I can't get out of here, like, I'm walking around and I'm really scared, I'm just gonna stay right here."
Well, and try to keep himself warm and all as well.
It was cool.
Absolutely. I could see
Mhm.
that. I could absolutely see that. And the other thing, so I don't know if they have this where Sebastian is, but there's a lot of like horse feed and piles of like wood chips and stuff that and Danilo said he was hiding in them at some points. Are there things like not that Sebastian's hiding, but maybe he
Mhm.
did hide,
Right,
like you're saying, at that
initially.
one right initially and unfortunately didn't, wake up to come out of it. I mean,
Ugh,
there is that possibility. It's not
yeah.
something we want to think about, but I'll be honest, I'd rather think of that than believe that this child was hurt by somebody he trusted.
Poppy says, I came across your live after getting off Silver's video. I was starting to see through the BS. Sebastian is not in those open areas.
Good job, Poppy. I'm glad your eyes are open. And no, he's not. He's not. And this guy this guy knows this. You think Silvers is prepared to find a deceased body or to find I mean, come on. He knows he's pulling the wool over people's eyes. It's like a watching an episode, right? Like, oh, digging through. He knows. He knows what he's doing. It's creepy.
Cricket says, it still bothers me about the boy they saw with a phone go into the woods when he saw the police. That was weird. That dispatch audio was really odd.
Yeah, and they even mentioned like a blonde head child. What was with the guy with the bag over his head? Like, what was nobody?
Yeah.
We're not questioning why somebody's walking around with a bag over their head. How do we know somebody didn't have Sebastian? Make him put a put a bag over his head, and because they saw the police, they ran off, leaving Sebastian staying there, and they're just like, oh yeah, it's just a kid with a bag over his head.
Yeah. There
It
was
was
a lot of
weird.
weird things in there, like the dog scent. And then the mannequin. Oh, sorry guys, look like a person from up here. Like,
It's just a mannequin,
dude, you're TBI. What are you talking about? Like
right?
it was really odd. It left more questions than answers, like
It
everything
sure
else
did.
in this case.
That it
Well,
is weird as hell. And I'm
there
with
is a
Glenda.
mannequin in a barn, but it's up in the, like those windows like in a barn where they put the hay. Not a
Yeah,
window, but like the opening.
the opening thing so they can
It's
push the hay down,
Yeah,
fall
it's
out.
like as a joke, like the
Hey,
mannequin
Kathy.
is in like the little opening of the top of the barn. But how
Right.
would you see that from the air if you're looking down the loft? Thank you, Sarah Sarah.
Well, if they were distanced enough flying and kind of like they
On an
looked over to
angle.
their left, yeah, they'd be able to see it.
Oh, yeah. But I thought it
Yeah.
was heat. I thought it was heat signature that picked it up. It was weird.
Mm. Well, again, they used heat signature on Danilo, and they didn't capture him many times. I mean,
True.
again, it seems like these should be easy answers, but no, they're not. Actually, Jay, I'll have to send you a link to my one video. We were right next to him. We were right next to where they caught Danilo Cavalcante just not even 6 hours prior.
Well, I remember that because JLR, you were with JLR,
Mm-hmm.
and I remember him being that close. I didn't know at the time you were there
Yeah,
until I, got to know you. But
I wasn't in the dang
yeah, I remember
algorithm.
y'all were right there.
Right there. And I said it to him.
So scary.
JLR, something's going on right now. Like I've not only you could feel it. Like I'm telling you, you could literally feel it. Like when you feel like somebody's just staring at you, like you could
Mhm.
feel the energy, and it gives me chills to this day. And that's when the cop came up to me and said, "Do you understand that you were risking your life by being here?" And my dumb ass is like,
I guess.
yes. Like I don't have anywhere else to go.
Like, in other
officer.
words, we're not protecting your ass. You're here on your own free will.
That is basically what he said. And then he took like a father stance with me. He like bucked up. He was like a big tall cop. And he looked me right in my face and he said, "No, do you understand?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm leaving. Bye." You know what I mean?
Little
But I really
Jess.
had nowhere to go
Little
because
Jess looking up at this cop like,
Cop. But that was like the first time that like it really set in. And I do have a sixth sense. I know people don't believe in that type of stuff, but I have a very strong intuition, and I could feel it. But at this point I was stuck because I was in JLR's hands, right? So like if he's staying, I'm staying. I have nowhere to go. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? So it was kind of like, well, where do I go from here? So I'm like sitting like with woods behind me. It's pitch black. There's no lights where we are. They don't have street lights. Like
Scary.
it was terrifying. So my best bet, and I said this to the cop. I said, well, with utmost respect, I'm kind of out here. I'm footless. I mean, I don't have a car. I'm on my feet. My best bet is to stay as close to you as I can, but as far from you as I can. So the cop was like, you sit right here. And I'm like, okay. And that's where I sat and I waited because I'm like, they knew he was in this
They
building.
knew he was
They
close.
knew
Yeah.
he was close. And it was kind of one of those things where the cop was like trying to keep an eye on me, but he also had to do what he had to do. Yeah, this is all streamed, Cricket. This was all live streams. And it was just one of those situations where I was like, I don't, you know what I mean? Is JLR going to protect me? So I'm like between JLR, between the cop, and I'm in the middle of the freaking nowhere with woods all around me, knowing Danilo Cavalcante is right here somewhere.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
at this,
scary.
and then, yeah, the lights you had were from the helicopters and the police cars, but that was it. It was pitch black. I mean, it was terrifying.
And probably quiet except for like the helicopter and like police radios and shit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It was hair raising
I
is what it was.
remember I watched a lot of Nick now that I'm thinking about it because I remember watching him driving back and forth to places in the middle of the night because I don't think JLR did that.
No.
I think he went to sleep, but Nick the Hat stayed up all night.
Yeah.
So I think I watched a lot of his overnight, driving around, and it was so dark
Pitch
and
black.
so desolate.
Mm-hmm. It was it's heavily wooded areas with very little streetlights. And there was just endless possibilities of where he could be. Anywhere he could be.
Yeah, we stayed up all night, Granny. Like I was streaming all day and all night. It was wild. So I would go
Yeah.
like JLR, Nick the Hat. We would go like back and forth with whoever, and kind of watch it all. News. There was a really good reporter that was there. I think it was from your like Fox station or something, but he was really good and he'd do commentary.
There were really, I met a lot of really nice reporters and all there. The one reporter did not like JLR.
No?
Mm-mm.
Why?
Not
Just
one.
because he was invasive or?
It's all on a live stream. He was saying something like, "Oh, this guy thinks he could just print out a shirt and suddenly he's,
Oh,
you
I
know,
did see that
he's a
was that
reporter."
in the press conference room?
No, this was actually, we were outside of Longwood Gardens, and this is when people just finally started showing up, like news people and all, because they finally admitted that's where they believe he is. Um, no, I wasn't purposely distracting anybody, Raven, by any means. And there was like about 100 cops there with utmost respect. So I appreciate you being a mama of a cop, but no. That when I told the cop I don't really know where to go or what to do, he's the one that offered that to me, which honestly is utmost respect for that officer. I think everybody was scared, not just me, not just that cop.
Well, and you really didn't have a choice. So.
I didn't have a choice, and I told him as much. I don't have a choice. Like I don't know what to do. I was scared.
He's reporting and he's staying. So
right,
I
nothing
gotta
was getting
say.
him to go. Right, you know what I mean? So
Oh
it's
no,
like
you
you
weren't
can't
gonna
call
get
an
him out of
Uber.
there.
The highways were cut down. Like anybody who was in, and nobody else was coming in. Nobody was going out. It was one of those situations. Like they knew they had him at this point, so they weren't letting cars go. Nobody was allowed to enter or leave. Like you were stuck where you were, type of thing. His biggest thing was for me to back away from the barn. He wanted me to go enough distance down the road that I wasn't near where they thought Danilo was. And that's because he could have grabbed me and held me hostage. I mean, obviously. But no, could I have been distracting the cop? Maybe a little bit, but it's not like he was the only cop there.
Well, the thing is, True Crime Knitter, she said that's why police don't want people or lookers around. They don't need to be distracted. In all fairness, though, they could have made everybody exit that area.
Right.
And they let people stay there and report. It wasn't just them.
Right.
Every news station was around there.
Well, and not only that, to be honest, a lot of the police were coming up and thanking us for what we were doing. It was helping keep them in tune as well.
It was kind of a wild group effort there.
Like at that point, they actually appreciated reporters such as JLR. Like honestly, there were cops that were literally saying as much. Like, they were keeping up with this. It was a high tense moment. I think there was a lot of things. Yeah.
Well, it was. I mean, it was an active scene for how long?
Over a week.
It's a long ass time.
Yeah.
It is. And I remember I had a girl that came in that lived in the area and was I think they came and got her Ring doorbell footage to see
that was his ex coworker.
No. I had a girl that just lived in the area that came in my chat.
Oh,
and
okay.
she was like locked down at her house and she had to go take care of her mom and leave the house. So we were like, okay, in chat, like we were keeping up with her because she had to leave the house with her baby because her mom had just had heart surgery. So we're like, come back and chat when you get there. Let us know you're safe because she was really supposed to stay home and she had to go take care of her mom. So it was, I mean, I think everybody there was on edge and I know she was. Emily. Yep.
Yeah, it was it was crazy because during the day it almost felt like the safest area you could be, right? Because you had all these military, all these police and all that. But then at night, there were moments where like you were just kind of in the dark and there's like crickets, and it's like you hear every little noise because, you know, the adrenaline of being on the scenes is like nothing I can describe. I mean, it was really amazing. But then it almost overrode the fact that like you can be standing 2 feet from a sick, demented person, not even realize it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's almost hard to comprehend.
Yeah. And he
If
was
you
like,
wanna get your link, do you still have that on your channel?
oh yeah, all the
Get
videos are still up.
Why don't you get the link to one of those so people can find it?
Mm, all right, I will. Thank you. I actually did a really nice interview with Danilo's ex-roommate.
You
And I think
did.
that was a really interesting one that a lot of people, again, didn't really see. I was in the algorithm and it didn't get very far, but he was heavily involved. And he actually offered to use his work van that Danilo would recognize in hopes
Oh.
that
People say,
Danilo
"Show us, Jess. We'd love to see some. Why don't you do a live and, like, go
go
back to"
over it again.
Yeah, go
That
back to
might be a good idea.
Cavalcante. Talk about your experience.
Yeah,
It's
maybe I
interesting
will.
to
Thank
hear.
you.
I've
It
never
was
been
very
on scene
interesting.
on some I mean, I've never really been boots on the ground, that's just not my thing, but being in a situation like that is a lot different than just, searching in woods. That's
Well, if I can be quite honest, so it was right in my backyard, right? So of course I wanted to go see it for myself. I'm a nosy buddy anyway. Like, you know what I mean? I would even if I wasn't a YouTuber, I'd still be nosy enough that I'd want to see what was going on. But
right.
I originally thought, oh, I'm gonna go see the way JLR and Dolly act out in the actual like a behind the scenes of them type of thing. Like I want to see how these people actually represent themselves. Like I know we see them on streams, but I kind of wanted to see from the back end how they behaved. And I'll tell you what, Dolly was all like, "I'm gonna push JLR in the face," and then he wouldn't go near where JLR was, right? You know what I mean? So it was kind of funny, and in that aspect, it was funny. And I wasn't a fan of JLR at the time, but he ended up being so damn nice and so human and so relatable that I ended up walking away thinking, you know what? We're actually friendly now. Like he's my friend now.
Mhm.
It's ironic how that worked out. It
Yeah,
was
it's
really,
cool.
yeah,
I mean,
it was
good
really cool.
connections, I mean, a
It
lot
was
of
a good
good things came
experience.
from that. Mhm.
Hmm.
I think you should replay it. It's interesting. I mean, that's something that we don't see too often.
Yeah, yeah, it was neat. It was neat. And then Nick the Hat and all of them. It was just it was interesting.
Yeah, I bet you saw a lot of dynamics and got a lot of insight
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it was really
seeing
cool.
how
I
they
mean,
do things. I mean, you can't not everybody can just go out there and do it.
and there was a really hot reporter, Jay. Oh my God, he was so good looking. He's like freaking 7 feet tall. He was so handsome. Oh, ho, ho. And then like you walk into the Wawa and there's like you got your you
The
got your
Wawa.
you got your military, then you got the reporters, and I mean it was really really neat. It was really
It was nice people watching, huh?
yeah, it was. And it was funny because some of these reporters they talk like this and then they get on there and they're like reporting live from like their whole voice changes. It was
Yeah.
quite interesting. He was
Yeah, it's
hot. He was good looking.
it's really cool to see behind the scenes, honestly, how things work.
Yeah,
Even in
yeah.
just the news and stuff.
Dude, when they came out and they I guess somebody said somebody ran past their house and they thought it was Danilo. So they somehow JLR was getting to places before even any other reporters were. Like this, he has connections. Like he has respect of local Ali and everything because somebody was giving him heads up. So we'd end up before most people and seeing them come up and literally what you see in movies, like the military hanging on the back of like the military van and not even coming to a full stop before they're all jumping out with their guns pointed and the way they lined up. And it was like watching a TV show, but seeing it transpire in real life. It was truly, truly amazing. It was really
Yeah,
cool.
and he knows how to talk to everybody and knows how to handle them, which makes it, easier
So
if
here's
you're
what's
with
funny.
him. Did you go to
J-
Chili's?
did I go to Shelley's? JLR had no, he's so ballsy. Like at one point, I was the first to meet the neighbor, his roommate, right? And the guy even said to me, like, don't really tell anybody I'm his roommate. I'm like, okay. Well, the news people heard him talking to me. So the news people started interviewing him. But I got the first neighbor interview. Okay. I have it right here on my phone. I was the first ever to get it. So as the roommate is being interviewed by the news, JLR has his phone in his freaking face. Like, he did not care. You should see the news lady is giving JLR, she's rolling her eyes at him. She was so mad about it, but he did not care. He was like, I'm going to record everything. And he did. He had a lot of balls.
Well, and it takes that to be out there, boots on the ground. I think that's why I wouldn't be good at, like, when they were yelling in front of the laundries.
Yeah.
I never
couldn't do
went and did that because it's not my personality. I'm just not like that.
Yeah.
I'm no shade on them. I loved it, but I'm just not that type of person, and not everybody is. Thank God, because we'd have a lot of people out there.
No, right. And there was another situation where the roommate didn't want to be interviewed. You really have to be aggressive is basically what I'm saying. And I don't have that aggression either. Like, I'm a people person. I can talk to just about anybody, but like when he was right there, like recording the news, recording their segment, I'm like, ooh, like that, like even I knew that was wrong to do. Like, it's disrespectful. You don't do that. But he was brazen enough to do it, and good for him.
Mhm.
And
You have to have balls.
you do. And you have to be balls to like push up, to the front of everything, and like I don't even know how to describe it. I would have never been able to do what I was able to do if I didn't have the guidance of JLR.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he taught me a lot and he helped me a lot. So, and I helped him a lot, and it was reciprocated, but it was a good time. It really was. It was really amazing experience, and
I think you
pretty
should
wild.
share it with the audience again. I would like to see it.
Yeah, I will. But my biggest point, to get back on topic, was that you don't realize how many places there are to hide until you're in that actual environment and you're suddenly seeing everything as a hiding place, right? Like, things we never looked at twice are suddenly a hiding place.
Mhm.
Like the one guy, I had to use the restroom and there was nowhere to use the restroom. And the guy was like, oh, you can use my bathroom. I'm like, oh, thank you so much. Absolute filthy house. It was disgusting, whatever it may be. But the guy was really nice. So I got talking to him, and here he's from my area originally, and he's in recovery. And, we had a lot in common as we were talking, and he told me about these tunnels right in his basement. And I'm like, oh, you have tunnels in your basement? I'm like, do you mind if I tell my friend? So I'm like, JLR, come here. And JLR just goes and starts recording. And apparently he uploaded it, and the guy didn't want him to upload it. So then the guy was like, take it down or I'm going to strike you. It was like really weird. But I wouldn't have had the balls just to start recording. But JLR did, and was like, started interviewing the guy on the spot, where I was kind of like, let's just go see these tunnels. So I don't know. That's what I mean. Like, he has this aggressiveness that you need.
I don't want to be confronted.
Right.
I couldn't do that. I can't go toe to toe.
He handles confrontation pretty damn well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I could Music City Mom, because it really is. There are so many places to hide.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't. Yeah, Bayu, I put up a short about the tunnels. They were creepy. Yeah, he recorded everything. I don't even know how he had the phone space to do it, to be honest. I had to delete a lot of my stuff, or I uploaded them unlisted. He does have balls of steel, which is good. You have to. You have to when you do things like that, which is why he's successful, right? And he does. I know Betty was saying nobody will ever work with him. They don't respect him. He had the respect of the local FBI, the military that was there, the police that were there. He had a lot of respect from people. Now, Nick the Hat, he's not very well liked in the area.
Oh, no?
You don't know his history? Oh, girl.
No. I just found him through JLR a long time ago. I knew they worked together.
He kept putting JLR down. Did you hear all that?
Yeah, no, I didn't. I knew there was beef there, but I didn't know what it was.
Yeah. Yeah, he kept putting JLR down, like, oh, I know JLR got a pass. Well, so do you. He's not liked in our. And now what he's trying to do, because he saw such an influx with Danilo, is he's now trying to start with our local legislators, right? Like, he's trying to call out Longwood Garden and claiming they have this big secret being kept. And it's like, no, they don't. You're just looking for drama. But that is what Nick the Hat is. And that is what he's known
still
for.
Going on about this Longwood Gardens?
Yeah, like, he's an instigator. He's done some really shisty things before. And I mean shisty.
See, I didn't know that. I just watched him for this through this.
Yeah. And it's not in his like past. Like, it's not like with JLR, it was like so many. No, it's like rather recent.
Ongoing. Like,
yeah. And I think JLR gave them a huge boost. He was very, very too kind about people restreaming. So I was getting mad. Because I'm like, well, I should just go home and restream you too then. You know what I mean? Because I felt like with everybody restreaming, I wasn't getting an algorithm at all, even if I could, because I wasn't monetized. But that wasn't making me not get an algorithm even more. Yeah, Nick the Cap. He caps a lot. He's a capper. But yeah, so I think they started butting heads with that because people were going into Nick's like, oh, love JLR, JLR, or whatever. There was a lot of like, yeah, I don't even know why I got on
Drama.
that whole rant.
All
Always.
right, back to Silver on the scene.
Back to Silver, sorry.
So Kels said she got called a troll. Why? What did you say, Kels?
Oh, you're the troll, Kels?
Right, not him with his. I'm not even gonna say it.
Right.
All right, so
The
let's go back to this. He's driving by the house. This is in June, and then we're gonna get to spiders on the scene.
Spiders.
Oh, you're gonna love it.
Oh,
Spidey.
gosh.
Get your Spidey senses ready.
Since we are actually in the neighborhood,
We're gonna
here we
go with
The name of this
Silver on
neighborhood,
the
by the way,
scene.
is Victoria Place. Very nice neighborhood. I'm sure there's a lot of nice people who live here. So you pull into the neighborhood, and what you're going to
So
see
he goes
is
all
after
the
this
way
first street
down.
we just passed, you're then going to turn on another street here.
See, I thought this was interesting because it's a very nice. I mean, this is the best footage I've seen yet because it's not with a cell phone. It's not all shaky. So I appreciated him in the beginning.
It's called Kellen Lane. Excuse me, I'm on Kellen Lane. We're
You
gonna turn
said
on
shame on you.
So we just turned. So this is the home here that catches the video over there. So here we go. As you come around this turn, there's one home, and then it's the Proudfoot home, Sebastian Rogers home. Katie's car is still there. Her car is still there.
Nice homes.
We'll do that. This road that Sebastian lives on, and they live on, is a cul-de-sac.
I
So
can
it ends here.
imagine not
And it's
to
not very
be.
big road. You can still see the sign up.
I'm just gonna turn him down, but not to be rude towards Seth or anything, but I feel like he may kind of be jealous of look at this neighborhood that his ex lives in, and
Right.
And
Like Chris
everything
was
they
able to
have.
provide for his family what he wasn't. And I'm sure he did. I'm sure there was this animosity, right? Because we hear it coming out of Seth, like, oh, the nuclear family, and apparently Katie cheated on Seth with Chris, and Chris is a great provider. He's a hard worker. He's he's more
It's
of
a
an
lot
alpha.
to swallow. I mean,
Right.
it is a lot to swallow if you have a failed marriage and then your ex kind of hits the jackpot with a guy that is a hard worker, provides her with nice things
Yeah.
that you didn't.
Right. And that house is gorgeous. Very nice house. They have nice vehicles, But Katie's also a hard worker. She didn't get all of this because of Chris, because Katie's worked her entire life as well.
Right. She finally had a partner that would
That could match
contribute.
her.
And they contribute together and have, nice things.
Well, actually, thinking of that, so I'm sure you saw the recent situation where the father left his daughter in the car for 3 hours, and she died because of the heat of the car, and he was busy playing video games. Well, it just recently came out, his older children are speaking against him and said he would always leave us in the car. It was like our punishment because he didn't want to deal with us. So apparently over 57 times he would leave them in the car to not deal with them. So it wasn't an accident, like, oh, she was sleeping and the car was running. The car was never running, and it was his punishment. It was his way of being able to drink and play video games. So in that case, the mother was a nurse. She was rarely ever home. She worked hard hours. He was all the kids knew. The mother herself says it. She didn't have much of a connection to the kids, whatever. So she's protecting the father. I say all this because it was the video games. It's the crumb husband that's supposed to be home taking care of the kids, but instead he's playing video games. And I think that's what I see in Seth. I see in Seth an immaturity and a laziness about him that I think he himself recognizes now and regrets that he didn't spend as much time with Sebastian as maybe he should have or could have, which is why I think he vomits his disdain all over everybody, but particularly at Katie.
Yep, I think so too. Mamacita, Jay, you just said you loved it when people are yelling in front of the laundries, but when you talk about Betty in front yelling, you say it's despicable. Huh? I never said anything about her being despicable at the laundries.
I said that.
Well, she's despicable, period.
Right.
It has nothing to do with the laundries. That's not what makes her despicable. Her criminal record makes her despicable. The fact that she gets involved in missing kids cases makes her despicable. The way
fact that
she speaks is despicable. Go ahead, Granny.
The
What else
fact
is
that she's trying to
despicable?
destroy somebody else's marriage because somebody didn't love her enough is despicable. The fact that she talks about anybody abandoning any kids simply because she's scorned is despicable. And I'm the one that said it was despicable that she yelled in front of Brian's sister's house saying, "Tell us what he did to Gabby. Tell us what Brian did to Gabby. He unalived her."
You mean when JLR had to shush her because
Yeah.
she wouldn't stop?
And there's toddlers in that house. And the sister even came out and said, "Listen, I don't know what's going on any more than any of you. But now my kids are asking me what their uncle did to their aunt because you're screaming this filth out here. Can you stop?" At that point, if Betty really ever gave any craps about any kids, she should have had more respect for the children in that home. But she's also the woman that went and screamed outside of a CPS building where kids, are in
Yeah,
there
that's
taken from their
despicable.
homes. Right.
Being such an asshole to the point where parents of a missing kid have to put ROs on you is despicable. Hashtagging and putting Sebastian in your title when you talk about yourself and your woes is despicable. Do I need to
Yeah.
go on, Mamacita?
Calling anybody an
'Cause I can.
abuser when
I
you
can
have a
still-
record of abuse is
I can go.
despicable.
Telling me that I have penises in my ears, despicable. Telling me to take out my cornrows, despicable.
Saying you had an affair with JLR is absolutely despicable.
Despicable. Talking about my cooter and saying it's wide open, despicable. Despicable.
Despicable it all was.
Kelly J says, "Keep going, ladies."
Well,
I
and
mean, you can.
to be
She's so
fair,
fucking despicable.
you could have loved the people yelling out front of the laundries, right? You absolutely could. And you could still hate the fact that Betty was one of them. The things that Betty was yelling was despicable compared to the others. I mean, let's be honest.
I love that word, despicable.
Despicable.
So there you go, Mamacita.
Hope that helps you understand a little bit better.
Yep.
I mean,
Hope that
Betty
makes
made it personal with Jay.
Yes.
Shuffering cooter tush.
Sup-
Instead of succotash, whatever the word
Suffering
is.
cooter tash.
Cooter tush.
Ange Carter says, "Fun fact, I'm thinking AI is Saturday morning drinking. Have we talked about Chris Watts?"
Is that what the AI's saying? They're hysterical with their things.
Oh, shit. Okay, back to Silver's on the scene, Mama.
One day your thing's going to say despicable cooters. Despicable cooters.
crusty, despicable cooter.
Coodles.
Oh, my God. And remember the one where her dog took her undies?
Yeah, you might even admit to that type of stuff. I mean, come on.
Did she talk about my cooter?
Gosh. I mean, ew. And like the fact that she had to even tell everybody like dirty underwear, like, no, we don't care. Did you hear Savage's idea for you for perfume?
No.
She's hysterical.
What is it?
I don't know. I don't know.
What is it?
I don't know. I seen a commenter say it. I didn't hear it either, but they said it was the funniest thing they said. They said they have an idea for you for perfume. Come back in and tell us what it was. It was at the very start of your stream. I wasn't up here yet.
Oh,
You didn't
Cooter
highlight
Chanel.
It. Cooter Chanel. Is that what it was?
I don't know.
Keep your doggies away from your underwear. Spray the Cooter Chanel. No, follow the set.
I don't know, but every time I go in her chat, she says, "Hide your man. Jay's here." I'm like, oh my God. Crazy.
Oh.
Kelly says, "What? Dog took her undies?"
Dirty undies.
Yeah. While she was live. "My dog just took my underwear out of my dirty clothes pile." We're like, oh.
Right. And like puppies do that, right? Like they do. They'll chew up anything. They'll go for underwear and all those things. But why even tell anybody?
Can't read a room.
Does she even have a room to read? You know what? Why don't, in the words of Seth when he's talking to Trevor Lee, why don't you come out from under Chloe's skirt? Why don't you come out from under Tony's skirt? Because we all know she's in Tony's right now. So obvious. They're in the same room.
Tony. He was despicable on that interview the other day.
I know. How dare he like put that on them?
Yeah. Did you guys think that was despicable when Tony asked Court TV to assist in clearing Seth?
So, you know, we'd really like it if you would help us.
As he blinks profusely. scissoring Sonia.
Oh my goodness.
Oh fuck! Now the AI is gonna go nuts.
Gosh,
Thank
that
you,
reminds me of
Poppy.
Scissoring.
Oh shit! It does kind of give off those vibes a little bit.
You think?
Bad optics. Aristocat followed Silver till the shovel. The shovel did it.
Good, Aristocat. Good. Poppy with the 199.
Thank you, Poppy. Poppy says
Poppy.
that she has just followed Riley and then Sebastian. I think we have a lot of viewers that came from Riley's strain and then kind of went to Sebastian because of the same area and the searchers. Because right now, according to the poll, 16% of the people in this chat that have voted, this is their first missing case they followed on YouTube.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry.
That's 13% out of what we have 800 and some.
I'm really sorry that this is your
sorry
experience.
too. Me too. Me too. It's really scary to think that this is your first experience, and that's why people think that no one comes to YouTube to get serious true crime news because of these clowns.
Yeah, what happened to Tony's tattoo? He was going to get half the face of Calb and half the face of Sebastian, because that's not weird.
Ew, I remember him saying that.
So bizarre.
Let's not hold him to that.
Please don't.
They're taking away, Jammer says, from the actual YouTubers who are doing the work and trying to report facts.
Here's my whole big thing on it. In the beginning, when people go out and they're like, they're there to help search or whatever, okay, that's one thing. But when it's 5-6 months later and these people are just driving about and they're grabbing shovels and they're doing these things, at this point, they're just latching on. And they're latching on for a reason. And it's not because they're hoping or thinking they'll find the missing.
Right. I'm just playing this just to show the flashlight video because we focused on that a lot on my channel. And this was really good to show how there's that little easement there in between the properties. And I'm just saying, like, I thought this was good footage to get an idea of, this camera, where this was at and what it looked like going across.
So that's the camera that caught it?
It is. Yep. Right there. And so it goes like diagonally across that easement. Where is it? And he only did one drive-by on here. It wasn't like excessive. And that's what I'm saying. You see this progression with people. Don't be afraid to call it out, even if they call you a troll. I mean, this is good footage. But you know what? It wasn't enough for the views anymore. But I found this interesting just to be able to see across there and picture those leaves not being there on that night. What did it, what was that? Was that flashlights walking through here? Did Sebastian really take his flashlight and run around,
He could have.
Yeah, exactly, Brandon. He said at this point that he just stopped by when he was in the area. It wasn't anything that was, like is happening now. So let's go to this searching Drake's Creek. This is Spidey Man here, okay?
That's right. You're looking at Worsham's General Store.
Oh, and by the way, he uses the kitties. Oh, there's kitties everywhere. This is another one of the meow kitties. Weird.
Did we ever figure out what that whole subliminal message of meow was between these creators?
Nope.
I can't get past. That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know if he says meow, but he talks a lot about all the kitties. And he says,
right,
hey, kitty, kitty. Yeah. So this is Worsham's store, which is interesting, because this is where they said Mama Bowersocks was seen that morning. That was the rumor.
Isn't that a Shell gas station we're looking at?
Yeah, and then behind it, like that store is Worsham's. So they have a gas station there, and then there's this little store, and there's cameras all around that awning of that store.
Right over there is Sebastian Rogers High School. And right here, Silver's on the scene.
Oh,
hope everyone's doing well. It is Thursday, August 8th. And I'm in Hendersonville, Tennessee. And here we go. Never stop searching for Sebastian Rogers. Let's do it.
Okay.
Come with
See how clean he is? All black, right? He's about to go in the woods. This
Call
is
that clean.
this is well, you know what I'm saying, like his shirt is clean, right?
Right. It's not dressed to search.
all eyes on deck.
Right. He's wearing like a golf shirt type shirt. Just watch. You'll get what I'm saying. Just watch.
So here we go, folks.
Sushi.
So where are we exactly? So we are about a mile from the Proudfoot home. That would be a mile from Sebastian's home. And this place has always drawn interest to me. And yes,
Why?
it is within the 5 mile radius, as it's only a mile from the home. Here we go.
Did you know
Bear
this,
with me one
Shay?
second as I get through this.
Did you know
we
that
go.
Bobby Worsham is who Chris refers to as Bobby, and Carter? Bobby is an officer and the people who owns Worsham's son.
I knew that Worsham's son is also a Bobby, but Carter, there's Bobby that's the investigator with TBI.
Yeah.
And then Bobby and Carter are the investigators.
Right. Or is Bobby really the son of the owners?
I don't know. I think there is a Bobby Worsham, yeah. But I don't think that's who he's talking about because both investigators are Bobby and Carter.
And Carter, right. That's what he meant. Like, we'll have Bobby and Carter on phone, like the investigators.
Yeah, we're going to sit down with the lead investigators and have this little powwow about my mom being at Worsham's. That's who I think it was about. All right.
The reason this place has been of interest to me is, as it is within the search radius when they did the searches, bear with me one second here, I got the stick, is
just wait for it.
After the searches were over, did anything come back here, huh? Did anything come back here? Did anyone come back here and put someone here? It's pretty creepy, huh? Look, all this plastic, almost like ghosts.
Oh my God.
All this.
Yeah, like ghosts. Okay, so I just want to say this is Drake's Creek. And just so you know, they had a horse team from another county sheriff's office go through this, and they walked the entire Drake's Creek.
Did he just say plastic is like a ghost?
He said, look at all these plastic bags like ghosts.
Oh, like ghosts.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, it's creepy. Someone put a body out here. Look, there's these ghosts hanging around.
Ghost.
Plastic like ghosts. Very busy street up top there. You hear the cars going by. Just to give you an idea of the lay of the land, when I point this way, Sebastian's school. There's a couple of homes here. Sebastian's school, his high school. Then the cemetery, new subdivision, Sebastian subdivision.
It's a Harry Potter
But it
one.
does give you an idea where he is. Is this where SF was talking about?
Yeah.
You know? I don't know.
That is
It's
Worsham
decent
General Store.
footage.
It is good footage. That's what I'm saying. Like, he doesn't have to do this nasty, weird, gross stuff. I just don't know why people do.
Yeah.
Where some sightings have been seen. The storage building beside it. And so I wanted to take a look down here. I've always wanted to come here because, as I said, allegedly, as you know, this is all allegedly, in my opinion, still was on the scene, that my theory for Sebastian to be near his home or in Hendersonville or in the Hendersonville area, Nashville area, would be, allegedly in my opinion, placed here after the search to be found by someone randomly.
What's his
And
professionalism?
make it look like
Yeah.
that he did just walk out of the house, as the story goes. And yes, in my opinion, it is a story. Okay, so.
What does that mean? In my opinion, it is a story.
Right.
That he just walked out of the house.
Right. No,
So
his story is that's why he's going to place him somewhere as if he walked out of the house.
So he's on the whole thing that the Proudfoots placed him somewhere.
Uh-huh.
What I wanted to do.
Hi,
was-
Myron.
This is interesting. That looks like a car. It's almost like a car came off the road and landed down here. Many years ago, right?
What?
Okay, so now I've got to navigate this. The creek's actually a little bit deep. Deeper than my boots, right?
I can't.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to
So he has these boots on. He doesn't want to get dirty.
Then why'd you come to the woods that way, dressed that way? Oh, my
cut through
goodness.
here, make my way over there.
Take your
we'll
boots off,
continue
roll your
searching.
jeans up, and walk through this shit.
Wait for it.
But as
He's gonna cut through the woods. Wait for it.
it stands looking here, I see nothing. I see nothing that raises any flags.
What about the plastic
here.
bag?
Ghosts.
Okay, here we go.
This is where it gets good. Let me
Out of
slow.
shape looking ass.
I'm gonna
See?
slow it down.
With this being just a mile from the home. Ooh, look at this. We don't step through that. Take that down. Okay. You don't want any spiders. That's right.
He's already.
Silver's on C, no spiders. Plastic.
Good golly.
Silver's on C, no spiders. Thank you very much. Okay, so
Okay, this dude. Spiders on the scene. This is not his first go around with these spiders. Like, this dude would not be able to go into these woods. This is where it gets good, Grady.
follow me here. My theory being, Horn Lake, Mississippi area is a burial. I think that's what you're looking for there. Okay? Whereas in this area, near the home, I think you're looking for a discovery. A random, somebody walked up and discovered something. So that's what we're doing.
Wait. Oh.
Oh, there's spider webs. Oh, there's spider webs. He's big. See this? Whew, okay. Let's see, I don't see no one any webs. He don't want no web action. So.
Okay, now that pissed me off.
Okay.
Maybe I'm a bleeding heart, but that fucking pissed me off. Like, dude, you're out there doing nothing. Leave the fucking spider webs alone. Like, they're out there minding. Now, I'm standing up for the damn spider here, okay? Because I think that's shit. But Lexi Lynn, why are you running another's content to make fun of them? This just feeds into the negativity of this case. Sebastian needs to be brought home. This has nothing to do with me thinking Sebastian doesn't need to be brought home. This is me calling out someone who's doing things that are disgusting in Sebastian's name. And I have praised him for the things that are positive in these videos. You're the one that's protruding negativity this morning. Have another cup of coffee.
Yeah, this guy's not bringing Sebastian home. Let's be honest.
No, it's despicable. It's the word of the day. Let's watch that again. He attacks these spiders.
See this? Whew, okay. Let's see, I don't see no one any webs. He don't want no web action. So. Whew. Okay, folks. Oh, I don't like spiders. You hit those webs, right? Everybody knows that. Right? When you step into a web and it's like, ah! Okay, so. I think I just hit one. It's like a ghost town down here, like an old house full of cobwebs.
Or it's like nature.
That might be a sign in itself that no one's been here, right? Okay? So I'm going to take a moment, too, as we're looking through here that says, gosh, webs everywhere. Everywhere. Look at that. Right?
Do you think we can see the spider
So,
webs?
you know, we're kind of doing a double search, right? We're looking for Sebastian and hoping to find him alive. That is still a possibility.
What?
That someone may have handed him off to someone. Maybe the Walmart sighting is possible. I will give you an update that I'm aware of. The police did go to the Walmart. They were looking at security footage.
Oh my God.
I have not heard back from them yet, but
We're not going to hear back. Gosh.
Can
These
we
idiots
talk
know
about
that?
this? Can we talk about this?
Can we please?
They're not going to call you back to
So
follow up
tired
with
of it.
you on what you tipped them.
Right. It's not how this works. Not how any of this works. It drives me nuts that people think that.
Well, hey, hey, I almost called him Don B. Hey, Silver's on the scene. If they call you back, why don't you go ahead and ask if they're friends with the Bauer Sox while you got him on the horn?
Yeah. And ask them to give you bug spray.
A spider suit. He need a bee suit to walk through the woods. I wonder if he can strap a GoPro to a bee suit, because this dude can't even handle some spider webs, dude.
It's insane.
It was a tip from April, Choo Choo. Oh my God. What's up, Truth Exposed?
They're not going to have cameras footage from April.
This is vigilante detective work. Yeah, I don't like them destroying the spider webs. Like, you're out there doing nothing. Like, stop it.
Right.
That is going on, okay? Let's go through here. Whew. Yeah, okay, you see that?
What?
You see that?
What?
You see this? What is that?
What is what? That? The dirt?
The dirt or the asphalt that was dumped there?
It's called embankment. I mean, what is he thinking he's going to find? I thought there was a sock on the ground, to be honest. I thought that's what he was looking at.
I don't know what he's looking at. Let's see.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh, we might have something, folks.
Okay. All right. Here we go. So, tell me what. Let me go down right here. Just looking for my best route. Webs. Spider. Oh my God. Spider webs. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Okay.
You guys have faith he's going to find Sebastian?
Let's see if I can get over there. Okay. What I was looking at. Webs are hard to see, folks. Okay, I was looking at this.
Oh, this is what he was looking at.
Seems like in this area, as well as the Horn Lake area, people like to dump their asphalt off an embankment. I got this too. Yeah. So there's been some construction, I believe, up there at the store. And they let the runoff here. Okay.
Why does it have to come from the store?
I don't know.
All right. So
And it's not significant because you can
Back
tell
up.
it's been there a long time.
Right.
let's take a walk down.
Let's walk
See what
in
we
some
can
more
find.
spidey
We
webs.
discovered the first time I was here, excuse me,
But see,
encountered a
this
raccoon,
was
didn't I?
interesting here.
I was in my car though.
So if you look at this, like, imagine that being all throughout those thick woods.
Mhm.
All these little, like,
Divots.
yeah.
Plenty
Yeah.
of places to hide.
That terrain is just crazy. Yeah, I mean, in between these little trees right here, you could just crawl right in there. It's crazy.
Raccoon,
It is.
didn't I? I was in my car though.
Well, I saw a raccoon. I was in my car, though.
Plastic bag.
Granny,
Look at this
you
spider
have
web.
mail.
See if you can see this.
It's got mail.
See that one you can see.
Ministry said they sent you an email.
That's the ones you like.
Okay.
You see them,
Okay.
and you avoid them, right?
Flow.
I didn't get any mail.
A lot of brush. I tell you what, it's actually more dense back here than I gave it credit. I thought it just dropped off from a few tree lines up top where the store is, and then wouldn't be as dense down here. But it is, folks. It is. This is
There's
interesting. It's like
something
this has been
dense here
underwater at some point.
already.
Yeah, it's landscape.
There's no
I think
reward
something about
for
that market up there, the
finding
gas station,
Sebastian.
Warsons.
No.
Got some kitty cats up there. Saw some cats up there. It's busy. It's freaking busy up there.
Saw some kitty
Got
cats
a lot
up
of
there.
business. How creepy is some of that rock look, right?
Why is the rock creepy? Why are the rocks creepy? Why is everything creepy?
Right. Because he's thinking Sebastian's deceased in there. So disrespectful. And if this guy was searching, why is he looking under every rock? I would be if I was genuinely searching for a child. I'd look under every space that I'm seeing like this. He's skipping right past them.
Because he doesn't want to go in the thick of it.
Right. Because he's not actually searching.
Mm-mm.
You know, it's almost like civilizations going on just up that bankment. And down here is the forgotten, right? The stuff that people dump.
Forgotten. It's the fucking
much
river.
trash.
It's a creek.
So
What are
much
you
trash that
doing?
people just,
Oh my god.
they just dump.
That concrete's been there for a long time.
There's just a lot
Right.
of concrete dumped off from, almost looks like somebody tried to do steps there. Web.
Web.
More looking concrete stuff over there. Yeah, just people dumping stuff.
Oh, so it might just be
Well,
a
we can't be
body
dumping our
dump
children.
there.
We can't be, we have to protect our children, not harm them.
Where does that stadium even
So,
come
as
in?
I've said in almost every video, look how pretty this is. I'm hoping to find that because
I do,
nothing,
Shell. I'm in a bad
there's more
mood.
hope. And Sebastian's still with us. Yeah, just a lot of rock.
I need a
A lot
lot
has been tossed over there. So right up there, oh, see another cat. Okay, we're gonna
I'm not seeing any cats.
watch Silver's on. Here we go.
Why is he talking about cats?
I
Gotta
don't
find
see cats. I think he's full of shit. He's seeing things.
Why is he saying that though? Why is it always cats?
that spot. It's not as deep.
It is very pretty there.
Yeah, I love the creek.
Whoa.
Take my son down there
He says,
often.
whoa, he almost
Don't
It
fall
wasn't
in
as
that.
easy to cross as I thought it was. I thought I was athletic.
Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
god.
Boots on the ground getting wet.
Oh my
Who's on the ground doing what? You guys want to take a walk through my creek? Holy hell.
I mean, he's got great
this
footage.
side is just-
I can't say
it's an awful
anything
lot of,
bad about that. But
No, but why isn't he checking these areas?
I know. See, that's the thing. If you're searching, you should be checking the areas.
Right.
If you're there just to show people the terrain, the area where you went missing, label it as that.
And say that, right. No, that's exactly why he keeps mentioning cats, because Sebastian likes cats. He knows what he's doing. Wise mom, he does. He's doing it on purpose. Did anybody else see the cats? No, but he keeps
Mm-mm.
saying it because he knows it plays up to that. Just like when he's talking about concrete and he's like, we have to protect our children, not harm them. What are you talking about? How did you get from concrete to that?
And it's very strange. And this has been searched twice, at least.
Right.
Broken up concrete, if you will.
If you will.
Man-made concrete.
Man-made.
Something blue
Hi,
there.
Trisha. Romad! Oh my gosh!
Spiderweb. No Silver's on scene spiderweb. They don't go good together. I'm not Spider-Man.
Oh, yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just to give you an idea of where I'm at now. So this is you see the market right there. Oh, okay, so give you an idea. That is the general store, the gas station, right? The convenience store. Now, allegedly someone saw Miss Bowersock's Kathy,
Hear
Chris's
this?
mom, near here that morning. Sebastian was reported. So this became an area of concern. Oh, there's kitty cats. See? Hey, kitty cat.
Where?
You know,
I think I've seen it that time.
Sebastian
Did
liked
I?
kitty cats. They're up there.
Was there one? Did you see it run?
Maybe. I don't know at this point. Who knows?
It might be because that's the store. Maybe they run around there.
And they
in
get
that
the food
parking lot.
from, yeah,
a
people feed
dumpster
them and
and-
dumpster and yeah.
But yeah, this is all Seth's narrative. Why is he talking about Miss Bowersox being there?
Dude, if Miss Bowersox was there the morning of before Sebastian was reported missing, I mean, come on.
Right. Gene P says, thank you, ladies, for doing this entire episode. This has been very informative and entertaining.
Yeah. Of concern. Oh, there's kitty cats. See? Hey, kitty cat.
I did see it that
Yeah,
time.
that time I saw it.
Sebastian liked kitty cats. They're up there.
Oh,
That looks
there
to me
you
like
go.
a park.
Bing
Right.
bong.
That's why he's saying it.
Sebastian liked cats. So, well, did Sebastian, if there's cats, kitty cats around there, did he know that from maybe stopping at that store?
Right.
Who knows? But yeah, he's doing that on purpose. He's not an outdoors guy at all. Romad, it is really good to see you. God, I haven't seen Romad in years.
Hey,
Literal
Romad.
years. Yay.
How many other gas stations are in their area? Like, is it so, insane that they go to this gas station? I mean,
Yes, let me
that's
show you on a map
that's like if
where
people were like, Granny goes to Wawa. Yes, the closest Wawa to me. I go there almost every day.
but
And
Bower Sox doesn't live in Hendersonville.
Ryan Bauer, there's no proof Bauer Sox was there that morning.
Is it 1108? Is that their address, 1108?
I have no
Stafford?
idea. I never thought that much into it, to be honest. Because
Or
I
is
feel
it
like Sebastian
one?
walked out himself. I do. I feel that way.
Well, I'm just trying to find the area. Okay, here we go. Let me show
But I
you.
mean, obviously, don't they say a lot of autistic children are drawn to water? And every
Yes.
an autistic child, situation, that's the first thing I hear is they're drawn to water.
Okay, so if we look here, let me make sure you guys can see this good. Yeah, you can. The red dot is their
Did you
street.
ask Gray Hughes if you could use? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I got a patent through him. I have a monthly subscription. I pay for permission to use these
Oh shit!
maps.
I deleted somebody by accident.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I deleted our whip. She says Seth's devices got seized, so they will find him now. I'm so sorry. I deleted by accident. I tried
It's okay.
approving SS and I deleted it.
Seth's devices got seized, so they will find him now. Ooh,
Sorry, our
maybe.
whip.
It's okay.
I didn't block you.
Everybody does that sometimes. But if you look here, right, there's Beach High School.
Okay.
And then Beach Market is right here. So there's their little neighborhood. So let's say, like, you're taking your, kid to school or something. Here's the high school. I mean, Beach Market is right behind it.
Right. Okay.
And it,
other gas stations nearby that you see?
no, only over here. There's Legacy Coffee. Yeah, there's not a whole lot around there. So that would be like the corner store.
Right. The local market that everybody goes to.
Mm-hmm. Like the little corner store. Because if you look at Beach Market inside, it's just like a gas
It's like
station.
a little 7-Eleven, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The little general store.
Right. They
It's
have
actually
like
nice
food.
looking.
It's cute.
It is cute. Looks very welcoming.
Yeah, but they have like little snacks and shit. So who knows? I mean, they have their own food. So maybe they would stop, people would stop there, get breakfast.
I
See?
wouldn't be buying that. That looks horrible.
Well, it's no Wawa, but you got to deal with what you have in your,
that
in your
looks
neighborhood.
good. Yeah, look, it looks like a cute little mom and pop shop.
Exactly. So I
How
could
much they
see
charge
them
for their
making
smokes there? What does that say? $3.58?
I can't read it.
Can't be
$5.50 for Marlboros.
$5.50.
That's what it says.
Hell, who lives in Tennessee?
I know. Send me a carton or two.
Right, let me get one.
How much are they up there?
For me, they're close to $12 a pack now.
For Marlboros?
Well, no, I smoke Newport.
For Newports, it's 12.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they make homemade chili and chicken and dumplings. I mean,
chicken and dumplings by some real Southerners. That sounds so good.
And look they've been there since 1901. These Worshams aren't involved. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
22 a carton at the reservation, says Shell. Do you have any Indian reservations near you?
Never mind. 22 a carton.
Uh-huh. Do you have a res near you?
Me?
Uh-huh.
No. I wish.
22. Wow.
Yeah, that's insane. What a great price.
Where are you at, Victoria? $7.
$7. Yeah, Wawas are leaving a lot of places, Plant Diva. I'm in Canada, just stopped smoking after 6 weeks ago. After 45 years, mine were 24 a pack. Wow, when Wawa has a deal, my cartons are like 109.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, we have a lot of Wawas down here in Florida. Wawa has taken over.
Yeah, so what happened was you guys had, what was that other one called? We have one here.
Racetrack?
No. I tried quitting smoking. It just doesn't work for me. Hold on. I have one near us. But anyway, Wawa in this place had a deal. And that they wanted, let me mute wide. They wanted build on territory.
No, you don't have to mute. You're fine.
Okay. Because I know sometimes it drives people nuts.
No, you're fine. I think people just give you shit.
Oh, okay. Probably. But so they came up with a deal and they said, if you stay away from our areas, we'll stay away from yours. Royal Farms. So Royal Farms and Wawa had a deal that Royal Farms would stay down south and Wawa up here up north. But then Royal Farms started building around here. So Wawa said game on and started building down south. Yeah.
Wait, Shell, what do you mean there's a date change on what?
Right, Shaw, I'm with you.
She said that there's a date change. It might affect Bullhorn Betty.
Oh, because she has to be at, she has 2 court things. She has to be at hers with QB, and then she has one now. She has the 3 with them. Yeah, St. Outlaw. I tried to go to Delaware because it's a little slight price difference, but.
Yeah, I don't know what Royal Farms is. That's a store?
Yeah, I thought that was a Florida thing.
No, I've never heard of Royal Farms.
Oh, yeah.
Never. I've never even heard of that ever.
Well, they're actually pretty cool. When you open up their milk, when you used to, you open up their milk fridge, it does moo.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cute.
And then
I've
they
never
sell,
heard of it.
they sell, whatchamacallit, donuts that are really good. But I'm drawing a blank right now. But yeah, that's exactly what happened. They were supposed to stay south. They have like chicken and, whatever. But then they started coming up here. So Wawa was like, okay, hold my beer, and started building all over down there.
They have Royal Farms in North Carolina, says Trinkets.
Yeah, they're pretty popular.
See, I've never been to North or South Carolina. Like when we would drive down to Florida from Michigan, we went through Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, Georgia, then to Florida. I never went through any of those other states, so I've never seen those.
Ah, very interesting.
Uh-huh. It is.
Yeah, I keep hearing about Sheets.
Who?
Sheets. That's like another, like a Wawa. Sheets.
Wawa. Now, do you like Wawa food?
No, it sucks.
I don't like it either, and people down here absolutely love it. Like it's the thing.
It used to be so good, but it's not anymore.
I don't care for it.
Me neither.
I don't like their chicken finger stuff. Like I don't like how I don't like that.
It's like barely breaded. It's like
gross.
floppy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then their chicken noodle soup's always greasy. And the only thing they're good, like their hoagie, they do the Summerfest, where the hoagies are like $5.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Maybe that's just up there in the originated state.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe we're lucky here.
Texas Ranger says, what the hell is Wawa?
Wawa started off as a small family-owned little deli type of shop where you can get like, everything you need. Then they became gas station and they added on, and now it's more like fast paced. Like now they even sell pizza, right? And it's like you can no longer get your fresh like lunch meat there. Everything's it's pretty wild. But Wawa is a type of a goose, and it was like a local farm that became a store.
Fun fact, Granny has this t-shirt.
I don't, but I want one of their t-shirts, but I'm not paying $20. But I do have a Wawa speaker.
I love the t-shirts.
I want one. Actually, I have one that says John and is shaped like Wawa because John is a Philly saying.
What is it?
John. Like
John?
Jawn. Everything's a John. Like, have you seen that John? Yo, do you know that John? Let me get that John. It's like a Philly saying.
I'm that John.
So I do have a Wawa shirt that says John. Looks like Wawa, but it's not. But yeah.
Look at this one. We do it just a little bit better.
It's a cute shirt.
I
almost bought one from a local little like swap, whatever, like craft fair or whatever. And it says something like, I can't live without my Wawa.
It's sold out.
Yeah, because that's like the 60s, 70s style.
I love it. That's Wawa.
Yeah.
Texas
Wawa.
Rangers, like what the hell? But yeah, they do catering now and shit.
They have good reward system too. Like I can get like 40 cents off a gallon of some rewards saved up.
This stream brought to you by Wawa.
Yeah, they should. Wawa and Crocs. If I can get sponsored, that'd be cool.
I've been trying to get Coke Zero for 6 years.
Have you?
Yeah. How do you go about that?
I don't know. You have to reach out to them.
You do.
Mm-hmm.
Oops.
Wawa would never sponsor me though.
Wawa
Nobody would.
I've
had offers for sponsorships, but they were like editing apps and stuff, and like I'm not an editor, so.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, you got to tell everybody else too.
I got some promotional things not too long ago for sex toys. And I was
I did
like,
too.
really?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know, but I'm not complaining, are you?
Did you do it?
Yeah.
You,
Yeah,
you
I wrote
did?
reviews. Hell yeah.
Didn't they want you to use it in your videos?
No.
Oh, they wanted me to do it in my videos.
Oh, mine was to write the reviews
Oh,
for them.
no. They said, we want you to, advertise, show like a 30-second ad in your video showcasing our products. And one
Oh,
of them looked like a damn rose.
they're the best ones, but how do you
And they
how would
wanted,
you throw that
how
into
would I,
this type of content?
come on, how do I make a commercial?
I mean, I could do it, but it wouldn't be on my everyday content.
Lexi, it was because she was talking about my cooch.
Oh.
I'd love to hear your reviews. Do you have them handy?
No, but so what they did is they would send me the toys and then for free, and I would just have to write the review. And then they offered for me to, kind of like invite other people to do it. And they're good. They were decent. They're good. I mean, I could do a 30-second video on it. I would.
You know what you could do? You could actually clip from Betty's cooking and use that as your
Insert the tutor.
footage. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh my God. Okay. So get this. Get
Right,
this.
Remy.
This is gold. Thank you so much, Shell. All right, let me pull this up.
Remy, you know how I would do it? Do these YouTubers stress you out? Do you watch some streams that just get you so tense and anger is building up? Well, I got the perfect relief for you.
Here
Have one
is
delivered
the
to your
rose.
favorite creators.
The rose. They even said they'd send me a free sample.
They're fucking good, Jay. The roses are great.
Well, I'm not saying they're not, but like,
Right. But then
I
it's
had
like,
to
right.
agree to a video, and I'm
Right.
like, I'm not doing that.
Well, and how many 30-second videos do they want?
Just one.
Girl,
Just one.
do it.
It's too old now. I never replied. That was a while ago.
Oh.
Okay, so check this out.
Email me.
This is I'll forward them to you next time. Elect Roy Sonny Weatherford, Sumner County Sheriff, posted on Facebook. Although this is at night, Shell. August 26th at 7 p.m. They are having a thing for Eric Craddock.
Oh.
And it says, this is the man. This is from Sonny's wife. This is the man to take my husband's place. Eric Craddock is one of the finest young men I've ever been around. Sonny was always telling me how smart he is, said he's a go-getter. He is intelligent, fair, and the employees love him. If you thought anything of my husband at all, please show up at the county commission meeting on August 26th to show your support for Eric. There is absolutely no reason that anyone else should be considered.
That's sweet.
It was scheduled for the 19th, but they changed it to the 26th.
Was it the same day as Betty's event, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, yeah. I that's sweet. That's sweet that, she's supporting it all. I do think it's a bit odd that she said this is the man to take my husband's place. I think she could have phrased that a little differently. I think they purposely chose that date, and I think Betty will be the biggest POS ever. I thought she was going to be a POS if she went forward with it anyway, with the loss that they're experiencing. But now, how could you, Bets? How could you?
How could you do that on that day? And do you think that she'll go to the county commission meeting?
No.
Wouldn't that be something?
I wouldn't doubt it.
I wonder why they changed the date.
I wonder too.
But yeah, same day. So I guess that will be interesting because anybody can go to these meetings. Isn't that what you went to in Pennsylvania? When the Danilo thing, you went to some meeting like that?
Yeah.
Like a press conference type thing, hearing, or what was it?
Yeah, it was like the prison guard, the newly what are they called?
Oh, the warden?
The warden. Yeah, he was going to speak on like what he's going to do to change things and how Danilo was able to escape. They showed us actual footage of him escaping, how they plan to fix it, the attempts they did take, because somebody did escape right before Danilo. So they actually did put like chicken wire up there, but Danilo was able to get through it.
Yeah, so that it's that like a county commission meeting. I don't know what they talk about there, but I think anybody can go because they're saying, please show up.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if anybody went for their own personal, Sebastian drama during something like this where they're supposed to honor somebody who passed away.
She doesn't care. She's
Of
telling
course she
people
does.
not to freaking vote for him.
I want to doubt she'd protest outside of this.
That's what I'm saying.
Hmm.
The Sumner County Administration Building in Gallatin, is that where the sheriff's department? Yeah, the sheriff's department's in Gallatin too.
Gallatin, yeah.
I bet it's all in the same vicinity. Yeah, it's a public forum.
You have to wonder though, do they know about Betty? Like, I'm sure they're aware of Betty's little plan thing, but so much so that they're basing everything around it. I don't know. I don't think she has that much forethought to them.
But why would they change it to the day she's going to be there and take a chance that she's going to, you know what I mean? If it was about her. Oh my God, am I frozen?
I don't think so.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I was trying to get the back chat. My computer's lagging. I have to use the ladies' room, so I'll be right back if that's okay.
All right. I'll
All
hold it
right.
down.
Okay, thank
We'll be
you. I'll
good.
be back. Behave.
So, I think they're ready for Big Bad Betty. Do you guys think that they're doing it on purpose? That they changed the date with intent, with thought of Betty in their mind? They would never change a date on her behalf. Right, that's what I'm saying, Troll. I don't think they would. Huh. There would be a bunch of officers there that day, I'm sure. Hey, Queen Bella. I mean, it would be the perfect time for Betty to kind of go ahead and pull her stunt. It would also be really brazen of her. I can't see her doing it, but I don't think that they would. No, I don't think so. I don't think they change all of that for her. It's not like she's a wanted fugitive, right? It's not like they're trying to entice her in, right? The office and the sheriff office are a little less than 3 miles apart. Do you plan on going, Music City Mom? Can you repeat the date change again? Would they combine it all on the same day for the ease of the court? Well, no, this is just for this, this meeting for them to, I guess, basically welcome Eric into the place. Should pull up the video for Jay about her perfume. Oh, I will. I don't think they would unless it's with purpose. I just don't know what that purpose would be. These are set meetings. Any change would have to have public notice. Yeah. I tried that before, Queen Bella, and I didn't like it, but I did try it before. One thing I read made some sense, that it was to do with her representation. I was wondering if it's, excuse me, a possibility Seth has Sebastian sneak out that night and go with him. Of course, that's always a possibility. Absolutely. Thank you, Jammers. She has deleted so many videos. I thought with her legal proceedings, she's not allowed to delete videos.
I'm back.
Very interesting.
I know I've seen a lot of people saying that she's deleted videos, and I thought she wasn't supposed to.
Yeah, I thought she wasn't either.
Choo Choo says you can see the date was changed on the Facebook.
From the 19th to the 26th?
Yep. And the vigil is on the 24th in Clarksville, says Music City.
24th, so 2 days later. Are you going to that, Music City, Mom?
So this vigil is being held in Clarksville this time, not Hendersonville. And have you seen the thing, the flyer?
Yeah, with the whole
Yeah, you did. That's right. You showed
rescue.
it. Yeah. Michaela's mutt
Yeah.
rescue, whatever.
So many bizarre things. So many.
I'm wondering if it's going to be, streamed. Is Betty going to stream it? Are other people going?
Right, is she going to be there? Hey, Cheesy. That's what I'm wondering as well. Like, is Betty going to show up for that event? But yet, I remember her saying Seth and Tony aren't going to show up to her event. So I'm curious.
Seth and Tony aren't going to the sheriff's?
No, to Betty's little voice thing.
Yeah, to the sheriff, but to
Yeah.
protest at the sheriff to get
Yeah.
Seth cleared.
Right. They're just
Don't you
sending
think that's
Betty to do
weird?
dirty work.
They are. Tony doesn't want to have these legal troubles.
Right. And Betty's a sucker enough, and
Mhm.
she's so, scorned right now. She's not even thinking clearly for herself.
No, she's not. She's burying herself.
I seen that, Are You Nuts? But that's not breaking information about Seth's devices being seized. We already knew that.
They've been seized
Right.
for almost 6 months now.
I'm like shocked because I have people blowing me up right now saying, like, did you see this? And I'm like, we knew this.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's been complaining for months that they were gone, they don't work. He wants his electronics back.
He wants his gaming systems back. What do you mean still? Like it's still seized?
Me?
Publicly tells him
What is he saying? Play it. He doesn't care if I play him.
he's a suspect. And being a
He's angry.
suspect,
Oh, this is to get under skin, I
I don't
think.
think anyone
Yeah.
wants to be
He knows what
around
he's
someone
doing.
that is considered a suspect.
Yes.
in the
Okay.
case.
So when
Vinny
you guys
Paulson
say
got
you
banned.
can't wait for JLR to snap back,
This is his
this
way.
this is the snapping back.
And you can hear the anger, and I'm listening to what he says here.
Oh, he's
And
pissed.
being a suspect, I don't think anyone wants to be around someone that is considered a suspect in the case. Vinny Paulson got bamboozled the other night. It feels like, because as the course of the conversation
Oh,
of Seth and Tony, and
you should put him on Jay's extra like hand movement. All he's
Oh,
made.
is he
This is JLR made.
Is he worked up?
Oh, he's worked up. Yeah.
Okay.
You got to
Hold
put it
on.
on.
Hold on.
This is JLR and his work. You guys, this is JLR's revenge. He does
When
things
people
in
say
such
I
a way.
can't wait for him to snap back on Betty.
This is it, right here, folks.
Okay. He knows I support his ass. Wait,
Yeah, he won't care.
hold on. I gotta slow him down.
It's actually hysterical.
Oh, he's pissed. Look at him.
He's so mad.
He is pissed.
He said he has had his electronics back for a while now, but they don't work.
Oh, you can't see it. Shit. I'm sorry. I thought I was sharing.
Oh, I thought you were still trying to get it. I'm thinking
No,
I'm
why
looking at
not?
my phone.
I'm watching it.
Oh. They're like,
Maybe.
show us. Can't see the video.
I'm
Hey, Ryan.
sorry. It's because I'm on this program. I forgot. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. He's pissed off.
He's so angry. You're still not sharing with us, in case you didn't know.
Oh, I'm not?
No. What the hell are you doing?
Oh my God.
There you
Sorry.
go.
So whenever Sebastian is found, he can kind of do what Joe Petito's doing after this tragedy with Gabby Petito. You know, victims' families, they go out there, give speaking tours and speak and, you know, engagements and whatnot, maybe books, who knows.
Let me
Yeah,
go
he
back.
wants to
Let
fame.
me go back a little bit because you guys kind of missed it because I wasn't playing it. But yeah, so he thinks Tony's end goal is to have the foundation.
Yep.
And to be like Joe Petito, to be
Yep.
a spokesperson for
Tony.
these families.
But he's calling it out as it is, and I believe. And there was somebody really close to them that reached out to me and said, you know, Crabtree was used. He was used by Tony.
We need to get
And
Crabtree
put
on.
words.
Yes.
And Tony wanted to make it look like Crabtree found something very crazy to use that as justification.
See, we need. Okay, so I asked Stephen Crabtree to come on. He said he would. I'm gonna get him on because I want to know what the heck Tony wanted him to find because this sounds a lot like Terry Lynn finding things.
Well, we know what it was. He wanted him to come out and say that Sebastian was speaking what he did. He came out and said there's 3 big things that were misinformation.
He did, but he just said here that Tony wanted him to find something specific. Wait, let me go back. I'll slow him down.
Yeah.
Watching him in fast speed is not going to work. Oh, it
No.
is on. It is
It
on
is normal. This is him worked up.
Okay, listen again.
Okay, we're running out of time. See you later. While Tony's speaking.
His voice is squeaking. He's so mad.
But what use has Tony been? You know, there was a guy on TikTok, and I actually think the guy's okay. Reading, his name's Craddock, and we talked about him, or Crabtree, Stephen Crabtree. The guy out there, he does a lot of fishermen. He got a big following, whatever like that. Yeah, I was very critical of him at the, when he was alive with Tony.
So was I.
But he's calling it out as it is, and I believe. And there was somebody really close to them that reached out to me and said, Crabtree was used. He was used by Tony.
Used and abused.
And put words. And Tony wanted to make it look like Crabtree found something very crazy to use that as justification to solicit.
Okay, maybe he is talking about what Crabtree said he found, like the footage or whatever. I don't know.
He said as identification to solicit.
I'm waiting for someone in chat to say, J for Justice is streaming you.
I know, I was looking
I'm waiting for it.
Funds. I don't know. Whatever reason, right? See, because I believe Tony and Seth's goal and objective here is to paint Seth as a grieving father, even though he's a suspect. So whenever Sebastian is found, he can kind of do what Joe Petito's doing.
Okay, so Michelle M says in his chat, not cleared does not mean he's a suspect. How? You're either cleared in having something to do with something or you're not.
He's the one that called himself suspect.
That was his words.
Right.
I'm still a suspect.
As alleged law enforcement, he would know better.
He should.
After this tragedy with Gabby Petito, victims' families, they go out there speaking tours and speak and, engagements and whatnot, maybe books, who knows. Funds, foundations. Sebastian Rogers Foundation by Seth Rogers. The problem is, I don't think it's going to work on this particular case. Reason being, the allegations against Seth Rogers are so egregious, a reasonable person can't rally behind that.
A reasonable person.
That's true.
It is true. It is true. A reasonable person cannot rally behind someone who says they're a suspect in their own words.
Well, and JLR's talking about the fact that he thinks or labeled him the P word. That's the allegations that he's referring to, in my opinion.
That what?
That Seth is the P word.
Who referred to him as that?
JLR.
Oh, well, yeah, because Katie was young. I mean, that can easily be said.
Well, JLR said they found some other things that would have people jaw dropped, and that's when he wrote out. That's the first time ever JLR wrote out the words, Seth Rogers is a P word, period.
That's why Betty keeps saying, see, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, that's where Betty's coming in like, you keep lying.
Saying he's the P word. See, I didn't know who said that or if anybody did say that. Okay.
So
he wouldn't say that if he didn't have anything.
Facts.
He wouldn't lie about having something he didn't have.
He wouldn't take the risk.
Never.
The thing you could do is put it out like it never happened or omit that information. Always in these cases, always things end up is something we don't know about the backstory comes to surface, and then it just changes the whole game of the case.
He's right.
No, I actually like that Crabtree guy. I think he's he's just a guy out there. He makes his videos, and I don't have a problem with that guy.
I don't either. I was sus of Crabtree in the beginning too. I want to go back to the beginning and see how he started
He
this.
did sus things.
He really did. Under Tony's watch.
Right. But
it's on the ground. Come on in. We're going to talk about the Sebastian.
I want to hear how he started it.
My thoughts. and put some information out there for all of you to
Watch how quick
come
you
on
get
in,
cut.
everyone. Continuous coverage. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
Yeah, I love you.
February 26, 2024.
One was Chloe.
It's been almost 6 months, ladies and gentlemen.
Someone in here is saying Tracy was a PI for Seth, and she was
Tracy?
not in the public eye, allegedly.
I don't have a last name. That was a PI. Oh, that's one of my subs.
Do you remember, is it the same Tracy that was on the Vaults panel that one day? Or was on there a couple days? Talking
I
about
don't
Sebastian?
watch very often.
It was around the time of Julia, when she had Julia on, this Tracy person started coming on.
What
And
was
she was
Tracy
just-
saying?
Just agreeing with everything she said, pretty much not really saying a lot. She was just on the panel.
I liked the vault, but then she started saying not very kind things about, I don't know if it was about me, but about people, us. But she screams, and I can't fluctuate the ear, the up and down.
Yeah, I haven't watched her since
Hey,
the
Kraken.
Julia stuff.
Yeah. Kraken.
Kraken.
I love Kraken. The no
And
shoes
we still don't have answers. But we do have some clues out there. Particularly, I
Look at his
put the title of
thumbnail.
this video, Seth's Devices.
He put the little game in
Seth
devices.
Rogers, Katie Proudfoot, Christopher Proudfoot. A lot of strange things about this case. And I believe with this case, there's a lot of misinformation and a lot of information that is being omitted from the parties.
Oh, Heather's assistant.
Like, a lot of people are not
Yeah,
telling the truth here. And they,
Tracy, yeah.
Oh, that Tracy. I didn't think she was a
Ooh.
PI, though. I thought she was just Heather's assistant. She was also in the show with her.
Look what Magnolia just said. Yes, he told me to go get JLR and told him film this, when originally he previously said he didn't want it to be about him.
We need to go to real time. All right.
Well, they're having their own little side discussion. It has nothing to do with JLR saying. It's just Magnolia and
well, I wonder if he's talking
DJ.
about that.
guys, apparently he said he fired them because they're not on board.
Wait, what? Who fired him?
He fired the PIs because they weren't on board with what he wanted.
Oh,
From and why people would put that information out there about searches. Another thing too is, how many PIs does Seth Rogers need?
Right.
Because apparently in the last interview he gave with Court TV, he says he has a female PI. Who is that female PI? Or is it a lie? Or does it have a female PI? What about all the other PIs? Before, he had 2 PIs. Apparently, he said he had fired them because they're not on board. Then he had Chloe. He had Heather Michelle Cohen. Now, I was very critical of Heather Michelle Cohen. I like Chloe. I was critical of Heather Michelle Cohen.
I don't like Heather.
But I don't think she's a bad person. I think a lot of people like her.
she's looking for clout.
Yeah.
And
She's
she
a
actually
drama
would respond to me. We communicate a little bit in email. Seth got rid of him. Boom, boom, out of there.
Oh, Heather.
Well, you know why? Because I believe they were digging and prying. And Seth didn't want the prying.
Do you think that?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. So instead, he wants these people that aren't professionals that are going to do only what Seth and Tony tell them to do, and not people like Chloe and, you know, even Heather, who are going to do what the investigative work tells them to do, not what the person wants them to do. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And Chloe also was doing background checks.
Yep.
And he's like, she wanted to do background checks on everyone like it was such a pain in the ass.
But then Tony came out and said he's going to do the same thing. He's going to do background checks. Yep.
Tony did?
Yeah.
When all his people are criminals?
Yeah, that's exactly why. And Heather offered Tony, because she said it on the vault. She said, I said to Tony, I'll run a background check on you because you're saying these people have your record wrong. So I'll run a background check on you and I'll correct it. And he said no, because we didn't have his record wrong. He's trying to say we have him confused with a black man with the same name. No.
Yeah, he did say that.
I don't even know why he has to say like a black man with the same name. No, it was you.
Because he's a racist pig.
Right.
Why wouldn't he just say that's just another person?
Right. It has to be a black man. Right.
Makes me sick.
Seth didn't want things about him out there, which I feel is relevant to this case.
Right. Like that Katie was a
It's
minor.
relevant to the case.
A minor.
Seth, going all the way back to California, all the way back to, what's it called, Kingsland, Georgia. Now, I don't want
to on you.
You know what's weird? And I'm not saying that this Silvers guy knows Seth, but he's from Georgia, and Seth used to live in Kingsland, Georgia. Do they know each other? I don't know. Does he know Taco? Do these people know each other?
Well, Taco also lives near Tony.
Yeah, now Taco lives near Tony. It's weird.
It is like Buc-ee's. Yeah, Poppy. I guess it's pretty much like Buc-ee's. Not as big as Buc-ee's.
Did you see that not to change the subject, but the owner's son of Buc-ee's is a pedo?
Oh,
he was arrested. Mm-hmm.
Lord,
it just came out not too long ago. I was like, damn.
Well, it's like that whole big thing that came out with Mr. Beast and his buddies.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going over that on Monday. That's some crazy shit. Yeah. It seems like just everywhere.
Careful. Mr. Beast runs the internet, to be honest. You got to be careful what you put out. They'll shadow ban you and stuff.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, you can't really get away with talking about him.
Really? Maybe I won't then. I mean, there's a lot of videos out there. I was just like, wow, this is crazy. But he's the biggest YouTuber. He's got 300 million subscribers.
He's rich as shit. Makes me
I've
sick
never
how rich he is.
watched him. I've never watched him.
Oh.
I mean,
is there something new with cracking cases that everybody's mentioning them now?
I guess he put out a new thing. We can watch that if you want. Let's see. Shell's got the goods.
Shell.
Yeah,
talking about the Beast can get you shadow banned. He has a lot of power and pull with YouTube because he makes them a lot of money, man. Like, take the 50% from people like
them,
right,
basically, right?
They should be taking the 45% from people like them and leave our little broke asses for our measly little couple dollars. Like,
God, I know he's making bank.
Still crazy in line after all these years.
Hi everyone, it's Holly.
Hi, Holly.
Okay, Holly. This is Common Sense True Crime. Okay, Holly, aka Holly.
All right.
And she's got an update on cracking cases.
Hey,
now, if you weren't here before, they got very involved with the Wells in Summers case. They were going to the house. They signed a non-disclosure with their media person. It got really weird. And then they ended up, end all be all, being arrested for, what is it? Is it crack or meth or something like that?
For drugs, yeah.
Drugs, whatever. They're bad off. They're in a bad way. They were in a bad way while they were on YouTube. Is that
Jonesin?
Is that a joke?
She's messing with us, yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Yeah, no, she's teasing. Yeah, Mr. Beast isn't the P word. The guy that works with him has the allegations against him. It's not against Mr. Beast. I just want to clarify.
Well, yeah. There's a guy, and then there's also the trans Chris.
Chris
was having some inappropriate conversations on Discord with a 13-year-old, and
he's buying that weird cartoon. Like we did a whole stream. I did a anime. Yeah, and it actually had whatchamacallit's child in that, which I couldn't believe.
Who?
They did it. Oh gosh, what's his name? Hold on. I have it right on the tip of my tongue. Keemstar. They made one that had the image of Keemstar's 8-year-old daughter, and Mr. Beast's friend, Chris, I forget what she's calling herself now. Ava purchased that. And Keemstar was like, what the F? That's my 8-year-old daughter. Like, the cartoon was based off his actual daughter.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah, so his name was Chris. He was married with children, and then he became Ava, and Mr. Beast, like, supported that and, built him up so that he, don't harass him, blah, blah, blah. And then it comes out that he was doing some nasty shit.
Right. Yeah, not all anime. There's actually a portion of anime that is porn, quite frankly. I don't even know how else to say it.
Mm-hmm.
but in the guise of anime, and it's like a very thin. It's like opening a door for these kids that they're not even aware of. I did a whole thing on it. It's actually terrifying.
I was actually watching another creator the other night. Actually, I'll say who it is, The Lab. And his little screensaver was an anime character. And I was like,
Oh,
oh,
Lordy.
Lord have mercy. No more anime.
I think he has anime poster behind him too.
Oh, I just
remembering
can't
correctly.
stand because I associate it with,
Right.
the people that have manipulated it. And it just, I cringe. Makes
Well,
me
actually,
cringe.
even the big people that were brave enough to call out Mr. Beast, they were saying the same thing, that, like, although not everybody who likes anime is one of those, but the studies have shown that most people that are one of those are also into anime.
They make tons of porn out of it, and they're very childlike looking.
Yeah, like for example, my son used to watch this real life version of like Spider-Man and the woman from Frozen, and it was like these adults that dressed like that, and to him it was harmless, but the further you watched, the more inappropriate it became. Like suddenly they were giving birth to like a little baby Spider-Man, and it started getting really creepy. But for the average parent, you think your child's just watching these two characters. You don't realize the hidden.
It can be very easily manipulated.
Yeah.
To be raunchy.
Yes.
Not everybody who likes anime is raunchy.
Right.
But it's very easily manipulated and kid-oriented.
Yep. I'm going to grab a drink.
Okay. I'll wait for you to get back to play this. Betty shouldn't be looking for kids. She really don't care. She's using that to make money. Yeah. There's a name for it. Joneson. What the heck? A child has been missing 2 blocks from my house since Wednesday, and I just got an alert. Oh, my God. Did they just put it out, Ryan? Why do they allow this when they're trying to stop the child pee? I know. These people get rich and commercialized and Nanya, you don't have to be sorry. We're just chit-chatting. You're not sidetracking anything. We've been all over the place today. We started out with spiders on the scene, and now here we are with cracking cases after all these years. This is the first I've ever heard anything bad about anime because my kids have never watched it, but my godchild was. No, not all of it is pee. No, not all of it is pee. Tony has a biracial child. He does. Okay. And I like these days too, Lovey. No, not all of it is like that. But it's been manipulated to be a whole genre of anime. It can be very beautiful, yep. It's the people that have manipulated it to make it gross. And then it attracts these, pedos. You saw the 2 private investigators on WebSeuss when Chris and Seth came on. Yeah, that was wild. My daughter creates anime art. It can be beautiful. It can be, yeah, absolutely. What is a Mr. Beast? He's a YouTuber that is he's the biggest YouTuber. I've never watched him either. I think it's younger crowd. He would do things like big giveaways, houses. He's done a lot of big, huge, crazy things. It's because so many shut-in males are into it and they get very little with women. Yep. Like Stephen Stearns, right? He was into that. I did beat him. I saw Dog Pack. Yes. I was going to go over all of that. That game show of his, he was depriving people of water and food and shit. Yeah, mainstream anime is like TV shows, but I'm just saying there's a lot of people that have manipulated the anime and made it dirty, and it can, it's hard to spot the dirty from the clean sometimes until it gets to that point. Joneson, can I say, I was thinking yesterday, there are actually red flags with CP interviews, but I think Seth's actions overshadowed CP's red flags. I do too. I think because Joneson, the longer it goes on, like Chris said what he said, and we were all like, what a dick, what an asshole. And then he shut up. But Seth kept talking and talking and talking. And everything, every time he talks, it's something different. Or he says something that makes you feel like he's involved or knows something, like, I know where he is. I just don't have the resources to get to him. Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? I think it's because he just keeps talking. And, when we look back on Chris now, it's like he was honest about I'm very direct. And he was. Hey, Casper. Keep cracking cases. That's a blast from the past. I know. Exactly, SS. There's people that are obsessed with it. He was depriving the women from personal hygiene needs as well. That's so gross. He's protecting. Choo Choo says he is just protecting Katie from Seth's rage. Seth is the one that made sure Sebastian's personal issues and that one issue is in our face all the time. Yes. He's the one that put out all the dirty laundry about his son. Just despicable. None of us needed to know all that about Sebastian. Especially if he's still out there. How humiliating. In my opinion, Seth ruined the reward fund. No attorney will touch it. I've tried. Chris wants when Seth talked too much, aired too much dirty laundry. You've talked to Chris, Luna? Shell says all three are suspect to me. Right now, thought of how Sebastian would feel about what he's saying. Yeah. Would you come back? Would you want, how do you come back to that? How do you come back from that? Not defending, says Lovey, but it was Chris that said he was going to put it out there and no one would look for Sebastian. All sad. No, actually, Seth said that. Seth said, Chris said, if I put out there what about Sebastian, no one will look for your son. Chris said that to Seth. Seth's the one that put it out in the public eye. Sushi says, this case reminds me of Nancy Grace, where the missing son was found safe in the dad's basement while he was live with her for some reason. It's because there's no answers. Golf Inspector General speaks. If a creator is putting out content that is not appropriate for children to watch, they should not involve themselves in missing children cases. Betty is not appropriate for children. Couldn't agree with you more. Naomi says, I can see Chris and Seth doing something and Katie not knowing. Me too. Me too. Based on the fact that they had a plan going before Sebastian went missing, that Katie was getting worked on, to agree for him to go live there. That's what Seth said, not Chris. And maybe Chris was really telling Seth he would out Seth for his relationship with underage Katie, or maybe other stuff, because it's been said by JLR that there's more. Not just Katie. Tweedledee, we don't know what we don't know. Even Casey Anthony's attorney won't touch it. That says a lot.
Sorry, I'm back.
No, it's okay. I'm just reading a lot of people do think now that, Seth has been the one that has ruined this case. I don't know what they mean by ruined, but a lot of people are saying, he overshadowed anything that people felt about Chris early on.
Yeah.
And like I said, Chris shut up. He said what he said, and then he shut up. And Seth has kept going and going and going, like the big Energizer bunny there. And he keeps changing his story, saying inappropriate things, burying himself deeper in a hole, in my opinion.
Seth has made it more about him than Sebastian.
Sure.
It's been horrible.
How about one thing that stuck out to me that popped into my head is when they did that thing on his YouTube channel and he was asked about Sebastian's FFA participation. And he said, and the first thing that came out of his mouth was, "Oh, I was in FFA." Like, no one asked you. No one cares what you were in.
Right.
Someone asked you about your son's, activities in that. And the first thing he says,
Bring it back to himself. Right. That's what he's always done. Every single interview, every single discussion, anytime he was invited on any platform to speak about Sebastian, he has always brought it back to himself.
Mm-hmm.
It's horrible.
And it's really hard to wonder, is it just the attention because he's never had it and he's loving the attention, especially from women? Or is there more behind it? That's what makes him sus, because you can't know the difference.
Well, what I think it is, in my opinion, is Seth has never. So I've dealt with somebody like Seth. I've dealt with somebody like Seth. They see themselves as so great and so deserving, and they don't understand why the world doesn't. Seth doesn't understand why the world doesn't see what a great man he is, what a great person he is. So he finally had this opportunity, albeit at the expense of his child missing, to get the praise he thinks he deserves, right? The praise and the eyes on him, and what a great dad he is, what a great man he is. He suddenly has all this attention from both men and women, but primarily women. And he was put on this pedestal where he himself believes he belongs, but he doesn't. He doesn't.
Absolutely not. Not even for the kind of father he was, in my opinion.
Right. He's
based on the shit we've heard.
I mean, I'm sorry. I had people trying to insult me. Oh, does he remind you of your kid's father? Yeah, dumbasses. I said that on week 2. He sure does. He sure does. And there's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with that is people praising these fathers who do my gosh, I have the worst cramps on earth. They do the bare minimum. Okay. The barest minimum he could do. He would see his child for 4 days out of a month. And even then, he would leave him alone for significant periods of time. And then he brags about having a matching recliner. Okay, so you kept him immobile. You're the type of parent that threw a video game because that's your pleasure in front of them, and you watch movies together, and that makes you a grand old parent. And meanwhile, everybody was putting Katie down. 1, because he vanished from her house, but 2, because she joined the Marines or the Army, whichever one it was. But why didn't he? Why didn't the man of the house do so? And then when he went on this whole rant about his nuclear family, the guy's a misogynistic. He thinks and believes that he would have had the perfect family, but Katie ruined it. Sebastian didn't fit the image for the perfect family, and Seth wasn't even capable of taking care of the perfect family. So instead of acknowledging the fact that he fell short as a man, he fell short as a father, and he fell short every single day, he has to put it all on Katie. And he will take the attention off of Sebastian so long as he gets it himself, because to me, there's some type of narcissism with him. People say, oh, well, he's autistic. Oh, well, he's just a Southern guy. No, autistic people can have traces of narcissism as well. I'm sure. I've never looked into it. But let's not excuse everything Seth has done on the fact that people think he's autistic. Autistic doesn't make you an asshole. I mean, when they said to him, it was his Jennifer Goff, whatever her name is, that put the final nail in the coffin for me. Okay. When she said to him, well, how much did Sebastian weigh at birth? Instead of admitting he didn't remember, and that's fine, you don't remember. Most men don't remember those details the way us mothers do. Fine, admit that. He had to say, not as much as the weight on my shoulders.
It's so dramatic.
So dramatic, and it's all about him. Oh, man, Kells, I don't know what's going on, but I've had the worst. Like, even the one day when I was streaming, I didn't even have my, monthly friend yet. But the cramps have been horrible. I feel like I'm dying inside.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Both of those men are vile, in my opinion. I wouldn't want anything to do with either one of them.
Yeah, I don't think Chris Proudfoot's any better, but I think Chris Proudfoot is more of that man that Katie was looking for, the man, the go-getter, the man who's going to get up and work, the man who's able to discipline, the man who's able to go and get Seth Rogers to cower across his truck, okay? Because he did. We all saw that photo. And he absolutely had him pinned against his truck because he's not the man he wishes he was.
Uh-huh.
And I think Seth knows that he will never man up to. I think Seth probably gets annoyed because Chris probably does belittle Seth. You know why? Because he can. Because he's a bitch.
Yep. And Chris is the alpha. Yep.
I know.
Well, in the military too. I mean, they connected on that level as well. you
Yep.
know?
Yep. And I think
And
that it just, people keep saying, oh, but he was divorced 5 times. Well, military does have a high divorce rate. Okay, fine. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with the man, but in this case, him and Katie have been together for well over 8-9 years.
yeah, I think maybe he found his match.
Right.
But the question is, was Sebastian a thorn in the side of that match? And was there, like that Heather PI said, was there discord going on in December?
Well, we know what it was.
But
People
do
just
we?
they don't like it. They get uncomfortable by it. So I can't say it, but I mean, we all subconsciously we know what it was. He wanted Faith there for the holiday, but he couldn't trust Faith in the house with Sebastian.
Well, right, we know that, but something transpired, in my opinion, in December, January when Faith was there, because when she got home, that was when Nina filed that emergency temporary custody order.
Mm-hmm.
Unless this was all games. I don't know. I mean, that could have nothing to do with it. Like Chris told us, it had nothing to do with it.
I think it has everything to do with it.
I think it does too. I think it does too. And that's what Heather had said that she uncovered, that she thought that there was, trouble in paradise starting in like December, and and there was a lot of turmoil, as she said, turmoil in Sebastian's life leading up to the day he disappeared. So it can go either way. It could go that he heard or knew something was going to happen that he didn't like, and he took off.
Yeah. Yeah. It could be the fact that instead of anybody sitting down and teaching this poor boy what he's going through, I don't know. All the answers are there. Again, thank you, One Eye Fly. I just took a screenshot. The answers are there. People just don't like talking about it. So what can you do? You know what I mean? Either I talk about it, I get, accused of exploiting and da-da-da-da-da.
No,
or,
we've talked about that on my channel. We've talked about all that.
Well, then let's talk about it, because that's the truth of what was happening, Jay. It's exactly what it was. Sebastian was abused as a young boy. And in his own father's words, he didn't get the proper help. He started to mimic behaviors as he got older. He probably did something inappropriate towards or with Faith that made Nina file that. That also led to the CPS call that we know took place in December, early February. We weren't, we don't know what happened or what it entailed. But we do know that was a big issue. And I wanted out, Chris being a father, to protect both Sebastian and Faith, wanted Sebastian to go live with Seth. And Katie didn't, because that's her son. So Katie's like, well, no, I don't want to let go of my son. And
Right.
Chris is like, well, you have to, because I need my daughter. So they're likely ready to split up.
So clearly there was discord. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead. Keep going. You think what? Keep going.
I think either Sebastian heard Katie and Chris fighting on the phone that night. If Chris saying you have to send him to his father, so he has to go, and Sebastian really didn't want to go, or something was done to take Sebastian out of the picture. Sushi, the only thing we know is true is these words came out of their mouths. I'm sorry. I know people don't like it. I know it's very uncomfortable.
But you know what? It didn't come out of your mouth. It came out of his father's mouth, because we also heard that he was telling friends at school inappropriate things.
He was also in bathrooms saying, here's mine, now show me yours.
And Seth even said, son, you don't tell people at school about those things.
Right.
Those are things you tell a counselor.
Right.
So, yeah. I mean,
and then Seth said, if I told you everything, Pascal, your show would be shut down.
Yep.
Okay. So again, I know nobody likes to think of it.
You have to read between the lines. That's all.
And then even go back to when Seth said, oh, and Chris told me if people knew about Sebastian, they wouldn't search for him. Well, why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? Oh, well, if we found out that he was an alleged, harmer of children, yeah, sure, some people might side-eye it. Some of us still might have had the understanding this is a child who didn't get the help he needed.
Right. Who obviously it was learned behavior.
Right, which is unfortunate. Such an unfortunate thing. It's nothing to take out on Sebastian. He is an innocent child who had his innocence snubbed from him. But you can't negate the fact that we were told all these things, and they do have a significant role here. Then add in his own father's role of being an alleged, and things are concerning. I'm sorry.
And you know what else I think about too, as far as like the rules, how Seth, admits that he would quote unquote bend the rules.
Right.
Well, he's undoing, especially with a child with autism, right?
Mm-hmm.
Katie's trying to keep this routine going, and he's got to earn this time on his Switch. He's got to, he's got to earn this. He's got to learn. Those are all good parenting skills, right? You don't just hand everything to them. You
Mhm.
make them earn it. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's not mean to limit online time. It's actually very smart, especially now.
Right.
Not many parents do that.
Well, and all right, so let's talk about that. One Night Flo wants to know how she takes the link. Click that link and it'll literally direct you of how to come up on panel. But add in the fact, Jay, because I'll be honest, I am one of those parents that are a little more lenient when it comes to cell phones and gaming and all that. And I
was
know,
too. I was too.
you know, but if Sebastian had a boundary issue, which we have all been told he does, then they have to. You have to be extra cautious with him because he's not your average 15-year-old.
Right.
He had the mind state and the trust of a 10-year-old with also, okay, the growing needs of a 15-year-old boy. So you have to be extra cautious. But Seth wanted to outdo everything Chris and Katie did because it was Chris and Katie. So he was purposely defiant, like the little fucking toddler that he comes
Little
across
kid.
as.
Mhm.
Right. So he's the one that destroyed Sebastian. He's the one that gave him conflicting messages. He's the one that didn't keep up with a schedule or routine. He even said one point, you know, if Sebastian wants to stay up all night, that's on him. He's going to have to learn, you know.
Yeah.
Well, if we got things to do the next day, son, you still have to get up and do them. Well, he's not able to do that. He's not able to comprehend that. He's not your average child, right? So that's
Mhm.
where you become a parent. You say, no, son, we have things to do tomorrow. You need to get to bed. There's something wrong with Seth. He pisses me off, man.
Hang on. I didn't get
There's my
any
friend
email.
Mystic.
Hold on.
Hey, Mystic girl, you being good? You be good today. I'm hurting. I'm cramping. I'll take it out on you.
I didn't get any email about silver. I don't know who you sent it to, but
Thank you, PJ. I mean, you know, like I said, I made a whole post about this. Like there's been a sexual undertone throughout this entire case that people just don't want to talk about because it is taboo. It is uncomfortable. It is, you know, and then they take it like you're labeling the child. No, he's a victim. He's a victim. I was a victim. I know what it's like to be a victim. Sebastian was a victim that didn't have, and then even Steph said, oh, I said to him, yes, son, I know. And he said, you knew, Dad? And I said, yeah, I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. I had to work on myself because you've always put yourself first. But
well, in undoing. Oh, wait. Someone just joined. Hold on.
Now he comes out here and he's
oh, no, they didn't.
Great father, you know? It's like, get wrecked, dude. I can't stand it.
Before, you know, I'm going to put Kraken cases to the side. We will watch that in a minute because I want to show
PJ.
something.
Chris said that we wouldn't want to search for him. We knew why he was holding on to. And then Seth came out and said, oh, Chris's mother messaged my mother and said, your son's a P word. Why are you telling us all this?
Okay. Yeah, I think he's the fun dad and he wanted to be, you know, the one that Sebastian liked. And you know what? Before we get to this, I just want to say I'm really concerned that what Seth talked about clearing a phone and giving him a burner phone, that he already did it. I don't think that was a plan. I think he may have already done that.
Well, look at that weird video that popped up, Jay, under the name of Sebastian Rogers.
Right. Connecting to a Wi-Fi, like on a burner.
Mm-hmm.
But it really concerns me that he could have done that before because I'm sure Sebastian as a 15-year-old was like complaining, like, oh, God, mom won't let me in my phone. Like, I got to do this and that to get it. Oh, here, son, we'll just clear this one. And you can have this whenever you want it. Just don't let her find it.
Right.
You know, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't, I think that came out and I don't think it was a plan. I think it was already done. And that's just my opinion.
I wouldn't doubt it. No one
and it worries me because we don't know what he could have been doing on that phone. And if that phone is not with law enforcement, they may never know either if it exists. Right? Okay, so this is what I wanted to share. So this woman,
real quick, Jay, I do have a question for you, right?
Yeah.
So when JLR, because I saw people asking his chat, and he wasn't answering them, but he's saying devices were seized. Did anybody else recall that in the very beginning, somebody mentioned a laptop that Seth never handed over?
There was a Chromebook, I think he called it. Was that the one that his grandmother bought him?
I don't know. But then you have the fact of the burner phone. Did he actually give that bird a phone, the police were unaware of it. So as far as they know, he left without a phone or anything.
Right. Does he really have a phone?
Come on
Right?
up, PJ. Right. Does he really have a phone? Sorry, it's not my panel to invite people, but
No, anybody
sorry.
can come up. I said that. That's why I pinned it.
Okay, cool.
No, it's fine. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So this woman has made herself public because she's taking cash apps for Seth. She's been labeled as godmother. And this was sent to me. And I think that's Sebastian. I'm not 100% sure, and I wanted to get y'all's opinion. If you think
if that was him or not.
Yeah, I'm torn if that's him.
And this is the godparents?
Yes,
Godmother?
he's flanked by godmother, godfather, and then I don't know who else is in the background. I don't know who those people are. The one girl in the hat looks familiar. Was she the girl that was at the Wells house?
How was she? I don't remember who was at the Wells house. That would be interesting. The link is hidden underneath the chat summary. That's the only thing with chat summaries, a pain in the butt.
Oh, I can put it in there. Hold on.
But I'm not gonna lie, this guy right here at the Deadpool hat looks a little bit like Truth's Not Feelings.
Oh, he does, doesn't he?
Just a little. I mean, I don't recall the photo
bit.
too much, but bigger guys with beards all tend to look alike. I'm not
They
saying it's
do.
him by any means.
They for sure do, especially redder beards. Those guys all look the same
Yeah.
to me. I'm not gonna lie.
My kid's father has a reddish type of beard too.
The one in the orange shirt looks familiar, says Cricket.
Can you drop the link? I don't think PJ can find it.
Yeah, hold on. Sorry.
So what woman
I'm a virgin to this thing here. Here we go.
Yeah, I hate this. What is this? Streamlabs. I tried to work with Streamlabs before because they can do all the cool setups.
Talk Studio is owned by Streamlabs.
Oh. Hey, sweet. It's the woman in orange Clue. No, that's not Clue.
No, I don't recognize. I mean, I thought that was Sebastian, but then
I don't think it is Sebastian
because his teeth had that gap.
His teeth were different.
And I was like, I don't know, but damn, it looks like him because I was looking at the glasses.
No, Aunt Taco looked a little bit different.
No, that's not Aunt Taco.
But were these baby teeth? I thought.
Oh, this is 2021, so maybe.
Could be baby. Well, 2021. Now, this kid looks too young. Well, 24, he's 15, so this kid would have been 11. No, he would have had his adult teeth. That's not him.
He sure looks like him, doesn't he?
Yeah, there's a good resemblance there. It could pass as like a cousin or something.
Yeah, it's wild. I don't know. But yeah, that's the godmother's from her Facebook page, which is public, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, a few years ago, it looks like they're at some kind of a park and there's like a trail and power lines there. So I don't know where that is, but yeah, I didn't know if that was Sebastian or not. A lot of people think it is.
Yeah, they're the adult teeth. I don't think it looks too much like. I could see a resemblance. I mean, at first I looked and I was like, yeah, I don't think so. That's what it was saying to me. I think you're only allowed to have one guest up.
What?
Yeah, because remember I was trying to come up when you had barbecue up? It was saying the same thing. You've reached your guest limit.
Oh, you're serious?
Mm-hmm.
Because the free one only lets you have one?
One guest, I guess.
How stupid.
I know.
Hold on. Here, let's watch Kraken and I'll get that fixed so people can come up.
Okay.
I'll put this video on while I fix it.
Is that the godbrother he was going to do online school with in Clarksville?
Oh, maybe.
Could be.
Maybe that's his brother. God, it looks like him. It's crazy. I wonder if they're related, like if that's like a cousin and they say, you know, because like if a cousin, I don't know. Fuck, I don't know who they are. It's weird. All right, here's Kraken. Give me 2 seconds.
Just wanted to come on here and clear something up and spread the truth.
Okay, we don't need.
I was going to say that music. Yeah.
God. I thought she was going to play them. Hang on.
Respect one.
Oh, she does.
Guys, wanted
to do a quick update with you guys. So, as I told you before,
He looks healthier.
all this stuff that me and Allie were charged with did not come to pass. We were not found guilty. We were not convicted, and will actually be dismissed after a certain period of time.
That's not how that works.
So all the naysayers and the people that were hating and thinking they knew so much about our situation, they were wrong.
Well, what a hell of a receipt that is. She's fixing it, Cheesy. You can come up in a minute. Plea.
Okay, I don't even really know what I just watched.
I do. She's basically saying they're telling everybody that, you know, they weren't found guilty and da-da-da, but actually they pleaded no contest, which basically means admitting to guilt. Yeah, so they're lying that they were found not guilty because, well, they weren't, but they also they made a deal, basically. They took a deal. He does look like he's doing better. He gained a lot of weight, which is a sign that he's not used and he's on the right track. So I wish him well. I don't understand what they pled guilty or now on probation. Looks like they've been in rehab, right? I don't understand like the big gotcha moment there. I'm going to be honest. I don't know what the woman's intent was with that. But
I guess
whatever.
he's saying that they're going to be dropped eventually. I mean, I don't know what kind of deal they got going on with prosecution. They could be anything.
No contest basically means that you understand. It does not express literally what it says. A plea by a criminal defendant that will not contest as a charge. A no contest plea does not expressly admit guilt, but nonetheless waives the right to a trial and authorizes the court to treat the criminal defendant as if they were guilty for the purpose of sentence. So basically, their sentence was 2 years probation, and they likely were sent to a rehab. A lot of judges are very lenient on addicts so long as they see that they want to do better. I'm sure there's also something in there that says if you mess up, you will face these charges.
Right. But I don't think that changes the fact that, you know, their children are involved in that. I don't think that goes away. You know what I mean?
No, of course it doesn't. Yeah,
Right.
they still have to fight for custody back and they still, yeah.
Yeah, they still got to go through that whole process too. Okay, let's see. This is going through. See, I got screwed. If you have like Streamlabs desktop, you should have this for free. And for some reason, it doesn't give me it for free on this account when it should. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it does on my J is for Justice one. But when I log into this one, it doesn't, even though I pay for Streamlabs for both. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. Let me get it.
Yeah, so basically, as a way for the defendant to avoid admitting guilt while acknowledging that the prosecution has enough evidence to likely convict them. They took a risk. They put their hands in the judges. They put their future into the judge instead of their peers, basically. So she's right. They weren't found innocent, but he's also right that they weren't found guilty because they took a plea.
Okay, I have to refresh my browser. If it kicks us, I'll add us back.
Okay.
Or come back, okay?
All right.
All right, you promise? I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
I won't leave you alone.
All right, here we go.
Ah! It only kicked Jay. I think I was... Oh, there you are.
Whoops.
I'm here with you.
Okay, we're back. Look,
We are back.
on everything. All right, now, y'all. Let me put
There we go.
a new link just in case it changed it. It's Granny's show now.
It was the Granny show.
Cal,
Try it now,
you
Cheesy.
use to stream yourself on your lives. I use Streamlab desktop for when I'm by myself. You can bring guests on that. It's called Collab Cam, but it doesn't always work right. And it doesn't work like these things do, where you can have like a icon and all that stuff.
Most of us average folks just use StreamYard, so
Whatever.
Whatever.
Well, I hope cracking cases get their shit together. I mean, I don't wish
He
ill
looked
will
like he
on
did.
anybody, you know?
That type of weight gain comes with recovery. He looks like he's on the right track.
He does have a full face, doesn't he? I didn't even look at him. Hold on, let me pull it back up.
He looked a lot better than he did.
Hell yeah. He really does.
All right, tell us if it's working, PJ, Cheesy. Let us know.
Yeah, come on up.
Come on up.
Yeah, he definitely put on weight. Definitely.
He looks way better. I mean,
You know,
compared
the
to the,
sad thing is though, is their brains are fucked. You know,
it takes a while.
and sometimes it never comes back. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you just never are right again.
I
And I
think what
hate that.
I think for me, what it was that they were out here, and I was calling it out for a long time that he was under substances. People didn't like it because he did the same thing Silver's on the screen and many others are doing. I'm here for the kids. I care about the kids. I love the kids. Meanwhile, neglecting their own. And unfortunately, there are a lot of creators that are doing the same thing. And people are all like, yeah, but they're team so and so. You're not even team your own blood. Leave me alone with that shit. You know what I mean? Like, it drives me nuts. So,
Hi,
my
PJ.
rant, it works.
Hi, ladies.
How you doing? It worked. Yay.
It took me a minute. I used to have Streamlabs, and I was trying to see if I could connect it so I could have at least a picture, not this big giant P. But here we are. And I think Granny was just talking about exactly what I was trying to get to, is that from the very beginning, I felt like, we're all here for Sebastian. It shouldn't be teams, but when you come up publicly, you do get scrutinized for the most part. I don't want to ever, overstep the line and be extra critical or, provide something without any type of feedback. And for me, Seth from the very beginning seemed like he was very trying to portray himself as the dad of the year.
Right.
And so I always try to check myself. And so I'm like, okay, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. And then he goes up on Dolly's live and he has that stupid smirk on his face while he's like, you're not asking the right questions.
You're not innocent. Yeah.
And so I'm back there just trying to just keep myself together because it was so frustrating, because I'm like, ask him what the question is then, smart guy. Like it's almost as if he was portraying himself to be smarter than Dolly.
Right.
And
it was a game
like,
to him.
Right. And like, it's a game. And so I've kind of paid attention ever since then, because it's like, to me, I'm like, do you really want your son found? We literally I had sent him up there, which I was weary. He was so tired by the time he got up at like 3:00. He got on an airplane. He got there. He already has like a trouble sleeping. So when he's in a new spot, he's he was up like for 24 hours. This is why that sleeping thing happened. But he got there. He went to the volunteer event they told everybody to go to. He didn't have a recording device out and was told to kick rocks or they're going to call the cops. And so I'm like, does Seth really want people's help?
Right.
So I was side-eyeing him from all of that. But now it's really hard to come up here and have that opinion, which is why I really feel like, Granny, I'm following you around, because I feel like we're vibing here. Because you're saying, it's like you're saying everything that I really have wanted to say all along, because that's how I perceived this man. It's almost like I feel like he's got guilt of not doing certain things as a parent. And so he's trying to make amends with that within himself while he's trying to portray himself as this dad of the year, when we can all see, hey, you knew of these SA allegations and did nothing about it. Like, if it was me and my kid was with their other parent and I knew they had been messed with, I would have moved mountains. I would literally be in your front yard every day, all day, until you gave over my kid.
Right.
And I mean, I understand there's limitations to that at times, but it's like you didn't try at all. And then when you see from his history, he doesn't seem to make moves. He doesn't seem to want to keep a job. He doesn't seem to want to be the head of the household / provider / he made Katie. Right. And so it's like, I'm sitting here thinking like, okay, I see that you've got a missing kid and I feel bad for you for that, but you're not doing anything to help that, in my opinion.
Right.
Like, you have all the wrong people around you.
Well, also, PJ, when he said about, he never got the proper therapy. Well, why didn't you get him the proper therapy?
Where were you? Yeah.
Right. Like, when does your role as dad come into play? Because you're saying you knew Katie was unfit. This is the third time something happened. Yet you still only saw him 4 days a month. You're no better.
Exactly.
Drives me
nuts.
And
it's just, but then what I was getting ready to say is that what you were talking about, I think when we came up here, is that when you actually publicly state these opinions, you're instantly attacking Seth. And I don't see things that way, because for me, I truly feel like as a person, I try to take criticism or, anybody else where it's like somewhat bad lighted in our direction. And I try to, pull out stuff from that to try and better from. And it's like he doesn't, he doesn't have that, like, we can't do that with him. We should just be like, oh, this poor guy's missing his kid. We can't talk about him at all. And I don't agree with that.
We're expected to take him at face value.
Yes,
And
he can
just
say,
believe
and
everything. Mm-hmm.
exactly, he can say and do whatever he wants to, and then the second you say something against him, you're bullying him, and oh, you must be on the Proudfoot side.
Yeah, it's sick.
I hate it. And then
I
it's
hate it
like,
too.
everybody that sees it has to be quiet. Like, for the most part, Granny and Jay, I know you have also. I've followed you in the bushes for a while, but it's like everybody that feels the same way that we all do, it's like we're somewhat forced to be quiet and sit on the sidelines because all these other people are so team oriented. They're either, Seth or Proudfoots, when it literally should just be Team Sebastian all day. And we should all see that. We should all agree with that. We should all be on the same page if we're all working towards the same goal. But I mean, even Tony, the last interview, he said, I'm Team Seth. What is this, a game? You relate the word team to when you're playing games, right?
Mm-hmm. Like it's a sporting event.
Exactly.
And you know what made me think of that even more? Where'd Granny go? She's gone.
I was talking too much.
No,
sorry.
no. Maybe something happened. She'll probably come back. No, but I agree with everything you've said. I mean, I've been attacked for, just playing his own words and talking about them.
Right.
You're kicked.
Where'd you go?
Granny is frozen, she says in the chat.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Hi, Wee.
Hey, everybody. Hey.
Hello.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Hey, I don't want to interrupt PJ.
No.
She's on a roll.
I know.
Go, PJ, go.
Letting her get it all out.
A lot of times I feel like I overtalk, so I kind of get out what I need to, and then I try to give other people. So it's your turn. I said a lot already.
No, you're fine. I mean, I think a lot of people, they appreciate Granny, especially because she says what everyone's thinking.
Yeah. And I mean, we don't all have to always agree on everything. That's the thing. It's like, if you don't think like-minded, like a lot of people, they'll kind of gang up against you, like, and try to force you to think their same way they think. And I don't agree with that at all. Like, we were actually doing a stream about how Bullhorn Betty was acting, and Dolly had said, and I don't want to make everything about him, but it just, I guess it's relevant to me, but he had said, she still
are
deserves
you
the right to
Dolly's
freedom
girl?
of speech. Yes.
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you. I didn't know that.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry.
No, it's
I thought you did, or else I would have introduced myself. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't. No, it's okay.
But he had said that she had the right to freedom of speech, and I said I agree to that, but then you also do subject yourself to certain things like being sued for defamation. And he said he agreed, and then I said, similar to that, and everybody in the chat instantly, oh, you're Team Betty, and well, are we still in the United States? I mean, I came here from Croatia when I was 7 years old. The whole big coming to America thing is really a real thing for me. I'm 41. I've been here since I was 7. And so my whole thing on freedom of speech is just like, wow, I came here as an outsider, a foreigner. I've since gotten my citizenship, but it's like every time that there's anything where a group of people can become divided, you have to think one way or the other way, or you're shunned. I guess that's all I was trying to say.
No, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. And this team business is stupid, and it's bullshit.
It's ultimately it's dividing us.
Yeah, and it's dividing those parents even further, because with people in Seth's ear egging him on to keep doing this stupid shit he's doing is just furthering, him having any kind of communication with Katie or Chris.
I agree, because he's creating that division by doing that. And when all is said and done, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff Katie could come up on panels and start, to out Seth for.
Absolutely.
But she's not doing that. So, I mean, that kind of gives her the upper hand almost.
I agree. I agree with everything you said. And I think that he's talked very cryptically.
He has. He's like the Riddler.
Yeah, like trying to, string people along. Like, I know where my son is. I just don't have the resources to get to him. Like, how can you say that? What does
Right.
that mean? You know,
And why
speak
has
in
no
regular talk.
right, and why has nobody forced him to respond? Like, if he said something like that in my presence, I would literally be like, what does that mean? Okay, so where is he at? What do you need in order to go get him? What is the map location? Like, I mean, nobody presses him. And like I said, when he was on Dolly saying, no, you're not asking me the right questions, I could have came through my computer screen. I was so aggravated.
No one ever asks the follow-up questions. Like, what do you mean by that? They
Exactly.
just
But
it's
Or
always like
they have.
uncomfortable silence.
I think
Mhm.
there's certain people who maybe have asked those questions, but because they don't like the answer, they're keeping that private, because that doesn't suit
The
the
narrative.
yeah, uh-huh. I that's the feeling I get, because there is no way a whole bunch of people have not asked those questions. No way.
I think that is the case in some instances, but I also believe that that has been an issue, and people that do ask actually get outed and shunned by Seth afterwards, like Trevor Lee, JLR, Pascal doesn't seem to be in the know. The other Trevor, jeez. It's like once Seth determines that you're digging too deep, or that you know too much, or that you're asking too much, and you're not willing to let him just riddle his way through the conversation, he seems to turn on you and shun you and publicly blast you.
Yep. And
Sorry, I'm looking for a comment. Go ahead,
that's not all too uncommon within missing children's cases. The way it's playing out is slightly more vocal, but unfortunately, this is a regular thing, that if you're not going to follow the party line, then you're not part of whatever little group, or you get labeled as some sort of hater or something. No, people forget it's meant to be the missing child that is the priority. That's your priority.
Right.
Should be.
I can't help but notice the similarities of Seth and Don Welt, and how they try to stay in the public's eye and narrate the story. Am I the only one?
Say that again? I'm sorry.
I see a similarity between Seth and Don Wells, because they're both kind of directing like as a puppet master on what the story is or
Oh,
should
yeah.
be.
I see similarities as well. Mhm. Yep. I didn't like when because I first talked to Don, I think it was July 4th or 3rd, right after Summer went missing, and they still
Mm-hmm.
had the boys, and they were at a water park with the boys, and I could hear the boys in the background and everything else. But when I talked to him, and he started talking immediately about seeing her in the resurrection, and that always
Mm-hmm.
sat with me and kind of told me she was no longer here. But,
I agree.
a lot of people said, they didn't think that, but I did. And
I,
with these guys, you got to read between the lines, PJ.
yeah, it's almost like a deciphering your own words game. Even though like we shouldn't do game as far as these cases, because it's serious, but there's like a fine line of where to take it. As an EMT, I kind of go on that too far into the joking lane. But with this whole situation, whether it's Sebastian, Don Wells, it's usually very easy to determine what's going on by their own words.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It's sometimes what they don't say, right?
Yes. And a lot of people think that they know what the words are, but it's like we've become not nation, society of my truth. And I'm going to perceive things completely opposite of what they are. And I know a lot of times, like when Seth talks, it's in code, so you can kind of perceive it differently. But when, someone says, hey, I'm going to see her in the resurrection, I mean, that's pretty cut and dry, right?
I think so. Mm-hmm.
So
But I think
I just
Seth
don't
has been worse
understand.
with riddles than Chris.
He has. I don't really think Chris has done riddles. I think Seth is like the Riddler. And Chris, when he talks, he just he's even worse at being deceptive, in my opinion, because when he first came out and told the story in like the third person, the mother and her son were in the home, and he's trying to completely separate himself from something he's involved in. It's weird.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you think that he's trying to push hard this narrative that Katie was the last to see him?
Chris?
No, Seth. Have you
Well, yeah.
noticed
Yeah.
lately,
Yeah.
especially lately, and you know what else I noticed that was weird about that? Because it's never, I mean, it shouldn't really be a question based on what we know from law enforcement that Katie was the last to see him. However,
Right.
just the other day on Vinnie Politan, his big thing, his big banner on the screen said, "Was Katie the last to see Sebastian?" Question
Jay,
mark.
I was screaming at my screen when Vinny asked him, "Okay, so was Katie the last to see?" I'm like, "Do you know something the law enforcement doesn't know? Because last time I
Yes.
checked, it was
Yes.
Katie, Sebastian in the home, the end. Like, is there a magical imaginary friend we don't know about? Like, what are you even talking about?"
Yeah. Why 6 months in with Seth on panel is the question being asked, was Katie the last to see Sebastian? I thought that
Right,
was a
because
weird topic for the
I did
show.
too. I really did too. I thought they were going with something completely opposite of what we've been doing this entire time, and we were going to get some kind of clue as to what it was. But I believe that when Tony mentioned Nancy Grace, aka the opposing channel of Court TV, I
Mhm.
think they were done.
They were done. Yep.
Yeah.
That the polygraph that Nancy Grace gave Seth, and it was
Right.
like,
And that's why you shouldn't have a random person being your PR person, which he was assigned to come talk for you, yet here you are talking the entire time. It just, the whole thing is weird.
Cricket thinks they're closing in, putting some pressure.
I
It's
think there is
possible.
pressure. I think their own inevitable mistakes apply pressure. We can
Meaning
see
there's
that in
pressure.
multiple cases, but again, what people expect on social media is a quick fix. Like this is all
Mm-hmm.
going to be solved and we can go to court by tea time. And while that would be lovely, we don't really get that opportunity.
I
We
agree.
have to things take a long time in justice for good reason. You have to have solid evidence, not just a gut feeling, not just, oh, they said that on a Tuesday and this on a Thursday, therefore they're guilty. It takes a whole lot more than that.
I truly agree, but then there's also their own words. And I know a lot of people don't like the channel that I always been mentioning, but there was an instance, I'm gonna just reference the Michael
What
Vaughn
channel?
case.
Dolly?
Yeah, yeah. I
Oh,
don't
I
want to
don't.
be up here
You
like
can.
Dolly, Dolly, Dolly. Like
Oh,
I feel silly about it, but that's what I relate to because I'm there all the
well,
time.
don't feel silly. It's not that big a deal.
But with
You're
Michael
totally fine.
Vaughn, Michael Monkey Vaughn, that case, we had that interview with Stacy. I was gonna say Seth, and there were specific words that needed to be said per certain agencies in order to kind of corroborate what they already know. And the case is so solved, but they don't have the proper pieces in order to go prosecute them. And so here we are 3 years later with no actual prosecution of the event and what occurred. And there's things being shown on the internet that clearly age progressed photos when they're 99.9 certain that this boy is not alive. Sadly, I'm so sorry, but and so with this, it's like I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's hard to be the public and expect a verdict tomorrow because it's what we all want. We want Sebastian found. We want to know what happened to him, and she's right. It doesn't just happen overnight.
Yep, and I think sometimes the what maybe set out as good intentions from either certain creators or parties, whoever they may be, when they get involved, it often causes more problems than it does help anything. Like again, mentioning that case in particular with Michael, we have, or at least I have, sorry, I'll speak for myself, I have seen multiple people who get involved who put things out there that law enforcement's not doing that. And it sort of makes you question, what is that purpose? Are you just trying to sell a story rather
Um,
than
the
actually
actual
achieve?
reason for that, the reason for that law enforcement is not doing that is because they cannot. That would prevent them from prosecuting people and being a
Well,
legitimate law enforcement agency. But there is
absolutely.
times that the audience doesn't realize that parts of law enforcement, aka API, whatever, whoever is working with the case does actually know what is being done on the internet, which is what our case was, and does somewhat instruct the interviews. Because what you say, whether it's on somebody's panel, whether it's face to face with a person, whether it's in the interrogation room, like in what I'm saying here right now, can and will be used against me if it needed to be. Do you know what I mean? So sometimes you see people on panels or you see things being done and you think that it's being done in an irresponsible way and how dare they have this suspect up and he's up here causing a scene, but it's actually being done for
help a brother out.
proper reason.
I don't
We'll
want to
agree to
interrupt you guys.
disagree.
Hold on one second. Thank you, Just Another Human. They said this is so interesting. Thanks, everyone. And people have been saying love seeing creators come together and they're loving, the conversation.
I love
Thank
it.
you. Yeah, I do too. B Tim is having an issue with the audio. If you are on your phone, I can't really help you because I've never done this on my phone. Maybe you guys can give them if you guys are on your phones when you join this. Tell them what to do. I don't know if there's I know if you're on a computer, you can go down by your little mic. There's a little arrow, click that, and then you could choose your mic. It might not be chosen to the right mic.
Yeah, you should still be able to give the same permissions on the little where you give it the little audio permissions. It'll say very clearly which mic you're using and which headset it's coming through.
Yeah, because this isn't stream. What is it called that you guys use? Stream
Yard.
Stream Yard.
Yeah, I use the same one as you.
I know everybody does. Well, like I said, this comes with my regular. Like I don't always use these because I don't have panel guests very often. So I use like Streamlabs desktop, but this comes with it.
The version of this that I started using was called Melon. It was such a weird name for a thing.
Use Melon. I used to use Melon.
And then the Stream Labs brought Melon, and now it's all sort of three
all
parts
together.
of the one entity. Yeah.
Yep. Seth cleared Seth. Davidson County has not cleared North Sumner, says James Vaughn.
There was a question earlier I saw, which was, have you seen the sort of narrative where it's a fake or a hoax? And that is one commonality that I see crop up all the time. And I know because we're all programmed to like a little bit of a, is there a conspiracy? We all love a little bit of that, no matter how logical we are. Some more than others. Some are deeply entrenched in full conspiracy level. But one sad thing is when people start to, we've seen this in multiple cases where people are like, is this person even real? Do they even exist? Are the parents actually real people? And you what? I mean,
yeah.
If you really think we've gone that far, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what part of the matrix you're in. We're all on a very different vibe because, yeah.
Well, Ryan Upchurch got himself in trouble for saying Kylie Rodney wasn't real. And now there's a lawsuit about that.
Yep.
Because that got real bad with conspiracy and with Icked He's being sued by Icked because he said Icked was, trafficking children.
Yep, absolutely. You can't, people are very reckless with that kind of thing too. I know that I have a vested interest in that niche of things. I'm not going to take it sideways completely, but people are so reckless just labeling certain things and forgetting that there are ramifications to everything, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to have those thoughts, but to say them publicly, on a platform, especially when you have millions of viewers, is
It's almost like we forget that we're dealing with real humans.
sure. Yep. I agree. I mean, look at what we started out this stream with. Silver's on the scene out there with a shovel saying, "It's time to get digging." Imagine
I
being
can't
Katie.
even.
Imagine being Katie and seeing someone doing that.
When people told us about the Silver creator actually taking that caller that had originally come into Dolly's show as serious and going to the law and wasting time with all of that, I couldn't believe it. I'm wondering what's going to come of that, but it's clearly some of these people attached to some of these cases, like Silver and Tony, who was droning over the Idaho 4 house for reason,
Yeah. So this is that headline we were talking about.
Look at Vinny's face. If that isn't all of us at this moment, I don't know what is.
So true. So true. Poor Vinny. So yeah, this is the segment. So it started out with like, is anybody still searching for Sebastian? That was on the bottom. And then it switched to this. Was Sebastian's mom the last person to see him?
Wow. But see, even with the original, is anyone still searching? Well, Vinny didn't even follow up. Like, oh, of course I am, Eeyore over here. But why didn't you follow up with, okay, well, where's the last place you searched? What can we do to help you with your search? Like anything. Not just here you are, we get your kid is missing, we feel sad, we want to help you, and then you're just like, I'm searching still.
Right.
Okay. Like
yeah, he says, is anybody still searching for Sebastian? He says, I am.
And then he doesn't follow it up with anything. I really was sitting there like, ask him where they've been, how they've been searching, what they've been doing to search anything.
And neither one. And then Tony doesn't even step in and say, well, yeah, Vinny, we were out a couple weeks ago. We had a boat going with some sonar. I mean, nothing. They're just waiting for that moment to say, well, we need your assistance because we need to clear Seth.
You could tell that was the whole purpose of coming up there. Yeah.
Yeah. But I wonder what it was with the producers just to raise awareness, like Sebastian's still missing and we're still following this case. That was kind of the vibe I got in the beginning. Vinny's like, we investigate these cases. We follow them until these kids are found, da, da, da. And then it turned into, oh, well, what Court TV can do to help us out is help us clear Seth.
Yeah, Court TV has picked up on the whole YouTube thing, and I've noticed they stream members only now. They see what cases are trending and then do videos on it. I think that's a little bit to do with what the purpose was of Court TV. I watch everything.
I hadn't noticed that. Tell me that again.
Well, Court TV has clearly, from my opinion and what I've witnessed, started paying a lot of attention to how YouTubers are putting out their content. And so they do a lot of streams where they're members only.
Do they really?
They do. And I'm not saying that as a bad thing, God.
No, it's interesting though. It is interesting because the one lady that walked up to JLR when he was in Hendersonville is their moderator for Court TV, and she runs their Twitter. And she walked up on JLR and she was like, hey, JLR. And she said, I'm helping Seth. And she was talking about that weird Amber Alert site from Skaggs. She says,
the fake one?
Mm-hmm. She says, oh, yeah, it was sent to me and we sent it to the detectives.
Wow.
And she's their mod.
And you didn't vet it. You didn't verify or vet it first at all. Like you didn't. I can't.
Well,
and this is why people start thinking things are fake, is because we're getting fed things that are fake. And so it's like, what part of this is actual real?
You see,
but I don't know if she was trying to call it out or not, though.
Yeah, that was sort of the vibe I was getting a little bit. Like, And I do believe that stuff should be sent to law enforcement. It's the same with
Yes,
all of the
absolutely.
previous cases. You know, when you see somebody put out stuff like that, that is clearly given a vibe like, you know, send your tips to us and, you know, we're the ones that'll go out doing the searching. Who are you?
I
What
agree.
authority do you have here?
Right.
Right.
Are you
What do
going to
you
take responsibility for people when they go out searching? Are you going to take responsibility if somebody goes missing when they go out searching?
Yeah.
I don't, you know, I have so many questions, and that's the problem I had. I tried to explain some of that at Granny's one day, and I had so many thoughts all at once that none of them came through at all because I was just like, I'm the only one that thinks this. I feel like I'm an alien right now. It's really not a good feeling. But I'm glad that other people see it. I'm glad.
You just brought up
Hang on. I want
something
to
that
hold
go
that
ahead.
thought, PJ. I
Yeah,
just want to
got
address
it.
Linda in chat. She said, you all are not helping Sebastian's case in any way. But are we hurting it by having a discussion? We may not be assisting in the investigation, but we're definitely not doing any harm by having a discussion here on Every Day with Jay on YouTube.
Right.
Okay, go ahead, PJ. Sorry.
People get so emotionally invested. It's just like,
So much
man,
so. It's dangerous.
just turn it off. If you don't like us having a conversation about it, you don't have to be here.
If that bothers you, you might need a mental health break. And I'm not saying that to be condescending. I've been there myself where I needed a mental health break from Summer Wells' case because it got
I
so
have to.
wild. And there's no shame in that. You should take a break. If this discussion irritates you to the point where you need to come in here and say that, you might just need to reevaluate.
I agree. What I was gonna say is what with you guys saying what you said, I remember how side-eyeing I was at the fact that Seth and Tony had a tip line that they uh designated. Is that a normal thing? Because when we discussed it on Dolly's, it was like there was a consensus of half-half, and some people actually thought that that was a good idea based on TBI not following up with tips.
Oh my God, those people are brainwashed. No, it's a
That's what
horrible
I
idea.
thought.
Yeah, but you
That's what I
said, is
kept
it a
saying.
normal thing? As in, has it been done before? Yes. And that's where I have a problem because I personally believe that should not be done. There are
No.
multiple different ways, Crime Stoppers, etc., where you can give tips anonymously. They don't have to go directly to the investigating agency if you're not comfortable speaking directly with them. But
And
this
in
whole
my opinion, there's a reason that Crime Stoppers didn't step in and try to help with a reward. And
but
it's
they will
because
still pass on a tip. They will.
Right. But I'm saying, like, if this truly there wasn't more to it, I feel like law enforcement would have asked Crime Stoppers to handle that if they felt it would help. But
Right.
having tips go to a man who sits on panels as the father saying, I'm still not cleared, I'm still a suspect, they have all my electronics, and then he's gonna, oh, we're taking tips in the next breath. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Just
Right.
no.
Yeah. I agree. I'm glad I'm not the only one because I just was jaw to the floor. Like, is this real life right now?
No. I mean, I could see if the case went cold and it was years later and like, like Jennifer Kesey's family. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Jennifer Kesey. She
Yeah.
went missing in Orlando. She's never been found. And her parents actually had to sue the police in Orlando for the records in her case. And they ended up doing that. And they succeeded and they took over the investigation with their own people. But we're talking 20 years or whatever after. Not
Right.
6
That's
months
different.
in, yeah. It just seems like that he's trying to hide something to me.
Yep.
That's the only way I can perceive that.
Right. Like he's trying to circumvent the tip from getting to the right person almost.
Yeah.
But then
Yeah.
he who do you mean when you say he? Who do you mean exactly?
When I say he, usually it's regarding Seth, even though he may not have been the one that did it or started it. I believe he's the driving force of the side that he's developed for himself. So
The misinformation.
yeah.
I agree with you. When she said he, I envisioned Seth as well.
Well, look who's back.
Welcome back. Oh, she's got a
Thank
picture
God.
now.
I
Moving
promised.
on up.
I promised I wouldn't leave you, and then I
Creep
left you.
town,
I was like,
dude.
oh my gosh, my promise.
Thank you for subscribing, Head Sick Betty.
I stick.
Nice.
Lord.
Nice.
Oh my goodness.
Welcome back, Granny.
Thank you. I had to run and get some necessities while I was offline for a minute.
Well, I'm glad you're all stocked up with your necessities.
Man, I'll tell you.
We were just talking about basically Seth and, this headline here that Vinny put out just a couple days ago. Was Sebastian's mom the last person to see him? Do you think that's a weird question to ask at this juncture with Seth on panel?
Absolutely, it's weird. Well, you have to wonder, right? What is Vinny's intent? Did Tony reach out to Vinny, or did Vinny reach out to them? What is his intent now? Because he wasn't covering Sebastian. He was covering Madeline Soto and Karen Reed. He wasn't even covering Sebastian. So the whole thing,
came out of the blue.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
When Vinny said, or not Vinny, when Tony said that interviews like this are easily accessible, I believe he gave you a hint that they reached out to Court TV.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Can you guys see it playing with no sound?
I can see it playing, yeah.
Okay, I just want you guys to watch, while we're talking, just watch Vinny's face as he goes through this interview. But go ahead, I'm just going to let it roll.
If it's so easily accessible, why aren't they doing more of them? More professional, interviews. And again, Vinny says we're bringing up the father, Sebastian Rogers, to talk about Sebastian Rogers. But what does he do? He speaks about himself.
Mm-hmm.
And isn't it funny, too, that they're panning and showing all the windows in the house
weird.
from Zillow?
Is that their real house? I mean, that's like
this inside? This is from Zillow when it was for sale before they bought it.
Oh, okay.
And remember how I was telling you how Core TV is starting to mirror professional YouTube videos, Chronicles of Olivia, for example. He's got a bunch of stock photos, like the reel they did with the landfill. Was that the actual photos of the people going through the landfill in the Sebastian case?
Dude.
Right.
Yeah,
I think that was stock video.
No, it came from the news because they did have two news reports on that. If you go on YouTube. Yeah, if you go on YouTube, there is video that they show and they're talking about
they
it.
They did play stock videos of like the where there was a German Shepherd walking and a tracker behind it. Like they just had professional type cuts of little videos within the video there that made me really I was looking at that and thinking, wow, a professionally Olivia type video right here. But that was just my perception. I might be completely wrong.
Well, I think that would be, in my opinion, that's a bit of a stretch because Court TV have done a whole variety of types of broadcasts. So, it's not exactly a lot of effort for them to get a few bits of B-roll.
Well, I was wondering about the footage they showed, though, because it looked like search footage, and someone in my chat, or actually a couple people, when I first played this, I said, where is this footage from? And a few people said it was the initial search. And I was trying to figure out where it was because it didn't look familiar from all the footage we've seen. So I wasn't sure. Maybe it was like just some stock footage. I didn't think about that, but they typically don't do that. They typically have real footage.
Either.
Mm-hmm.
There was something I wanted Granny's input on, and now I can't think of it, and it's going to drive me nuts because we were talking about it earlier, and now I can't think of it. I hate that.
Sorry. If you think of it, just butt in.
Look at the expressions on Seth's face and Tony's face. Could they, you would think they were up there to discuss an ingrowing toenail or something. It's just...
Yeah, it was a very odd, awkward,
weird,
uncomfortable feeling interview. There was a lot of dead space, no talking.
Yeah.
I just felt a very awkward vibe. And then when it ended abruptly, I was like, wow, that was wild.
Tony's all slouched. He doesn't even look like he could be bothered to be there. The excessive blinking, he looks like he's falling asleep. The whole thing was weird. And then you got Seth taking up the whole camera. He's like right in it, I just, neither of them are wearing green. Neither of them wearing Sebastian's photo. Like they're not really speaking much even about Sebastian.
No, they
I
don't show
agree.
his picture, but they do show all of the windows, and I thought that was interesting.
Hmm.
Well, they did ask the question of Seth as to whether or not he had outside resource to get outside on the ground level, but if Sebastian was on the ground level. So I
Yeah.
think maybe that was
And you
an
know what he
angle they were
said?
trying to.
And you know what Seth said?
He
Well,
quickly said that cops made sure that that wasn't the case, or that was checked.
no, I think he first said, I'm not sure. I think he might have been able to. Okay,
Oh,
you see the windows, okay? You see these windows. Why would you say, I think he might be able to. Yeah, he could clearly walk out of step
Yeah,
out of these
you could step
windows.
right out, right?
Let's
Hell, I used to go in and out of my bedroom window that was up high, like
Me
literally had to,
too. Me too.
I
Golf
think that's,
inspector, welcome to panel.
and
Thank
I
you.
know what we were talking
Just
about,
help a
PJ. We
brother
were
out
talking
here.
about the undertone that's been here the entire time that people just don't want to admit to. They don't want to
yep,
acknowledge.
yep. Because the second that you step against Seth is that you're pro Proudfoots, and I
Right.
mean, to me, everybody's been off this entire time.
I've been accused of working with the Proudfoots. I've been accused in other chats of being Chris Proudfoot, to the point where I'm like, wow, your research skills suck. Because all you have to do is type in my name and you'll see exactly who I am. Not some odd account.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm a whole ass channel. I can't stand when people do things like that. Like, oh, you're Chris, aren't you? You're Chris. Yeah, I'm Chris. You got me there. And hey, we.
Wow.
Missed you, my friend.
Hey.
By the way, hey, we.
I know, right? A whole last channel. I was off thinking about very different things. I'm like,
I'm
what?
in like a
Who?
whole rant.
Where?
And I'm like,
What?
hey, we. But no, it's unfortunate that people immediately go to those sides. I even had people say to me like, oh, well, you're proud Proudfoots, or you're pro Proudfoots. And I'm like, no, I'm not. But I am pro on the fact of I can relate and understand certain moves that were made. For example, Katie leaving when Chris left. I don't care how brave you think somebody is. They don't have to stay in a home where a bunch of people are streaming by and recording her. And, it would be terrifying. I'd be terrified. So I'd leave with my protector as well. We all know Chris takes that protective role over Katie.
I do agree on that, but I also believe that Katie didn't necessarily. The thing that really got me with Katie was that there was a person that I think was either on a panel or somewhere. I don't remember where the person was from, but they basically said that there was a sighting of Sebastian in the neighborhood next to theirs. That they believed they had a sighting of Sebastian, and Katie wasn't bothered to leave the house and asked the person whether or not the kid had shoes on or not.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I mean, I think there's some weird moves that Katie has made. I think the whole family's weird. And I think when it comes down to it, ultimately, each one of them failed in one way or another, which I think led us to where we are today. I don't think any of them are innocent or great parents.
Exactly.
I just don't think they're as loud as Seth. And because I don't think they're as loud or obnoxious as Seth, I don't pay as much attention to them. How could you? They're not even speaking.
Right.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Is that a rumor, or where did that information come from, PJ? Because there's a difference between rumors and facts. Now, if somebody's if there was a sighting, is that just rumored, or how did that come about?
We have a lot of people that call in that are directly involved, like the neighbors, and I believe there was the fake dog handler that called in, so I don't know how accurate that was. But clearly probably a rumor if you want to label it.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? Innately with this is there's like, oh, I have a problem because of that. So you have to look at it a little bit differently, because obviously in this case, none of them are cleared. Both,
Just help a brother
both
out here.
sides of the parenthood here is still, under suspicion or under investigation. So it doesn't really matter what we
Just
hear
help
all
a
these
brother out
rumors,
here.
but we have to separate those from facts and not
I
just
fully agree.
base the
And
opinion.
I wasn't saying that was something that I had the main issue with.
Just help
I
a
just
brother
kind of,
out
I
here.
guess, was using that as a reference. But for me, ultimately, Occam's razor. It's just whatever the most probable situation. She was in the house. He was in the house with her. In Virginia, actually, you would probably be in jail for that or have charges against you based on child neglect. He's 15. You're the parent. I would get in trouble if my kid didn't go to school on Monday. Same type of concept, I guess. But for me, and I'm not saying she did anything to harm her kid. I'm just saying, as the parent in the home with a child, you're the most probable, the most likely.
Yeah, yeah. No, I understand that part. That's 100%. I'm with you there on that. I'm just saying to people who are judging or based on things like that, on rumors and neighbors with who knows what their intent is, right?
You're right.
And
You're right.
that's a little bit dangerous, in my opinion. But what I came here to talk about was really like we're looking at this interview, and I don't understand. Like, people have problems with this and that. If you look at the big picture on this one, is you seeing a man who showed his pecker on live stream. The other man talks in sexual innuendos. The woman who's tied to them, Bullhorn Betty, is sitting half naked on a bed, talking in a very sexualized way about Sebastian. I think people need to have a little bit of perspective on what are they watching. This is a team of people that actually have sexual innuendos looking for Sebastian. I think that's sick. And anybody supporting, this team
too.
Yeah, anybody
is.
supporting this team needs to have a look at themselves. Like, what am I looking at? What am I supporting here?
Yeah.
This woman is sitting half naked on her bed, for God's sakes, talking about Sebastian.
Talking
It's
about
disgusting.
our underwear,
Yeah, I mean, we can go there too.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. And why do people support that? That is sexualized, to the max, in my opinion. And I don't think she should have a right to speak about children on her channel doing that.
I agree completely. I think it's totally irresponsible and totally inappropriate.
Yeah, just as inappropriate as Vinny having that team on his show, because he's well aware that pecker has been shown on live. Why do you put people like that? Disgusting.
Do you really think he knows that?
I do. They do their research. And if they don't, they're stupid. They have a research team. Of course they do. Yeah.
But then whenever you compare it to other cases, I mean, Don Wells, I literally watched that man use the toilet on live stream.
Yep.
While he was talking about his missing daughter.
Yeah.
And it's a sad thing because that whole side of things takes away the focus from, instead of looking for this missing child, we're focused on what these extraneous activities are, whatever this is, whatever the sideshow is, we're all looking at that. Meanwhile, where is that child?
Well,
or
exactly.
missing person?
But you're looking at these people that we're looking at as main characters in this whole thing, right? Betty, Seth, and Pecker Boy there as the main characters in this, and people are actually looking at them for answers for what to do next and where to go search, and that to me is terrifying.
Well, wouldn't you agree? Without most respect, without the side act, without the circus, people wouldn't be talking at all. Let's be honest. That's what keeps people in tune. So there's a negativity and a plus to it. Because at the same time, here we are 6 months later talking about Sebastian Rogers, where little Benny nobody talks about because there's nothing to be talked about. It just doesn't keep people's interest. Jay covered a little boy, active Amber Alert, little autistic boy, and she was lucky to get 200 in chat. Look how many are in chat for this. I mean, so it's also the audience is guilty for that because,
Well, anytime, I gotta say, anytime there's a case that's open-ended, such as, the Watts case was very open-ended, people still don't think they have the truth. And it will always go in 50 directions. You can't stop it, But what we can do is we can talk about the things that are gross and the things that cross over boundaries, especially when it comes to children. just like
Yeah.
you just pointed out. Those things are all very valid and very inappropriate. And for people to accept them, I mean, I don't know. I don't know why people accept that. I wish I knew.
And that's what I'm having a problem with
Mhm.
understanding is that they don't see it that way. So inadvertently, what's going on in their head when they're seeing this?
Mhm.
I'm calling it out for what it is. I'm sorry. I think it's totally disgusting
Don't
watching people
apologize
like
for
that.
that. I
I mean,
think it's sick
unless you
too.
you're looking for that kind of content, you
See, to
know.
be honest, I never looked at it as like Betty being half naked talking about a child. I
Well,
never
she
see it
is.
from that perspective.
Well,
Well, I
she
never
is.
looked at it like that, but all of the sexual innuendos have always come from people associated on Seth's team.
Right.
Exactly. And you have to question yourself, why?
I mean, I honestly think it's really gross that, this guy is filming tying up his boots and buying a shovel and digging. I think that's absolutely disgusting.
But that's disgusting on another level, right? We're not talking about, pornography here. We're talking about, it's sort of a pornography, I guess, but in a different way.
It's still exploitive.
It's absolutely, absolutely.
Mhm.
I'm
I
just,
just think Betty has no professionalism. I don't think it's a matter of like her wanting to appear half naked or looking half naked. I don't think she's like setting that tone with intent. I think she's just a trashy person who doesn't know how to represent herself.
well, then she shouldn't be on camera. And
Right.
Well,
people,
I'm
honestly,
not
talking about a
agree
child,
there. Yeah, I agree with that.
I, I think, if you don't have that in you, you're sitting, I mean, I just, I can't, like, and nobody brings this up. This is so disgusting. This is like the most disgusting part of this whole situation. Yes, we're talking about Sebastian for a lot of reasons, but this should not be one of the reasons, in my opinion.
So, is it Betty in your eyes that's more of a problem, or Seth?
The whole team, they're the same. They seem to be very similar. And that raises a lot of red flags for me,
I don't
honestly.
believe that Betty was as
Mm.
involved until she got brought in by Tony.
Yeah, but why
Well,
was
So,
she?
brought in, she chose to insert herself. Like
Mm.
she wasn't,
Well,
she
she was
wasn't an
dying.
innocent stander
She
by
was
on that
dying to be
process,
involved from the beginning. In the very
right?
beginning, she was baiting Chris Proudfoot. I'll talk to you. I'll listen to you, Chris. She just latches on to whatever the hell will let her latch onto it.
And
Well,
it's
let's talk
another.
into that for a minute. Let's talk about that for a minute. How about I actually got upset with you, Jay, but for that. But how about when Terry Lynn?
I did not boot her.
Oh, no.
Granny, of
I
all the
can't.
times, of
I
all
swear
the
to God.
times, she's
I
like,
did.
I was cross at you, Jay, and then
Oh
silence.
God. The timing. You guys see her mic is not muted. I did not do anything. She's still talking. We can't hear
Speak,
you, Granny.
speak to us, Granny.
Oh my God. She's like, Jay, I was upset with you. Boom.
She's so upset she can barely speak.
Oh. Jay
Rage
booted
quit,
Granny.
Granny. Rage quit, Granny. Oh,
Oh
I'm
my God.
joking. I'm joking.
Come back up. Come back up. I know. Shame on me. Can you imagine that timing? What the that's Granny kind of luck right there.
I know sometimes it happens, and you're like, I swear the universe hates us sometimes.
That's too funny. I wonder what she was gonna say about Terry Lynn. Do you guys know?
I don't know. Here's another thought though. Whenever we're talking about the sexualizing of things, like Chris had said that the reason that he communicated with Terry Lynn was because of her boobies,
Oh my
basically.
God.
And like he has a whole pet name for Terry Lynn, etc., etc. And that in itself is kind of odd.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
people forget that there's maybe a way. We all have our quirks, we all have our sense of humor, our way of letting off steam, or whatever. But some people forget that, to keep their boundaries up a little bit. It's very strange. And yet the same person can then suddenly switch to talking in third person when describing a certain thing. It makes the whole thing very questionable. All
Mhm.
of it. All
Mhm.
of it. It does.
Now, did he did Chris say that when he was recorded privately, quote unquote, or did he say it on like an open panel?
Oh, this was before that even.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's
Yeah.
either way. I think sexualizing this is totally just not something
Well,
that should
golf
happen.
inspector, someone just said that they complained about it and they were told that's just Seth letting loose and having fun.
Yeah.
Yep. And people
I'm
said the
sure.
same about Chris too, where people are willing to, and the same with Don Wells, they've done the same there. Where they're like, oh, that's just them, you have to let them, they're going through a very difficult time. Yes, we understand that. We do. But do you not find this a little bit strange? 'Cause I do.
It's amazing to me the creators that sit and entertain that and laugh and stuff about it. It's really disturbing to me and really disappointing, to be honest.
Exactly.
I don't like where it's gone. I don't like the people that have accepted it just because, oh, I want to have Seth on my panel. So I'm going to just excuse all this inappropriate, nasty ass behavior and go on with it. It's wrong. He calls her Titty Lynn. Is that what he calls her?
That's not the name that's in my head.
Oh, okay. Granny's back.
Yay!
Oh, and she's gone.
That was the quickest visit ever.
I did not. What a fucking
That was
tease.
a drive-by granny there.
Oh, man.
Ewok, you have the best voice ever and the best accent ever.
Oh, thank you. The novelty will wear off very quickly, but thank you. I also like your accent, Golf
Thank
Inspector
you.
General. I do. The rest of yous are terrible. I just realized that's what it sounded like. So that's not what I meant. Here's another thing that is kind of interesting to me is the people that volunteer their services to be spokespeople for these families, PR, some sort of press relations, whatever. They themselves are usually very different people to what I would expect. None of them that I have found in any recent case certainly have any pertinent skills in that area. Most of them seem to have their own rap sheet. That in itself is a bit curious. It's like, what's happening here? This is the person that you're choosing to speak for you? What?
Yeah. Granny, are you okay now?
I think so.
Okay.
Yay!
I think
Welcome
I got
back.
this. Thank you.
Do you want to
thank
finish your
I
thought? Because you
overheated
were telling
the-
me that you were upset with me and then you were gone. It was
I
the
just vanished
timing
like
was
that. It's like, I'm
impeccable.
mad at you, Jay.
Yeah, you said
I'm
I was
leaving.
upset with you about this, Jay. And then all of a sudden it was
And then it just
you were still talking, but we couldn't hear you.
is that how I say Jay, by the way? Jay.
Yes, you do.
Sure,
This upset me about you, Jay.
Jay, I'm really mad at you, Jay, for this. But no, it was when Terry Lynn recorded Chris Proudfoot, right? It sounded like Chris was being flirty. A lot of people took it that way, but I saw it as Terry Lynn being flirty to a man she knew was married, to a man that she knew she was recording at that, right? So I found that to be so inappropriate on her part, where I know with you, Jay, you felt that he was more inappropriate in that instance, but I thought they both were extremely inappropriate, especially her, because she knew what she was doing.
Wait,
Same, Granny. I agree with
I
you.
need you to repeat that. Sorry.
Well, listen closely, Jay.
Flip's
what I'm
sake,
saying.
Jay. We've waited all this time for Granny to tell us this thing, and now you're not listening. Come on now.
I know.
I could have taken the sign from the YouTube gods and not repeat it myself, because usually when StreamYard interrupts me, it's for a reason. But no, remember that phone call that she recorded and it was being replayed. I seen somebody in your chat say like, "Oh, Chris sounds like." I saw somebody say Chris sounds like he's rubbing one out right now. I don't even know how to appropriately
Oh,
say it.
okay. Yeah, the
And
call, the recorded call. Okay.
yeah, and for me, I thought it was more. Terry Lynn was extremely flirty and inappropriate. Like, I'm gonna
She
get a
was
cat for
flirty.
your house, and he's like, "No, I don't want the cat." She's like, "Oh, you're taking the cat." Like, it was just
Oh,
weird. I don't know.
she was flirty. She was leading him on for sure.
Yes, yes. And I
Yeah,
thought
she
that was
wanted.
crazy because,
It was
feel how
crazy.
and a lot of marriages and stuff, a disappearance of a child, a loss of a child, it can cause the marriage to fall apart, right? And I'm not excusing anything he said or did, but when you have this woman on the line flirting with you, you don't know
Yeah.
you're being recorded. So I'm a flirty person by nature. Even if I'm not into somebody, I can come across as flirty, right? So I felt like she was trying to set the tone to make it flirty so others heard it as flirty, when I really personally took it as she made the tone, not him. But he was vulnerable, and
And you
secretly
know
being
what?
recorded.
Maybe that, you know what? Maybe that was despicable of me to take that call and
Despicable.
play it. I mean, you're bringing it to my attention,
I wouldn't say it was
honestly.
despicable because it was
But you know
interesting.
what? I mean, it was interesting, but you're right. It was kind of like a conversation that you felt like you shouldn't be listening to.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
again, that's not even the first time that somebody has done that either. We had Brooks do it with Stacey Wandra, where again, she knew she was recording that conversation and she was proud of it, way more so than Terry Lynn. She was proud of that whole thing. That man, no matter what you think about who has done what, where, how,
Nope.
when,
Look
to
at what the Wanda Life just said. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Wade, but I find that to be interesting because it was a setup between her and Nina. Why are you getting involved in all of that? Ugh. Sorry, Way. I do that to you a lot because you're so like
you
well
do.
spoken and softer
I
spoken
am. I'm a bit. Well, it's because I'm a bit slower as well. Because if I don't speak slowly, people have no idea what the heck I'm saying.
with your accent. I have a Scottish. I was friends with a Scottish lady, and she didn't speak when she spoke like her real language. I couldn't understand her at all.
Right. We have different speeds. We have normal speed and then regular company speed. There's just it doesn't work out if I do the normal stuff. Um. I'll be quick, but yes, Stacey Wondra, that whole thing happened there. Very
Mm-hmm.
few people even batted an eyelid at that. They were just like, "Oh well, that's okay because we don't like him." You don't need to like the dude to think that that's kind of weird. What sort of honeypot weirdness are you doing here? Do you understand you could have put an entire investigation at risk by what playing, like, do you think you're in some sort of 1940s movie? Is that what you're doing? Because this is weird. I don't know
Well,
what she thought she was doing. It doesn't make
well,
sense.
explain that for the people that weren't around because I don't think many people understand what that whole situation was. Highly inappropriate.
She was, hey, Christina. Um, she had had a whole series of conversations with Stacey Wandra,
Who's a suspect?
one of four named suspects
Mm-hmm.
in Michael Vaughan's disappearance. I say it that way because I think the whole context is important. I'm not team anybody apart from missing child. That's my I want to be real clear about that. People somehow get that twisted at times. But whenever she had popped onto another panel, Brooks, Crime Lines and Lies, who also recently had a recorded conversation with Brandy Neal, the mother of Michael Vaughan, and happily played that on stream whenever she needed some backup.
Basically, what Crime Lines did was she was on a phone call. She was leading on Stacey Wandra and was all like, "Oh, maybe you can help fix my marriage." And she was like all flirty with him and weird, and said she was having marital issues and all to gain his trust to get him to speak. But she claims to be a very good friend of Michael Vaughan's mother, and it was so disrespectful and gross because people did that with Don Wells too,
Yep.
flirted with them.
Sending him scantily clad pictures.
Yeah.
And I also then can't forget how Prayer Garden came to this platform. Prayer Garden, who was vouching for Dawn Wells left and right, and saying how she was on the phone to him all day, every day, and she knew all the things, and Donnie wouldn't do that. Donald wouldn't do that.
That whole thing was
Yet here
weird.
we are. She
All
would
weird.
happily string him up by the toes. It's very strange.
Well, ironically, what a lot of people don't know is my channel first started out. I was actually clipping Monster Booty Woman and her inconsistencies, because one minute she was pro Wells, and the next minute she was not about the Wells. One minute she was blaming the church, and the next minute she's praising the church, and it was so odd to me, and I knew exactly what she was doing. And here we are. She still claims there's things she'll never tell, and she has things and whatever. But the point being, these people flirt with these people that are in, whether you think they're guilty or not, they're not in a right state of mind. And like I said, a lot of marriages don't last through these type of traumas. And you have these women that are going about it by flirting. And it's so inappropriate. It's so gross. It's beyond cringe. And I just don't understand it. Like even Betty, she's flirty with Seth now.
Yep. I agree with you. I think that whole vibe is so inappropriate. And I think that sort of dovetails into what Gulf Inspector was saying a wee second ago, in a slightly different way, though, that there's no professional aspect. You don't need to be a professional anything. If you're on YouTube, if your idea is to share information about a case, you should have some level of a standard to keep yourself to. If your standard is hustler, then you're in the wrong spot. Personally, I believe anyway.
Yeah,
Maybe there's an element of people who want that. I don't know. But for me, it's
people in
weird.
chat are bringing up the pictures that Cher sent to Dawn, like, like sexy pictures.
Yep, that's monster booty.
Oh, I get it, because the monster tattoos or whatever.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Well, not only did she do that, but then they go on this entire rant that, she just noticed in some of the photos that Don sent, there's tiny, not even an inch tall photos, and they're inappropriate photos of Summer. So that started a whole nother round of, again, putting on these children that they were S8 in some way. And all these people were, I remember, what's his name, described it 4 different ways. And it's like, how are you describing the same photo in 4 different ways? Because the fact of the matter is, you couldn't see the photos. You know how like your phone does like the sample roll of like what other photos are in your line?
Mm-hmm.
They were going off of that, which was barely able to be seen. And they were claiming that they were able to see so much. It was so cringe. It was just so horrible. But yes, these are the same people that are now doing similar in Sebastian's case.
Yep.
Yeah. And you know what? It's another case with an open-ended, no resolution.
Right. No real answers.
And those are the ones that are always the most dangerous, especially when you have people that will talk.
Gosh, I pray we're not 3 years down and Sebastian's name's, one often reference to, like Summers is. I pray we get answers. They get answers, most importantly.
It's so similar to Summers. Like you had Jose in Summers' case, we have Taco in Sebastian's case.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. It's sick.
Well, when Betty goes on, like, I would never accuse an innocent parent, does she think that we don't remember her time at the Wells and the way she was screamed? Like, again, they've never been found guilty, right?
She got Don Wells fired from his job. She took their income.
Right. So when she sits up there and tries to act like she's, some sleuther that has morals because she would never blame an innocent parent, well, they weren't found guilty, and neither has Katie or Chris yet, right? So technically you are absolutely blaming parents. I mean, what she did to Don Well and Candace Wells, again, like them or not, that was horrific. Imagine if it was you. You have these psychopaths in your face. And I still have a clip where Molly goes, oh, is that Don? Tell him we'll S his D for an interview.
Mm.
Yep. Or
Mm-mm-mm.
when she was in the Airbnb acting like he was chasing them round like outside the house
Their
in some
house.
sort of horror movie, and you're like, what are you even doing?
Do you
See,
remember
I
that?
haven't even seen any of this. That I never watched it.
That was good, Jay, because basically the others were like, shut the F up, Molly. Like, we're done. Like, your dramatics are overboard. We're out of here. And they all left her.
Crazy.
Because the Airbnb, she in the middle of the night, she's screaming at like Don Wells is outside like Michael Myers. And it's like, no, he wasn't.
And
No, he
I fully
wasn't.
believe they planted that plastic knife outside of Summer's church.
Well, they did. They did. Yeah.
Mhm.
It was unbelievable.
I think they're talking about Justin for all, not Justin from TikTok.
Yeah, it was Justin for all.
Because Justin for all is the one that interviewed Jose. Remember that?
Yeah, and he passed away shortly after. I will say that Jose interview was the first time anybody in Summer's life ever described her.
I still don't believe that was Jose. I just don't.
You don't? Really?
Nope.
I
don't.
also have a question if Jose actually passed because
Yeah.
no proof was
Quote,
actually shown,
unquote,
and I find that
passed.
very odd.
Oh, I never considered that.
I think that
People
was
were
leave,
just
leave
saying
Jose
it.
alone. That's
Ah.
what it's about. I don't think he's dead. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I question that, and I questioned that whole interview as well.
Wow. But that interview, if it was Jose, it was the first time anybody ever actually described Summer to us. Like, it was the first time anybody like focused on actually who Summer was. Like, you know, he described her like as a sweet child, always smiling. Like, it was so nice and refreshing to hear that, because otherwise all we heard was Donnie Candace on panels arguing, or, you know, creators blaming them and them having to defend themselves. Same thing we're seeing with Seth, right? We never get an actual detail of what Sebastian was, as it like tell us who he is. We don't get that.
See,
Katie
I
tried.
didn't even take that. I don't even remember what Jose said because I thought it was such bullshit,
Oh,
and I didn't feel that way.
wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, it made me feel icky too because I wondered why all those fucknuts jumped in a U-Haul and drove down there, said they were going to move there, and then all of a sudden, oh, there was no rentals, so we went back to New York. I think there's weird shit going on with all them people.
You know what else is weird? That Ernie. Oh, there, I fixed it finally. I was wondering why my layout was like really weird. Did you guys notice that Ernie was actually in Tennessee around the time Summer vanished?
Yeah.
I
Yeah, I knew
never
that.
realized that. Ew.
They're filming, doing his whole little LARPing performance that he does. And again, some of the I'm not as prone as others maybe to jump into the full conspiracy level, but there's a whole lot of just unfortunate coincidences that start to stack up where you're like,
Yeah.
what the heck is going on?
Like,
What
you
is
got-
going on? At least just even there people being related to each other, and they definitely know about it, and you're like, well, why can't you just say that? Why wouldn't that be like one of the first things you would say? Of, by the way, this person I know, I've never met them, but my cousin's married to them. Why wouldn't that be simple to do? I don't understand it.
Speaking of
Hold on.
marriage, can you
Hold
see
on,
the
hold
new
on,
family tree?
Hold on, before you get to that, I want to know. Someone called the funeral home to verify Jose's death.
Yeah, yeah.
What? How would you even know
Yeah.
what funeral home to call?
Well, look, there's two parts to that. I'll put it very carefully on purpose because I'm really not trying to offend anybody, and offense will be taken nonetheless, but I'm really don't mean it that way. But when Justin had come forward and he had said his part, then Chasing had said that she contacted the funeral home and she had had verification that Jose was deceased. That was the way it was provided to the public.
Oh, okay. Wait. Mystic Firefly, what are you talking about? You crazy thing. You're always crazy up in here in my chats. Well, it was one of your friends talk to Chasing every day with Jay. What are you
She wanted me to
talking
talk
about?
to Cher a minute ago. It's all right. I've never spoke to Cher. I'm not going to now.
No. What the fuck?
No, she didn't on a live Spudler, but she did explain the situation on a live afterwards. That's how that happened. She didn't call them on a live stream. She
Well, and
had the call.
Chasing's not my friend. She doesn't like me because of cracking cases. If we're gonna talk about that. She's never liked me because of cracking cases. So don't sit there and go, it's your friend, Jay. You crazy thing, Mystic.
You said you were being good, Mystic.
Hey, Sarah. Okay, sorry,
No, I wasn't going to say anything.
Yeah, I think the thing is we're seeing a lot of the same players, the same tactics being pulled, tasteless tactics being pulled, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate how this always tends to happen with these cases.
Kelly says, I think Jose is passed. Let's give him grace. Okay.
I kind of believe that he passed as well. I don't know. I get what you guys are saying, but I don't know why.
I think he wanted to be left the hell alone.
But then why come out and do that interview?
I don't know. Was he paid for it? Just
I don't know.
asking for a friend.
I don't know.
The person that did the interview has a habit of paying people for interviews and then not ponying up that he did so. So yeah, I mean, could it be? I don't know. But again, why isn't there a wee bit more honesty? I know that whenever, again, Stacey Wondra, people were trying to vilify Eve for paying for a hostel type place for that Stacey was staying in or something, when other people were literally giving this man literal cash for their interviews with him. And it was just like, you don't see the hypocrisy there at all? No? Okay.
Right. I mean, he's a suspect. Is it really that important to get him on any interviews at all? Like, to the point where you're going to pay for anything? They're all one and the same. I don't know.
That's it. And then it depends on how far you take that, though. Do you take that as far as parents then, too? You know, and some people would argue that as well. And I don't know. It's like, where is the line? I think that's something that came up as part of the TPA discussion with the hashtags. We're all, trying to find some common ground here. We're not really trying to fight with everybody and kick up stink all the time. It's really not the vibe. Most people are just trying to exist. And it's very strange whenever you just realize you're not even having the same conversation as other people. You're not on the same playing field at all. You're in a different place entirely.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the thing. We all come from a different place. So to try to place everybody in the place we expect them to come from isn't quite fair,
Yeah.
Very interesting.
But most of us can tell right from wrong, though.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing is, I think there's a personal responsibility you have to put upon yourself as a viewer, a watcher of these things too. Like, that's what I'm saying. I have to point out, like, nobody saw the sexualized nature of Betty. Like, that's, to me, is very obvious.
Well, it was obvious to me, Golf Inspector, because she kept talking about my vagina. Okay.
Yeah.
She talked about, let's just put it all out there. I feel at this point it's fucking gross. Okay. Because now everybody's talking about it, right? I mean, thankfully I have thick skin and, I laugh the shit off, but a lot of people couldn't laugh that off. It's invasive. It's intrusive. Why is she talking about my vagina and describing it? It's gross.
Yeah.
I agree.
And you can't make excuses for such things. I'm sorry. There is no, well, she's out there searching. No, she's not. She's talking about Jay's vagina.
Mhm.
There's a difference, people, and I don't understand why you don't see that and you support that. And if I don't watch Terry Lynn, if she's, anything like that, you can't make excuses for people that have sexual thoughts in their head while doing something in the name of a child. I'm sorry.
So, it's funny that all gets, not funny that it gets brought up, but ever since TP's video, there's this woman that put me through literal hell last summer. Not, yeah, the summer that, yeah, last summer. And as a recent, she had a falling out with the person I had a falling out with, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, I'm not doing drama no more, blah, blah, blah. But she sucks at true crime too. So her new thing is she's going to jump on what TPE said, and she's going to try to start a series where she's going to call out me and QB, and we're tragedy pimps in the making and blah blah blah. But she's such a bigoted, drunken fool that she literally said her purpose in doing so is to get new subs. The thing is, this is like a Clue Junior, right? Like you're not going to get the subs off of it. You're intentionally trying to call out things that you yourself tried to do, but you weren't successful. So a lot of times I wonder, do people call out certain things because they don't like the attention somebody else is getting, or they want the attention somebody else is getting? So they call it out to act like they're better than, when in all actuality, they don't really give a crap about it. They've done and do similar. You know what I mean? Like that whole, oh, if I take it from this approach, well, I'm not doing what they're doing, but yeah, you are. You know what I mean? Like I'm just doing it from a more moral place. No, your intent is still the same. All of our intent on here is to have viewers and to grow. If not, we would have diaries. And I'm so sick of people acting like that is a bad thing. What I find to be insulting is when they try to approach it from a place of, well, that's not my purpose. My purpose is to call out the misinformation and be the do-goer because I just really care about these people. No, you don't. Because if you did, you get involved in your local legislation and you want to be worried about YouTube and what YouTube thinks. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm sick of people acting like they're not here for growth. We all are. We all are. Don't
Yep.
say you're not. We want to be doing it.
And when you see that skeezy shit being done, that's what it's for. It's to get quick growth.
Right.
Because
And
they
while
don't
people
want
are
to wait and do it organically and do it the
right.
morally right way. They know that the drama and the bullshit and the the aha moments like, oh, I've got this or I've got that, it gets them. It brings in the views.
Well, not only that, Jay, but to focus on like this particular person just said about a week ago or 2 weeks ago, Granny's killing it at true crime, right? So now what they're doing is they think if they use my name because I am getting more viewerships, that they'll get more viewerships, right? So it's not even that they really believe I'm doing anything wrong. They just want what I have. They just want the audience I have. So some people come from that approach as well. And because if it was about doing wrong, you'd be calling out more people like Silver or, the actual harmful content or the person you were just friends with.
There's a reason why a lot of these creators that popped out of the woodwork from Sebastian's case decided to call Jays for Justice out and tag me.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like it comes down to like
the same shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like their intent isn't that they actually believe something harmful is being done. And it isn't that they actually believe that they need to come out and point out to everybody how they think this is so wrong. No, their intent is to grow. And their way of growing is growing off it's just, it's a whole thing. But yeah, like, and that's what I think a lot of people took issue with TPE's videos because she did open up that line of being like, okay, now it's going to be popular to call these people upcoming TPs or whatever. And it's like, why though? If I was getting 200 in my chat, would I have made that video? You know what I mean? Like that's where I question things and I question but that's one of the downfalls, right? When you start to grow, other people don't want you to grow or they want to grow off your growth. And it's one of the downfalls with everything. Is there's always going to be people, because if it was about harmful content, we'd be calling out actual harmful content.
Thank you, PJ. She said, in my opinion, a lot of, oops, I lost it. I had it pinned. Where'd it go? A lot of people's gripes of others is mirroring, which is what you just basically said.
Yeah, it's the truth. I know with this particular person that thinks this is going to be her new niche because she couldn't find anything else and flunked at everything else, is going to be calling me out on the basis that I'm doing something harmful, but they I in the past have made comments like, you stole my position here in this community. Like they're just somebody that wants what I have. And since they can't get it, they want to bring me down, but it's not going to work. Right. So
Yeah.
with a lot of people, I do wonder if their intent is as pure as they say it is, and they're really here because they believe it's so harmful and they care to protect victims, or if it's just growth. I don't know. It drives me nuts sometimes because I'm like, yeah, I don't think you're as morally sound as you come across. You know what I mean? Like, you're not really better than anybody just because you put it with a different color bow on top. We're all doing the same thing at the end of the day.
The problem is, and this is my take from, my experience here on YouTube, is that too many creators look at each other as competitors because we're not. I mean, truthfully, we're not. I mean, maybe if, there's something streaming that you could watch anywhere else and you might pick your favorite creator if, multiple of them are streaming it at the same time, whatever. But at the end of the day, none of us present these cases that we talk about in the same way, not even close. So to say that, I'm competing with Granny for viewers is stupid. That's why it's not like that. But I've never been able to connect with many creators because they view me as competition.
Well,
or they view me as a stepping stone to get where they want to be. And that's just not cool to me.
Yeah.
And
That's
that's not
true.
why I'm here. I mean, if that was how I rolled, I'd be looking at, creators with more subs than me and trying to, get them to be my stepping stone.
Right.
But it's just not how I think. It's not what I do. I talk to people on here that I connect with that I feel are real and not trying to portray something they're not. And that's just how I view it.
Well, a lot of times what it is there are people that just either they have it or they don't, right? There's people that are able to keep an audience that don't need to use other people's videos. They don't have to constantly have panel guests. They can just hold it, right? They have the entertainment factor. And there's some people that don't, but believe they do. And they get so annoyed because they're like, well, why can't I make it? Why can't I do it? Why can't I do what they're doing? Surely I can do it. And when they try and they fail, that's when they see you as the competition. That's when, okay, well, now I'm going to try to call this person out instead. I mean, it's just, yeah, YouTube sucks sometimes. It's so hard. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't type of thing, But it all does come down to the same thing. We all, at the end of the day, want the same thing, which is an audience that hears us and channel growth, period. And people that pretend otherwise are lying because you'd have a paper and a pen, you write your feelings down.
Mm-hmm. And let me tell you guys a little something. We've got, 750 people here. Let me tell you, Potato just made a really good point, and I want to tell you guys a little story. So she says, when I first started watching true crime on YouTube, I never thought creators contacted behind the scenes or connected. I did not expect that at all. And, I kind of share that sentiment. When I first came to YouTube, I wasn't interested in talking to all these creators behind the scenes, but my friend Oni was. And do you know what they would do? And I could name a few: Perplexed, Molly, Oni, couple others. They'd get on their little group Zoom, which was open 24/7, by the way. There was always someone in it if you wanted to hop in. It was the most fucked up, time-consuming thing I could never wrap my brain around, but they did it. And they talk about how they were going to fight tonight. We're going to start on this channel, and then this is going to happen, and then we're going to go over to yours, because they wanted to spread the wealth. It's all a game. And when I saw that, that was when I was like, nope, I got no interest in talking to any of these motherfuckers.
Yeah, but look how quick they all turn on each other too, because once the topic dries up or there's nothing left to discuss, then the infighting begins. And we saw that happening with Sebastian. And that's when I said, yep, I'm out. I know what comes next. I've seen this playbook time and time again. You ain't getting me, suckers.
Yeah,
because that's exactly what comes next.
All concocted. They were friends behind the scenes, but all of their viewers were duped into thinking they were at odds, and they loved it.
Oh, they were fake fighting?
Yes.
Oh,
they
I
would
checked
all
out,
be
Jay.
on a Zoom.
Creek Town, dude.
They would all be on Zoom, and they would talk about whose channel they're going to start on, and then it would get to a point, and then they'd go over to so-and-so's and make the rounds, because when they're fighting, the super chats just pile in, right? If everybody thought Perplexed and Molly hated each other, fuck, the Perplexed is going to get bombed with super chats, and so is Molly. It's all manufactured. That's
Oh,
all
And
it
that
was.
that's only one group of several as well. But then the opposite of that happens, where I heard a creator last night try to claim that they were in a Discord and blah blah blah. They knew all this stuff was being gathered, etc. And people will just eat it up without proof now, because they were so programmed to just expect that there's immense amounts of fuckery. There's no other word for it going on. That's all that's happening. There are some people who do that all the time. They
Yeah.
embrace it. They love it.
It's like
And
acting. It's like acting.
yeah, yeah. And then that's exactly what I sort of felt like when I was trying to say that we're not having the same conversation, because we're all sort of enmeshed together with people, whether you want to be or not. And then you're sort of trying to, we're all either as creators or subs, whatever, you're all navigating this space in whatever way. It's wild to me, the stuff that happens here. Doug, no thanks. No, I'm not a fan. But it was part of what sort of sent him over the edge, was his discovery of other creators doing exactly that. And people didn't believe him. And he went sort of a wee bit insane because of it, because he was like, no, I'm telling you, it's a whole thing.
Well, that's
Yeah.
Michelle, I'm not sure what you're spamming in chat with all these caps.
I seen that too.
I don't know what you're talking about. Chris in a yearbook. Don't give shit to Betty. We're not here to give Betty anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think she's calling out Mystic, not you. She's saying
Oh,
Mystic made a claim that there's a yearbook. Yeah, she's calling out Mystic, not you.
okay. Mystic. So, Mystic, did you find the information on Chris in a yearbook? Oh, so you can give it to Betty. Why are you spreading rumors about Katie being preggers? Huh. Are you saying that, Mystic? Is that Mystic Firefly?
Yeah, probably.
The crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of really gross characters on this platform.
Well, and there's also, yeah, as creators, I know people get so tired of hearing behind the scenes. But I've had a bunch of people, a group turn on me at once because I exposed the behind the scenes. Like, wait, you're all being used as pawns, and I'm not down with it. Like, this is emotional manipulation. You know, what's being said here doesn't match here, and they don't like when you give out their little secrets. They will try to exile you. They will try to destroy you. They'll try to wipe you off the platform. You know, you either go with the masses or you don't. And at any given time, any creator can turn on a creator, whether you think they're friendly or not, because there's always behind the scenes taking place for us so-called creators. So what I've learned to do is stay the hell away from it. Yeah, I'm not in any Discord. I'm not in any conversations. I don't want any parts of it anymore, because I know what it's like to know you're next up on the chopping block. Like, and it does happen. And people get mad about it. Like, they don't see it coming. Subs are being used. It's actually
Yeah, I
quite
don't
sad.
partake in that anymore. I
Yeah,
had
I've
my own
learned.
moderator group on Facebook when I first started with like 25 moderators. It was a disaster. These women turned on each other and they screenshotted the whole mod group, everybody's
Yep.
personal business. It was a mess. And our cunt list got exposed.
Oh boy,
So,
you had like a burn book.
well, yeah, we had like a eye watch, like a little list of people we kept our eye on.
Right.
That were kind of, we were new. We didn't know what the hell we were doing. I mean, 25 mods, who needs that?
Yeah.
Especially
Yeah.
a bunch of women, right?
Mod chats are no good because you never know who's going to turn and when.
Oh, and it was bad. So, yeah, Oni
Mhm.
named it the cunt list, and then that got exposed, and I had people coming in saying, "Oh, nice, I was on your cunt list, huh?" Like, oh my god. So yeah, we've had some scandals over here on J for J. Don't think that we're immune from it. It's just you got to just keep going,
Yep. You learn. Absolutely learn.
Mhm. Sometimes the hard way. But some of these people don't learn and they just don't care. They just don't care. I mean, look at Silvers got called out saying, this is inappropriate. The person was called a troll.
Right, for thinking his content was inappropriate.
and
Yeah.
blocked.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that easy. It does happen that easily. It's actually it's sad. It's sad to constantly walk on eggshells and stuff, you know, like
Mhm.
it is.
I just wish that, most people had the sentiment that someone said earlier, "Oh, if you see that and it's bullshit, just keep going, don't watch it." But
No, I wish.
unfortunately, people do, and unfortunately, there's a lot of gullible people, and I don't mean that condescending, but they trust these people. They gain their trust. They make them so, and that's how they reel them in, they make them so they feel like they know this person, they know this creator. I'm part of their life. I'm part of something, and then they believe everything they say like it's gospel. They don't even double check it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that happens too. Once creators are labeled the bad creators, everything they say and do can be presented as fact and people just believe it. I've seen that with Betty. I've seen it with Molly. I've seen it with Dolly. I've seen it with JLR. I've seen it with myself, and it's just very easy once there's like this tone set to a creator. People can just come out of the woodworks with anything and others believe it because they love to hate that person, right? And sometimes it's not even true info and that sucks. Sometimes it's really true.
Although that brings us full circle a wee bit. One of the reasons I had wanted to come up is whenever you were talking about Cam and that little video that was made about their situation at the minute, there are multiple reasons. I think a lot of people don't understand why other people would want to know, why other people are invested, and there's a whole lot of levels to that. There are a lot of people that had given a money, sometimes very large amounts of money,
To Cayman Alley.
to Cayman Alley for various things, and it has happened many
Mhm.
times over the years, but it happened exponentially so towards the recent end of whatever their channel was. There was a lot going on there. And those people are invested for good reason. They have reason to be curious about what the situation is. Another thing is that he has maintained the entire time that the cops were wrong, the tests are wrong. So even though he put in his nolo contendere, that he is just going to go with the preponderance of evidence for the court, you have to have a bit of a come to Jesus moment too, especially for any addict who has gone through any program will tell you that part of your key to sobriety is being able to be aware that you have no power over your addiction and that acknowledging the problem is a huge part of that.
Right.
So if you're going to come out here and literally lie to people when there is proven court proof that you have an issue, how can people take you seriously if you're going to talk about anything else?
I agree
Well,
That's
with that.
where
I agree
there's
with
a
that too, but I
key
do have
issue.
a personal issue that I had with them. Okay. So I did a live panel with a bunch of creators. I invited creators to come up and discuss the Summer Wells case. And he came up and he was talking about how they, ran out of flyers. They wanted to hang more flyers and, they ran out of them. And I said, okay, I'll donate. I don't remember what I said, you know, half the super chats I get tonight. Cause we had a lot of viewers, I was like, I'll give it to you guys so you can get some freaking flyers. Like, I thought that was ridiculous that they wanted, and naive me, right? Well, as time went on, obviously we had to wait till the next month when I got paid for this. So as time went on, these people were starting to unravel. And I decided not to give them money, and that's why Chasing Truth doesn't like me, if we're being honest. I got called out by her for lying to them and keeping the super chat money. Well, then it came out a total disaster that I was right, that they were on substances. And I did not feel comfortable giving them money because I found out that it wasn't that they were out of flyers, that they weren't even doing that to begin with. So that's the truth about that one. And I feel better now. Thank you. Because that's always been an X mark on me, damn it. I can't tell you how many people razzed me for not giving them that money. And I thought, you know what? I'm done. I'm not gonna even discuss it anymore. But it all came out in the wash.
Did you say at that time that you could see they were on substances?
No.
You need to feel
I just
comfortable.
said it
Oh.
was my decision, I just said no. I just said it was my decision not to, and because I felt that they weren't doing what they said they were gonna do. And that was how I
Oh.
left it. I didn't want to say, oh, I think they're druggies.
Right.
But it all came out in the wash.
Well, maybe you saved their lives.
I don't know about that because we had a woman that was giving them a lot of money.
Well,
and
you don't
being-
know. You don't
being
know.
lied to.
You could have saved their lives. So
Hey,
anyway,
when it-
sorry. Yes, sorry. Go ahead, Granny.
No,
Sorry.
you go ahead, Goth Inspector.
No, I was going to add to your point that we were saying earlier that, there's so many creators and this and that. And the thing is, people go because they need to solidify their own hatred for somebody.
Yeah.
There's always that point, right? And I think I've seen that in a lot of these drama channels, that's what this is all about. Like, if you hate this person, come here and listen to my hatred towards that.
Yeah.
And I think there's a total difference in what we're doing here. At least I like to think so, because I don't get in on the drama at all. Is you look at people that you're supporting that have like innuendos, you have to call it out. And it has nothing to do with drama at all whatsoever. This is not to create chaos. This is still on, helping Sebastian, even if you do call it out. It has nothing to do with anything else. So
Well, yeah, 'cause to me,
there's a
the
big
drama,
difference.
the drama is when you go on a personal level, right? Like Betty personally talking about Jay's cooter, right?
Yeah,
Like that's where
yeah.
you reach the level, and that's a lot of the drama gets to that level. It may not start there, but eventually gets there because they themselves hype up their own hate towards somebody. I mean, at one point, I felt bad for Betty. And I'm like, Betty's over here cooking. She's doing no harm. You're tearing apart a cooking video. You're talking about her hair being fried. Like, at what point do you let somebody kind of move on and progress, right? Like, if we want people to do better, if they're no longer doing a harmful thing, then why is there still a target on them? Because if that's
Granny, the meat was green. You're going to be dead. That's
Right,
not a cooking video. That's a biohazard. That's what that was.
I agree, but how many people were actually going to copy her cooking? Let's be honest.
You might,
You know what I mean?
and then we'd all be dead.
Well, if you'd be dumb enough to eat the gray meat, but no, you understand what I'm saying. I mean,
I
it
do,
got to
I'm
a
just-
point. There does become a point where people we're drama, right? People love to dislike somebody. There's always pitchforks against somebody. But once you experience that for yourself, it kind of opens up you kind of realize it, like karma comes and it bites you and you get a taste of it and you realize just how harmful it can be. And even though you may think, there's a whole crowd laughing and we're all, agreeing with it. At the end of the day, like, what are you doing to that person, whether they deserve it or not? Like, did Betty deserve to have her cooking videos tore apart? No. Does Betty deserve what she's getting now? Yes. Right? Like, she's back to the harmful exact thing she was doing. I don't know. It just changed my whole perspective on things. And I just think sometimes people love to hate. And you will. And anytime you see a community that is built around hating a particular person, they eventually they start inward fighting, right? They start tearing each other apart. And it happens every time.
Yeah, but the big
You have to be
difference is
careful.
you just named it earlier, is when it gets personalized.
Yeah.
And that's where, like, oh, look at her hair and look at this and look at her. No, that's that's what I'm saying. That's drama. That's when it gets
Right.
personalized. But before then, what I like to think we're not doing here is that.
Right.
I'm
That's
not calling out I'm calling out the sexual nature of what somebody's doing. That's in itself should raise a lot of bells, right? For everybody.
Which is funny because I personally never saw the sexual nature. Now I get exactly what you're saying, but I didn't see it that way until it was brought to my attention. I just thought, like, here's a classless woman that's going to wear the same tank top 3 days in a row and no bra. I never thought of the fact of, like, wow, she's kind of sexualizing herself, because I can't find
I did
anything
too.
about
I
Betty
thought
attractive.
I thought she was just unaware, just a slob and
Just one of those classless people.
Yeah, just one of those people that just doesn't care.
No,
I mean, the way
because
she
no.
talked about me in my privates that's just another level. Like, it's
Yeah.
not just once.
But
though.
she dresses up when she does the interview with Seth and Pecker Boy, right?
Yeah, and she still looked pretty.
Yeah, exactly. So
Raunchy.
she knows the difference. She knows the difference. She knows exactly what she's wearing. And that I've watched that happen.
Well, I
Oh,
And
think that the way she shows her cleavage, yes, I do
mhm,
think that she is trying to be sexy. Yes. I agree with you.
absolutely.
I never thought of
Look,
it that way.
I think yous are all hating because Betty got very good wear out of that purple top. She has had
She
that
did.
for quite a while when she
Betty.
was, yeah, she had that
Hmm.
whenever she was a little bit larger, and it's no shade on the fact she was larger. That's great. She's done well for herself. Happy for you, Betty. That is the least of anybody's concerns, or it should be. Um,
No,
but
I really think
the
that she
fact she
tries.
recycled it, I was impressed. I was
I
like,
think
well
she
done,
really
you.
tries to take bits and pieces from successful YouTubers and tries to mimic them.
Mimic,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
There's nothing genuine about her other than when you see her, you know, acting her Betty self. That's her. That's the real Betty.
Which is what I was pointing out with my stream the other day. She's always calling other channels. Listen, I know I'm not professional. I can't pronounce a lot of words. I'll mess up words. I'll probably use the word in wrong context. Like, I'm your everyday person that just so happened to start a channel. Like, I don't pretend to present myself professionally. And Betty's constantly calling all the other channels ghetto, criminals, drug addicts, all the things, when Betty is one of us. You don't even guise yourself any differently. Like, at least with me, I would know how to present myself on camera. I know not to wear jeans to a courtroom. Like, I just don't, you know what I mean? So Betty tries to take this approach of a professional. Oh, I've had a professional background. I worked for an attorney.
Right,
I'm
but
the
we know now that she told a cop that she worked for the FBI.
FBI.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, she's delusional. And
Wow.
she ran down the road in her undies chasing a patrol car.
Right.
I'm sure she thought a lot of things were happening that day,
Which
to
is what
be
I'm saying.
honest.
Betty does believe in her mind that she is better than all of us and she is professional. And when Golf Inspector comes up here and says she's sexualizing herself, I see it now. But what I always saw was just a fraud of a person trying to fake it till she makes it. And she's not very good at faking it. I'd rather just make it as I am than not fake it. Take me for
Hmm.
all my flaws. And what word did I say to you the other day, Jane? You're like, oh, I said facade. Isn't that a facade? How do you say?
Facetious.
Yeah, I'm like, what's the word, Jay? I was being facious. And she's like, facetious. I'm like, well, that's it
Facetious.
too.
I love granny pronunciations.
I
I
know.
pronounce words the way I see them, to be honest, which
I
is so
usually
silly
do.
of
It's
me.
usually me that's the mispronunciating.
Well, that
At
good.
least, well, at least Granny's trying. There's some people who choose to limit their vocabulary to the same sort of one-syllable words all the time, and you're just like, oh, come on, can you not do
Or,
anything else?
or
Please
they learn
try.
it. They learn a new word, and it's their word of the week, and they overuse that one word they just learned. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, all
But
the
I'll tell
time.
you,
It's wild.
I can't pronounce well, but I do. I did a lot of speaking events through NA, and I have no problem holding an audience. But I'm a really good writer. Don't make me pronounce the words, but I'll kill it in a writing. Let me tell you.
I think
But
you
no,
have a
you know what
very
I
good
mean.
speech, honestly. I don't have a problem with it whatsoever.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I do say words wrong, and that's fine. But the difference
We
is
all do.
people like Betty pretend they're professional, right? There are
Hmm.
people out here that pretend and mask themselves and believe they are better than when the rest of us are like, oh, you're delusional.
Can we
Right.
get some
Behooves. That was
pancakes in
Betty's word.
chat? Can we get some pancakes
I
scrolling through
ain't
the chat?
cakes.
I mean, if that doesn't put you off pancakes, I don't know what will.
They just had a bunch of pancakes for
I
sale.
just love your laugh. It's so cute.
It covers a
But
lot, that
to your
laugh.
point, also, Granny is
It does.
to your point, Granny is Betty can do all those things. She can do that on YouTube if she wants to. I
Of
would have
course.
no problem with it whatsoever if it wasn't about, a child in this case.
Oh, I agree.
Mhm.
Because she can do her sexual nature channel and just focus on something else. But it's the nature, it's what she's focused on and what she's doing is what's wrong here.
But Goff,
So,
what don't you think if Betty was really thinking she was cut like intentionally going on camera that way to like sexualize herself, she would at the minimum brush her hair? Like, I just don't think Betty
no,
realizes that she's sexualizing herself. I don't
no,
think she does.
no,
No?
no. I do not no, I don't agree with you because that is like a after you know what hair. It's very, I mean, honestly, just think about it. Just think about it and you'll realize what I'm talking about.
Mm. Look, Casey says somebody's on my neck. They're the vocabulary. Vocabulary, please. Well, I will give her an endless amount of content when it comes to my vocabulary, and I don't care. I think that lady's just nuts, and I've seen her in some of the most horrible places. So there's that.
She's
But
very angry. Very, very angry about all the things.
You guys
don't.
are tripping me out because in chat I'm having a discussion about bras and you guys are talking about something totally different.
Yeah, these are people I usually don't even bring mention to because I don't want to advertise them. But that person picked up a very personal vendetta against me. And again, it came when I became friendly with another creator. So unfortunately, you get that as well, right? Like even me and you, Jay, when we got like, oh, you belong together. Like,
Mhm.
oh, okay, you know what I mean? Like, there's people that will then dislike you because you like somebody they don't like. Yeah,
Well,
it's
and
crazy.
the fact that it was even, talked about that, oh, they've been collabing a lot lately. That's weird to me. Like I've never had people talk about people.
Who
I mean,
you?
I don't typically collab. So maybe it is kind of a, a different thing because I never found people that I mean, I've collabed, but it never really went anywhere because it just didn't work out,
Well,
There's
what's funny about that is we've never actually sat down and said, "Hey, let's collab." It just
right.
naturally came about, and I enjoy it, you enjoy it, and the audience enjoyed it. So, what's the problem,
Why is
right?
anybody worried about it?
I, I, that's what I mean. Are they worried about it, or does it just offer a chance to tag our names and
Yep.
get seen? And that's what I think a lot of people do. Yeah, the Asian KV. A
That
lot of
was the
people look
best.
to monopolize off your attention.
Nation KV was one of your finest moments. It was a total accidental thing, but I think you should. I mean, if you ever were going to make
Trademark it.
merch, that
That would
needs
be
to be
it.
a whole thing. It does. I would buy it. I'm telling you.
That just described the whole panel that day too, right? It was
It
just
was
like one
hilarious. I love those moments. They keep.
Someone
dang
even
on
made a screen
Cajun
name
lady.
after that too.
I know.
They
Where
did.
have they gone? Where
I
are
don't
you, Asian
know.
KV? I miss you.
Northern Beans, thank you for buying a coffee mug, and I'm glad you like it.
There was this other creator years ago that I made a stupid remark. She said I was like a 90-year-old woman. And my response, being like the petty, immature person I was like, no, I'm old enough and young enough to steal your man. Something stupid. And I kid you not, next time she came on streaming, she was in a nightie, like a sexual nightgown type of thing.
Mm.
Apparently
Mm-mm.
Betty wore one last week, Guff, which I didn't see. So I think people I'm gonna have to take a look at that from that perspective now because I see others in the chat saying it. She had on lingerie last week.
I'm
It's
just
Wow.
quite the
saying there's
vibe.
something not right about this. And there's the whole team of the three amigos there. I just don't like it. It just reeks of something else.
Hidden
I don't,
motive.
and it's not about guilt or innocence here. This is about how you present yourself and who you choose to present it together with, because there's a reason the three of them are the three amigos, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, to spin off that point, when I heard on TikTok that he was looking at bringing this Nina Glass, I did that stream where I told everybody who Nina Glass was, and Nina Glass ended up not coming on the scenes.
Mhm.
Every person Tony went to introduce, the internet was able to put out who that person was before he could bring them on. Do you think Betty was an easy way in because she already had the establishment here?
Absolutely.
Yep. And just think about it, like they're coming into like Seth and Tony, right? I'm not even going to say his name, Pecker Boy. It comes in and it's like a female, mostly female business, right? This whole true crime. So just imagine the possibilities, the endless possibilities, right, for them. And that's what is disgusting to me is, these late night conversations. And I think Betty fit right into that.
Yeah, they're not. They're not very professional people.
I'm
But
sorry.
ironically, they think they're all professional. Tony thinks he's a
Mhm.
spokesman. Betty thinks she's a actual news reporter and better than the police, and works with the FBI. They all believe they are professional, and it just cracks me up.
The chat AI thing just said that the viewers are discussing Betty wanting pictures of bridges.
Of bridges? Where does the AI come from?
I don't know, but she's asking. She said that she's going to do a whole spreadsheet of every bridge in Sumner County. And she called on her audience to get her all the bridges because they're going to look at all the. I think she's going Letitia Stout.
Is she going to take a long walk off a short bridge or something? I mean, what is she need the bridges?
Oh, yeah. Let's just back that up before that shady one takes that all out of context. That is a flippant comment, shady. Calm yourself. It's okay. Relax. Take a deep breath. It's all right.
Is she going to make it something it wasn't?
Oh, 100%.
Oh, okay. One of those. We got one of those, folks. One of those.
I'm glad you can foresee that.
It's my unfortunate gift.
Fortunate gifts.
And besides,
but meanwhile, they're in a chat where a younger autistic person's being beat up and called a predator and demanding that people see his autistic papers because, well, he doesn't come across as autistic. Therefore, they demand proof he's and there she is in all her glory in that chat participating. So spare me your moral outrage, please. Thank you. Sorry.
Who was that they wanted to see papers of?
A guy went on this guy named Johnny went on QB's the other day to share his perspective as somebody with autism. Now, granted, he's quite a few years older than Sebastian, so he's had a lot more, time to learn social cues and therapy and all those things. But he was just offering his insight, and he was torn to bits for it as expected. And I knew it would happen. And there she was participating in that. There she was. Doesn't know him, doesn't know anything. All she knows is that he was on a panel of somebody she dislikes. So it was okay to participate, and calling this young man with autism who went up to spread awareness to call him a predator, demand to see paperwork. And let me tell you, he was a victim of a predator.
Eek.
Right. Why is this whole community so okay with that?
Why
is that acceptable here? I know, again, I have a vested interest in this argument, but to me, that is a complete disservice to every survivor of such terrible atrocities. And it's an atrocity to go through, to have someone do that to you. And yet somehow people think it's okay to label people like that. What, just because you don't like them? I mean, I have a lunatic chasing me around the internet because I have a little Ewok. It's an Ewok, not an Enoch, for somebody who was confused in the chat. It's not a dog. It's an Ewok. I'm sorry you're confused. But I don't understand why people are all right with that.
Well, ironically, when this person was described as a predator, but not in that sense, a predator of the vulnerable, predator of women, and it was elaborated why they were labeled a predator, them and their audience had complete outrage that you should never call anybody a predator until they took to that channel to call this autistic man a predator. Then it was okay again. So it's the hypocrisy and the situational outrage for me that I can't stand. And you're right. I think all of us at one point, I had some psycho saying I'm part of an underground of smuggling children.
Yeah.
And I'm like, where did that even come from? And you think that's acceptable to say about somebody because you dislike me, or like you said, because you use that avatar? It's insane.
Apparently it's a whole thing. And I don't understand, again, if we're meant to be, surely we should be looking for some evidence to back up those claims.
Well, it waters down, like you said. Most importantly, it waters down actual victims.
Every time. And it makes me very angry. Whenever you can label somebody who just, like that gentleman turning up to describe his own experience as a predator, there's something not quite firing right about you. If that's your interpretation there, you have missed something along the way. I don't know how much nicer I can say that.
It's just horrible. They're horrible allegations, and that's my biggest thing is it waters down. When you get mad at a male creator, he's all of a sudden in the P word, when it waters down. And especially in a sector where we are intertwined with these true crime stories, it is most important not to water down these type of topics and these type of harmful things that are taking place every single day.
Yep.
Well, and
And it
it's just as
happened.
bad as when Seth called out what happened to Sebastian, in my opinion. Just
Right.
as bad. Just as bad.
It was never our business. And then you find out, well, look
Yeah.
into Seth's record, right? Was Katie underage and was this and that? And, you know, it's a slippery slope once you open up that door. And some
Hmm.
people want to pretend the door was never opened. And, you
Yeah.
know,
All right, ladies, I'm going to jump off. Thank you so much for this wonderful conversation. And I'm looking forward to your findings here in the
yes,
coming week.
I'm looking into that.
Good. Good. I appreciate it.
Bring that to my
Have a
attention.
good one, ladies.
Bye,
You as
Golden
well.
Bye.
Spectre.
Bye.
Right, Irish. All there are so many levels of autism. To say somebody doesn't to be compare that person to Sebastian, which ironically was the argument being made, is that they were comparing themselves when they weren't, and say they don't present themselves as autistic is just pure ignorance. Because what does represent autism then on this large spectrum? You know, who qualifies? It's just ridiculous, man. Hey, Regina.
It's very reductive. People forget that,
Just help a brother out
that
here.
not only is there a wide spectrum, but there are also coexisting issues that um, make that whole situation a little bit more nuanced than what people realize. It's not just as simple as this person behaves like this, therefore, this is the conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
It really, it's sad. It's really sad.
It really is. It is a scary thing. You have people like Betty calling, people with autism defective, and it's really just, or everybody coming out of the woodworks like, well, my child's autistic and they do this, so no way Sebastian did that, and just the comparisons when there shouldn't be any because every person is different, and it's even more disappointing when people go along with that simply because they dislike somebody else, right? Like, okay, because you rather hate bond than call out what is right and what is wrong, but then don't sit there and present yourself as calling out right from wrong when really you participate in wrong so long as it's against the right person. Okay. And Jay walked away for a minute, so I'll go ahead and read. One Eyed Flo says, precisely why victims don't talk. Me too, my ass. Oh man, I had a whole experience with that One Eyed Flo. How dare I go get a protection order? I am taken away from actual victims from somebody who claimed to have been a victim. It's like, you don't get to do that. You don't get to say that.
It's another very shameful part of this whole community that, again, such a thing happens. The very
Mm-hmm.
thing that we should be encouraging awareness and knowledge of how to protect yourself, how to be able to take action for yourself safely, legally, and yet somehow, no, you're a bad guy all of a sudden.
Right. Right. It's situational. It's always been. It's sad that it is.
Yep. Apparently, all the judges out there are all just giving them out like, candy. They're just like,
Right.
here, have one.
You
We know
take
it
this.
doesn't
You
work like
take
that.
that. Yep. The FBI. Uh-oh, Mystic. What does that mean? What are you doing? Why do you always do that, Mystic? I got like such a love-hate for you. I don't understand your purpose sometimes, if not to be a trouble stirrer. Like I just know I saved this. It's on a public platform, sweetheart. You don't have to save it. It'll be there tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. So spare your, your phone memory or your computer memory and just remember it was on this channel. Come back when you need it. Yeah, I know, Irish. I know. Just like I was meant to prove that I'm of a Jewish heritage. People just they want proof of things that they're not entitled to because they have an agenda. And I don't think. I mean, how does one like? Somebody has to come out and prove they're autistic because you decided they're not? Nah, not the way it works. Oh, One Eye Flow. That's interesting. I think that's what we saw with Sebastian. The tone of that. People with autism individuals equally different 100. Yeah.
Right. The fact
Can you
that
hear
people
me?
even think you can
Now we
look
can.
at someone and diagnose pretty much anything. Again, if that's the conversation we were having, you've missed a whole lot. I thought we had advanced a little bit, but this entire, not just this community, but this whole app proves that on a daily basis that there's a whole lot lacking knowledge-wise for people, and it's really sad.
You guys, Mystic is gone, just FYI.
I saw that.
The last straw was her saying, I saved this, whatever that means. Go away.
I don't know what it means either. Well, you know.
Saved what? Our discussion?
Just gonna
That is
hit watch
public?
it.
Yeah,
Okay.
go back and revisit it.
Yeah, just gonna watch it 10 times by bedtime.
Right. I mean, my shit stays up. You can watch it. You can replay. Well, ladies, I have really enjoyed today's stream. We've been going about 5 hours.
Lordy.
I know. Lord have mercy. But are you going live today, Granny?
I don't know. I'm debating it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
hear
you
ya.
should. I think you should.
I do too.
Don't hype me up now because, woo, I'll tell you.
Can we get a 1 in the chat if you think Granny should go live, and a 2 if you think Granny should go and watch a movie? Which one do you think?
Tell Granny to watch a movie. Hey, Orion. Yeah, they all are. I mean, yeah, most people are. Oh, Lord.
My
Way to
son
put the
went and
pressure
saw
on me.
Metallica last night in Chicago.
Oh, no.
Oh, my
Yeah, he
goodness.
sent me videos. They're really cool. I just can't help but, because he's loved Metallica ever since he was a little boy. And we went and saw Metallica in Tampa together when we used to live down here when he was like 8. And he went last night and he sent me these videos. But I can't help but think of Chris Watts every time.
I was going to say the same thing.
Ah!
I was going to say the same
Like he
exact
totally
thing.
ruined Metallica for me.
No, never. Not allowed. Nope.
Same thing came to my mind right away. I'm like, Chris Watts every single time.
I know. Well, plus it became part of Discovery. So it was like, yeah.
I still can't get past him sending that song to Nicole right after he did it. I'm telling you.
Me either.
That was subliminal. She knew what it meant. He knew what it meant. I fully think that she was, battery, man. Oh.
And then his kids end up in oil batteries.
What are the odds? I mean, just come on. I think that was his way of saying, I'm done.
That's where they are. Mm-hmm.
Yep. No other
Taken
reason.
out, can't kill the family. Yep.
And not only that, but wasn't she the one that like suddenly asked him like, "Hey, what is that song by Metallica?" And then she initiated the conversation. I believe.
What are those lyrics to that song? Uh-huh.
And it just so happened
and then
that
he
song
said,
that
"Oh, I pulled over and I Googled them and I sent her the lyrics."
Yeah, come on. That was, hey, is the deed done? Yes, it's done.
I agree. It's so creepy. And do you guys know that's 3 days away from the 6-year anniversary?
Yeah.
Right? I noticed that a few days ago and I was like, that's insane. I mean, I don't know if we're all just getting a wee bit old, but it seems to be the passage of time is hurtling along at the moment where you're like, oh my goodness, that wasn't last week, 6
I know.
years.
I mean, baby Nico would be a 6-year-old little boy right now going to kindergarten.
Absolutely.
I know, isn't that heartbreaking?
Yeah, the girls would be preteens. I mean, it's just crazy.
So my husband watches Sandy's cooking channel. I didn't know if you guys knew she was still doing that.
Yeah.
He was watching it the other day and oh my God, like I'm going to start crying talking about it. It was hard to listen to. It really was.
Does she speak about
Shanann and the kids? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sad.
Oh, man.
Because you know that like she loved cooking for all them.
Right. That was
and
her love
teaching
language.
Shanann how to cook, and Shanann was a good cook, and just her
How
kitchen
weird.
is probably just so quiet. And she had little Dieter there, and you could hear Dieter's little nails, and he like was whining for. It was just really sad.
How weird when Chris said, "Oh, I miss her cooking."
Oh my God, legendary! Oh, I know, legendary CEO. Where the fuck have you been?
Shut up now.
What did you just say? The what? Do you
When
guys?
Chris was asked if he missed Shanann, and he said, "I miss her cooking."
Yes. What do you miss most about Shanann? Her
Yeah, her
cooking.
cooking.
Her spaghetti was just out of this world. I was like, wow.
What a weirdo.
Yeah.
Makes me wonder though how she cooked her spaghetti, because spaghetti to me. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, if you want to watch her channel, I mean, I really think that, I mean, I haven't watched it. I just happened to catch him, watching that part, and I was like, oh my God. I was like, this is absolutely horrible. But she has different recipes that she shares of shenanigans and stuff. And I think that's a really healthy way for her to deal with this.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was really sad to hear, but it seems like, those people that supported them through this. And I was one of those assholes that believed Chris in the beginning. I got no business going in there and saying anything to her, even positive at this point. I don't feel I have the right to, because I
Really?
was.
I've
No.
commented to her before. She
See, I
actually
feel
pinned my
bad.
comment.
I feel bad. I wouldn't feel right just because I did believe Chris, and I don't know. It's part of me just feels bad about that. But
Well,
I heard that, and I just thought it was just really sweet. And
the type of person I gather her to be, I don't think she would hold that against you, Jay, at all.
I don't think it's ever too late. I don't.
No.
I think the fact that you realize it and are aware of it, those
Mhm.
moments are exactly the moments that keep us honest as human beings. You should realize when there has been a behavior that you wouldn't repeat again in future, and you know the consequence, and you reach out to that person. And yes, it's up to her with what she would do after that, but it's always worth making that connection. I
Yeah,
would
especially for
recommend it.
your peace of mind, make you feel better, and kind of close that chapter for you. I went down all those rabbit holes. I was in men's chat at one point, and over on this channel
I
watching
mean, I
these
didn't call
videos.
Shanann a bitch like some people did. Like, I didn't go that far, but
Right.
I'm gonna share her link in the chat. But I just feel bad. If that was, my family member, I just would probably want to see the people that have been real to me. I don't know.
Yeah. That's why we have
Just
to be more cautious of the rabbit holes we fall in and the conspiracies we go down, because there is a real family at the end of it. It's not a game of Clue or Guess Who for, like sometimes we treat it as, right? Like, oh, sad. But thank you for having me, Jay. And
Well,
Wade is
thanks for coming
so
up.
nice.
Thanks for coming up.
Yes.
Let me see if I can find that video so I can give you guys. Yep, it's the ham steaks.
Oh.
Yep, it's the ham steaks with macaroni and cheese. And let me tell you, her food does look really freaking good. And you also get stories about Cece and Bella, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
She made rainbow pasta. Her pork roast looks amazing. It's nothing like the Betty cooking channel. Her meat's not green. She's very pleasant to listen to. So that's the video if you guys want to check it out. And keep them in your thoughts this
Yep.
week.
There's a lot of people that we need to keep in our thoughts, no matter what you believe your personal opinion is. There's a lot of people who are just going through huge amounts of pain and suffering, and we don't know. We really don't.
Nope.
Oh, speaking of Dieter, too, just one thing I wanted to throw in there was it reminded me when Dieter was running around in her kitchen that the rumor that someone started, and I don't even know who started it, that Dieter got run over by a car.
Ugh.
And it was so awful. Like, this whole rumor went around that Dieter was dead, and people were making videos about it. And I mean, how awful that is. That is the last thing they had left from that house that was living. That was
Right. Their
that
last
they
connection.
Yes, and to make a rumor up that he was hit by a car, it just really hit me like how gross everything has been.
Who
All
even
these
started that?
cases. I don't even know.
Hmm.
And people believed it. We really thought that he got hit by a car. They were like, Frankie said Dieter got hit by a car, and it just spread like wildfire. And it was just like, Dieter's very loved by everybody who followed that case. Like, he was there, man. I love animals, and it breaks my heart. I just thought that was awful.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I don't really recall that happening, but I believe it could happen just like that. Wow.
Yep. Yep, it's gross. take
I
their
would like
last little bit, you know?
to totally change the vibe and just to see my way out the door, I would like to announce, Jay, that I have brought to your channel an entire one viewer today. I feel like you owe me a vast debt of gratitude. You can praise me personally in the non-existent Discord, the non-existent emails, the non-existent contact. You can phone me for hours. We'll talk about it. It'll be wonderful.
To
But
be
yeah,
fair,
I just
it's a
want you
pretty
to be
cool
grateful.
chatter.
And if I don't do it, call me out, please.
I will. I'll make a whole channel about it.
You better prove how grateful she is.
Perfect.
I
Sounds
mean,
like
to
a
be
deal.
fair, Irish Jessie's a pretty cool chatter. So, I mean, I don't think
She
she's asking
really
for
is.
too
She's a pretty
much.
cool chick. But thank you very much for having me, and love you, Granny.
It's a pleasure to have both of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys. Well, thanks for sticking around for 5 hours, 5.5 hours. I really thought this was a great discussion. I think a lot of things need to be talked about like this every now and then. And lovely ladies, thank you so much for your commentary, and golf, everybody else who came up. Everything's Wee's fault. We're just going to blame Wee. Thank you, SS, for being here. I know you're picky about who you listen to. So that I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you guys. Leo, so good to see you. I'm sorry I didn't see everybody. But thank you so much. Cricket, we do. We need this grounding every now and then. And I'm so happy to see that all these creators are, that aren't really true crime, that are crama, are calling out the right things, when things aren't right. We need to call it out. We need to speak about it without slandering, without being nasty, but, draw attention to the things that don't look right. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh man, Olivia, come do mine next. She cleaned her entire house. I know. That's why I always tell Granny, like, don't end yet, because I want to get shit done. Have a beautiful day. Wait. SS, I missed something you said. Oh, you were drawing, Pine? That's nice. I miss our community and I wish we could get it back on track. Thanks for doing this. I think we need to keep it on track, SS. And I appreciate you being part of our community here. All of you guys. You guys are great. Bye, Captain Ganja. Oh, Potato, what you cooking? Are you peeling potatoes over there? Much love to you too, Feisty Nana. Thank you guys for being here. Yeah, Summer's talking. Roo! If they are ignored, they don't get attention. Stay positive and things get on track. Don't bash others. Oh my God. I know she's so vocal. You had pasta? She says Roo, and she's so loud. It's the husky in her. Ask her if she's Roo or Lil. Listen, you're going to hear her say Roo. She's going crazy. Okay, let's dance it out. Hang on. I got to get clicked over to that screen. Don't go yet. It's not complete until we dance it out. Every time I use this program, I get. Are y'all there? Every time I use this program, I freeze up. It's so weird. But let's see. I don't know if I have dance it out on here. Let's try it. Are you guys ready? It didn't work. So we're just going to not dance it out and just know I love you. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow on J is for Justice. We've got some streams planned. Let's have a good rest of our Saturday. I love you guys. I'll see you soon. Bye. Oops. I'm back. Oh, Jesus. We're just going to do the other outro. Okay, bye.